Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Akers, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you.
All right, thank you so much. I am going to get my screen started here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. I'm so excited to be with so many of you that I already know this morning. I see so many in the chat that I have open. I see so many names I know. I will say, just to be upfront with everybody in case you want to change rooms, Google Maker is one that I presented either at an EdTech Live or a DLC several years back. So if we get into it and you're like, I've already seen this one, you won't hurt my feelings if you move on to something else. But let me make sure you're here for the right thing. I'm Meredith Akers. This is Google Maker, tips, tricks, and hacks to create amazing content. And you can actually get all my resources if you go to bit.ly/MA Maker. The M and the A are capital because it stands for Meredith Akers, and I'm a proper noun. But Maker is lowercase, and that matters in the case of a bit.ly link. So if you'll go there in another tab, don't do it on this tab or you'll lose me. But if you go there on another tab, then if I say like, here's the link to that, you'll actually be able to click on it. I have my whole presentation linked there for you that you can click through. But also, as I go through, if you don't want to click through 100 million slides that I made, you can just scroll down below where my slides are, and every single link I reference is there for you. So you can just kind of tuck that away and use it later. If somebody joins later, somebody will pop it in the chat for us. I know Kelly will probably do that for us. So good morning. I am Meredith Akers. I'm the principal at Rennell, like Jamae said. I'm also the co-moderator of the TechSed chat. TechSed is a Twitter chat that happens on Wednesdays at 8:30 during the school year. So join us there for some great conversation with other educators. I blog at meredithakers.com. I'm the co-host of Fresh Thought EDU with my buddy Tom Spall. You can follow me on Twitter at Meredith Akers or even on TikTok at Meredith.Akers, just not at school because that's not allowed. Okay, so why should we create using Google tools? This is all about Google Maker. Why should we create using Google tools? Hang on, hold up. Let's back that up. That may be too specific. Let's start a little more broad. Why should we even create? There's lots of stuff out there. There's nothing new under the sun, right? Why should we create? For differentiation. That's why. Because your kids and that TPT or that blogger or that YouTube teacher that you think is awesome, their students and your students are not the same. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying that you should never use other people's stuff. I'm not saying that at all. Look at my pink part. I create and share content all the time that I hope other people use. That's why I make it. I'm just saying that you should differentiate through either curating, which is picking and choosing what's right for your students, because everything I make is not right for your students. I know that. Through curating, through tweaking. So like maybe taking something I make or your favorite Facebook group that you follow, that you see something there, tweak it. You're like, this is close to what I need, but you need to know how to do that tweaking, or through creating yourself. So I think that you should absolutely steal things that, not really steal, but that people put out there for you on the web, but also you should curate, you should tweak, you should be able to create, because sometimes they inspire an idea that like, that's great, but it would be better if it was like this, right? So I love Carol Ann Tomlinson. She's like the grandmother, the godmother of all differentiation. She literally wrote the book on differentiation. She says, differentiation is classroom practice that looks eyeball to eyeball with the reality that kids differ. The most effective teachers do whatever it takes to hook the whole range of kids on learning. So we're not just trying to get the middle of the road. We're trying to get every kid, because our kids sitting in our GT class maybe have some different needs than our kids sitting in our ESL class. And maybe the presentation that we give or the worksheet or the activity should look different too. I think everybody that's a experienced educator out there is like, yes, of course it should, right? And that's differentiation. So that's why just using everything one TPT seller puts out doesn't really work. You've got to curate, but you also got to tweak and create on your own when it spurs a great thought. So you, yes, you, I'm talking to you, as a dedicated educator, you know more about what your students need and respond to than any blogger or TPT seller. You have big ideas for kids that are worth developing and sharing. I know you do. I know you've had an idea like, this would be great if I could just create this. Whoops, went too far. So what's the holdup? Why aren't you making those great ideas? Well, all of us have experienced it. Either we feel like this guy, sometimes we don't know how to get our ideas from our brains into a usable doc or slide or other student learning activity, or we feel like Adele over here, I ain't got time for that, because let's face it, as educators, there's never enough time. I'll admit it. There's never enough time. Can I get an amen, right? There's never enough time. So hopefully today our goal is to learn tips and tricks and hacks that will help you take those ideas from your brain and make them a reality, and do so quickly and easily. I want to share some quick tips that you're like, ooh, I can do it faster now. Are we excited? Can I get a woo woo? I want to do this. Okay, I hope so. Maybe in the chat, you can show me some, woo, I'm excited. So here's our roadmap for today. We are going to learn some setup hacks, how to set up your Google Docs for success. I'm going to talk about text tips because I like fonts and I cannot lie. So I'm going to tell you about some text tips. Then third part is probably my favorite, some time-saving tricks because we ain't got time. So let's have some time-saving tricks. And then finally, I'm going to share just some hopefully inspiring examples. If they don't inspire you, maybe they'll inspire a tweak or a better idea of like, that's terrible, but I could make it better. But I'm going to share some examples. And again, every example I share, I have the link to, so you can just make a copy and tweak it for your class and hopefully leave here with some things you can do. First things first, though, let's do some norms and some personal application. We know as educators, you're not going to get the most out of anything, just like your kids don't get the most out of it if they're not paying attention and engaged. So I would like you to be engaged by thinking about your content and objectives. What's something that you are going to be trying to teach in the first few weeks of school? Or maybe get something in your brain like, what's something that didn't really go great last year? It was a boring lesson or it flopped. Get some kind of content in your brain. You could even think of my third bullet. What's a way you could have your students work with the content differently than any other planned learning activity? So if you have a bunch of writing activities for a certain piece of content, maybe you're looking for a way for students to sort or manipulate the content in a different way. So be thinking of some kind of content. Okay, that was your like 2 seconds to think of something. If you want to share that, you can put it in the chat. Like, I'm going to be thinking about the water cycle. I'm going to be thinking about the Roman Empire, whatever, or you can just keep it to yourself. That's fine too. If we were in person, I'd have you share it with an elbow partner. But before we go any further, get that in your brain. 1 or 2 concepts that you're going to be teaching so that you can be applying, because we know as educators that if you're not thinking of how you can apply new learning, it just falls away. And then by the first week of school, you're going to go, I thought I learned that, but I forgot. So be thinking of how you can apply it so that it sticks around in long-term memory. All right, our first section of our content today is set up hacks. How to set up your slides to be paper-sized or even have an immovable background so that you or kids can't mess up the background, and more. So first of all, even when you're making a document, I want to advise you to use Google Slides. Why, you might ask? Because in a doc, you can't do as much. You can't do as much. So all you have to do that is go to File, Page Setup, and then Custom, and you just change the slide size to paper size. So 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 8.5, whether you want it, vertical or landscape. And then what's magical about that is, as you know, in a Google Doc, if you've ever tried to make, some learning activity that you had in your brain come to life on the paper, it's really a struggle when you're trying to, for example, like on this page, I have adjust and then page, and they kind of overlap a little because I like that. Could you do that in a doc? No, because it will separate from each other. Or if you just like how the text moves around in a doc for you, it can be frustrating. But in slides, you have a lot more flexibility. So just making it paper sized, then you can use all the great slides features and move things around a little bit more easily. Here's something that drives me nuts. Every time you open a new slide deck, it defaults to Arial. It stinks, in my personal opinion. If you are a lover of Arial, I'm so happy for you, because that means you just open a slide deck and it's already your favorite font. I don't like Arial. I'm never going to use Arial on anything. So for me, I open a slide deck and I'm like, this font stinks. And so I have to highlight it and go up to font and change the font to the one I want. This one's Wellfleet, if you thought it was cute. And then I have to go to my next slide and type what I want. And then I have to change the font again. I know you're thinking like, but that only takes a few seconds, but all those seconds add up when you're making like 100 slides a day for your slide deck, right? For your kids. So how can we make this go faster is the question, because this font stinks and I don't want it. We can make this go faster. Let me introduce you to the theme builder. If you've never heard of Theme Builder, you actually probably have, because Theme Builder used to be called the Slide Master and Google just renamed it. So if you're familiar with Slide Master, you actually already know all about Theme Builder. Hopefully I teach you a new trick or two, but Theme Builder is the same as Slide Master if you've ever heard of that. If you've never heard of Slide Master, you're golden. I'm still going to teach you about Theme Builder. That's its new name. Okay, the Theme Builder, if you go to View Theme Builder when you're in Slides, or you can go to Slide, Edit Theme. Either way, it gets you to the same place. It's just located in two different menus. From there, it pops up with this like gray color in the background. See how it's a darker background, and normally Slides has that lighter background. That way you know you're in Theme Builder now. In Theme Builder, you can change fonts, you can change spacing, you can change all kinds of things for the layout of each type of slide. You know how there's like a title slide. You could change, I want the title to always appear at the top or always appear lower. Then there's the type of slide that comes up next. You can see the different types here. So you can change each type of slide if you want to. I want to do a little demo for you. Let me go backwards and out of this so I can open up a new tab. I can't see my tabs very well. If you didn't know this, if you just want to go to new slide really quick, you can go to slides.new, and that slide presentation will automatically save in your Google Drive if you go to slides.new. So again, defaults to Arial. I don't like it. So I'm going to already go to View Theme Builder. I know I'm in Theme Builder because it's gray in the background now, so I can see that darker color. And it starts, you can see I have a little, just like when I'm in the normal slides presentation, you know what slide you're on because the thumbnail has that yellow box around it. So right now I'm on the title slide. If I want the title to be Coolin, which is kind of cool, I could do that. But if I'm like, oh, that's not a big enough font at all, I can make the font go way up using the same tools. So I can go here, make it go, I want it to be a really big, but I also want it to be higher on the page. And I want this to be at the bottom of the page. I just want to show you that that will change. So if I go here and here, also this is Arial. Come on, Google. Okay, I want this to be bio rhyme. Okay, also I can change the colors. So if I know on all my title slides, I want this to be, the text color to be purple. Now it's purple. So then I'm done. I don't have to click save or anything. I just hit the X here. So when I go back, it's already ready for me. If I add, you know how you hit the plus sign to add more slides? If I add another title slide, it's already set up for me that my title is going to be that font. This is great. And purple. But the frustrating part then is when I just add another slide, like in the other categories of slides, the other types of layouts, it's not changed yet. So that's a little bit frustrating. Let me see if I can go back to my presentation. I have, but what about when I add my own new text box? Like, it's okay. It's okay. Theme Builder can help. So let me pop back over to my new, I'm losing everything because I got too many tabs open as usual. Let's see. Here we go. Here's that untitled presentation I was on. So if I want to add like a new text box, it's Arial. Even on that slide that I changed, if I add a new text box, it's Arial again. I want, every time I add a new text box, I want it to be my font that I want, because the truth for me is, this is what I typically do on slides. I get rid of everything because I'm designing and I want to put the text boxes where I want them. I don't want those text boxes. I usually delete them right away. So again, Theme Builder is our friend. I can go to View Theme Builder. And I can go at the very, very top to Theme. And when I go to the very, very top to Theme, I'm actually going to highlight everything. I want to change everything. If I want everything to be the same font, I can do this. I want everything just to default to Didact Gothic because that's my current favorite font. And I want everything to be a way bigger font because I like you to actually be able to see what I type rather than it being too tiny. And then also it drives me nuts that the text defaults to like gray. I would like the text to be black so you can read it. Or maybe I want the text to be, you know, one of my fun colors that I love. So not red, but I'm just going to do blue just to show you. If I edit that, this was the title. This says click to edit the theme title. So maybe I'll make the title like a title-y thing. Anyway, when I get off of that, remember this is like the text level, but I didn't do it just on one of the layouts over here. I hope you can see where I'm pointing. I didn't do it down here. I went all the way to the very top where it says theme. And when I click on theme, did you see that it highlights all of them? So I'm editing all of them at the same time. I'm editing all of my slides and everything I'll do at the same time. So even if I scroll on these layouts, I didn't just change one layout, I changed all of them. So when I X out of this, when I add a new slide, I changed, remember, the title slide separately, but the rest all have blue, or they have blue with that black text. And if I delete everything like I normally do, and I add in a new text box, now it's in Didact Gothic. I'm so happy because I don't like Arial. So I saw a question from Nick Willard over here that said, do you have to do this with every presentation? At this point in time, yes. But hopefully now that you saw, I said you can do just that top slide. So you don't have to go through each individual layout. That's helpful. So usually the first thing I do is I go to that view theme builder and I don't worry about all these bottom guys. I just go to the top one and I change both of those to the font that I want to use the most, so that every time I even add a new text box, it's going to be the one I want. I haven't figured out the trick to making it stay your favorite font every time you log back in, but this is pretty quick. It's only a couple clicks rather than several clicks on every single slide, right? So hopefully that is a time saver number one for you in your teacher life. Okay, I'm going to hop back over here and go back into slideshow presentation because I think I'm done with that. So as a reminder, if you're like, wait, I need those directions spelled out, you're going to go again to view theme builder. You click on the theme thumbnail at the very top, the very first top little slide. It doesn't default to that. It'll be clicked on something else. So you have to click on the top thumbnail, and then you're going to highlight both of the text boxes and choose your favorite font. And then all of your text boxes from there on out while you're in that presentation will be your favorite font. Okay, if you're not excited, I'm disappointed, because Thor's excited, because now when you add that additional text box, it'll be your font. Whoop, 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 whoop. I did see that Sarah asked if you make a copy of that slide deck, like once you set up your favorite font, if you just make a copy, will it stay your font in the theme master? Yes, it will. So thank you, Sarah. You just solved the problem for Nick. I love this collaboration in the chat. So if you want to just like make your own, like this is my master slide deck and just copy from that every time, like make a copy of yours, that solves the problem. So thank you. That's a great workaround. Perfect. I know I'm not catching all the comments, but I'm catching a few. The theme builder, anything you add while in theme builder will be immovable in the background. So here's what that means. You can't move it. So you can move it in theme builder, but then when you go back to normal slide view, it's like you made your own slide background, like the background color of your slide, but you can make all kinds of things in the background. So here's an example. Julie Clements, the awesome principal at Keith Elementary, she and I used to be AP partners together. And when we were APs together, we did several book studies together for the staff. And one time we asked the staff to make a book snap. If you never heard of that, it's something that sometimes people use for PD using Snapchat, that like you're reading a book and instead of, snapping a picture of what you might normally snap pictures of with Snapchat, you're reading an awesome book. I'm reading Mind Over Moment right now. I find a page that I connect with in Snapchat, I snap a picture of it, and then I add my thoughts, my feelings, my connection. I highlight the part. We thought this is really great, but we don't want to give the teachers something that we don't want them to use with students, because we really wouldn't want them to say, hey, everybody get out Snapchat right now in our elementary school. So also at that time, most kids didn't have cell phone. So what we did was we made a Google presentation that allows you to snap a picture, because if you didn't know that, in Google Slides, it's really, really easy to snap a picture and hold up your book to the camera, because we all have cameras. I'm using mine right now. Snap a picture, and I believe you just go to File, Insert Image, Camera. If you didn't know how to do that, File, Insert Image, Camera, and then it pulls up a camera and you can have your kids hold up a picture. So how did we use Theme Builder? I'm getting off topic. I get excited. This is how we used Theme Builder. This is the default slide. It's still got Arial. You can tell I hate it. What Julie and I did was we went into Theme Builder and we moved the title up. We changed the font, clearly. We moved this text box part over to the side and we changed the font. And then we added in an image. We added in a box, which you guys know how to draw a box. And we said, put your page image over this box so it's covered up. No matter how hard someone tries, they will not be able to move that box because it's like part of the background of the slide. So let's look at how we did this. I'm just going to open up this presentation. At the time, the instructions I always put on the first slide, I've learned better. So my newer stuff, and I'm going to tell you later, don't put the instructions on the first slide, put them right on the slide that you're on. But I was young, I've learned, right? Okay, so here was Julie's example, my example, and this is what it looks like for teachers. And we gave everyone a number, like put yours on number 4, put yours on number 5, put yours on number 6. That way they could see each other's. And just as a fun tip for class, then we asked them, make a comment on 2 other people's. So if it's my turn and I was going to do it, I can type my name here. I can edit here. I can edit here. No matter how hard I try, I can't edit here because this is kind of instructions. How did I make it so that they can't edit? I went to View, Theme Builder. Now I can edit because in the Theme Builder, you can move it all around. I want to undo all my crazy moves because I like it how it is. But and that's how, like I showed you before, I moved this up, I moved this over, I changed the font, and then it was there for every slide so that when the staff logged in to this, we all got on collaboratively to this Google Slides presentation at the same time, then we could all edit one slide. But again, this is immovable in the background, meaning can't be moved. So you can take this a step further and make an entire background immovable in the Theme Builder. So in this example, we were asking staff to give us some feedback. It was kind of that time of year where our PBIS incentives had gotten a little stale. And so we said, hey, staff, give us 3 classroom incentive ideas, 2 grade level incentive ideas, 1 school-wide idea, and then some ideas for you. Like, how do you want to be motivated? What are some new things we could do for you guys as teachers? Everything here is in the background. It's immovable. The teachers can't accidentally, because this is way too much. People might accidentally move it and freak out and be worried that they made the 3 elongated. They can't, because I put it in the background of the slide in the slide master. The only things on top are the text boxes. So I added the text boxes in the regular slide image. So cool. I love this. Here's another example of that. All of these instructions in the Rank and Justify template are in the Theme Builder. So it looks like I can't mess with them. I can't mess with them. But as the teacher, don't tell your kids this. You can go to View Master, and then everything's editable in the View Master. If you read carefully, which you don't have to right now, it says everything's editable. Just go to View Master. So if you forget all these directions, but you think I might want to use that in a lesson in April, all the directions are in there. See, I can edit when I'm in the Theme Builder. If you thought that looked kind of cool and you'd like this Rank and Justify slides template, I do have that link for it. If you're in my presentation, you can click on it. Or if you go to that bit.ly link at the bottom, bit.ly/M A maker, and then scroll down, this link is there. So you can grab all these links later. And again, it's free and it lets you edit it all. So I think we can all agree that the Theme Builder rocks. Get it? See all my rocks? Okay, Theme Builder rocks. I love it. Okay, another setup hack is to utilize the dead space. Ooh, you didn't know I was going to get creepy. You can utilize the dead space. Here's what that is. The space all around the outside of the slide. So when I escape out of, I'm in full screen mode. When I hit escape and you can see my editing mode, hey, did you know you can write over here and you can write over here? This is great. Remember, I tattled on myself earlier and said, hey, I was younger. I didn't know better. I used to put all the directions on the first slide. But here's what happens, and I think you can agree. We've all experienced it. You put the directions on the first slide, like me, and then all the student templates follow. Or maybe you tell the kids what to do on the first slide, and you tell the kids what to do on the next slide. That works really well sometimes, but sometimes right when you get to pull your small group, it's, I don't get it. And you're having to say, go back to the first slide, look at the directions, and then they read it again. But as soon as they move to slide 2, they don't get it again, right? So what's the solution? Well, just put the directions right there on the side, right there on the side. This is a brain dump that I created based on, I can't think of the researcher, but it's on the research behind retrieval practice. Retrieval practice is when you're trying to remember what you were taught yesterday or last week or in 3rd grade now that you're a 4th grader. So this is a way that research has shown when you're really struggling to remember and then you remember, or you're really struggling to remember something and then you peek at your book or you peek at a neighbor and you write down the answer after when you're in that moment of struggle and then you find the answer, you've moved the stuff that was in short-term memory, now it's in long-term memory. So that's what we want as educators. We want them to remember this stuff. So this is a really fast, it is a 3-minute tops brain dump that you can have kids do that is research proven. I just put it in a template form rather than having no format. So I put on the side in the dead space, hey, step 1, start this timer, come back to this tab, and write what you know in the 30-second box until the timer goes off. So it opens, when you click on that box, it opens a YouTube of a 30-second timer. Then that's easy. Write 30 seconds about a topic we discussed last week. Easy. I can think of 30 seconds worth of stuff. The next part's where it gets hard for kids. Start this timer and they have to write in the 1-minute box. Even though 1 minute seems short, you're going to see kids going like they're going to get halfway down and like, oh, how can I not remember anything else about the water cycle? We just talked about this yesterday, and they're singing the song in their head and they can't remember. Then step 3 is start this timer, come back to this tab and peek at other students' slides. Peek over at what they wrote. And that's when you're going to see kids going, oh yeah, I remember now. And then they're supposed to record that, because that, oh yeah, I remember now, they've just moved it from short-term memory to long-term memory. You've helped them in a huge way remember that forever. That's what the research shows. And so then it does say, don't forget, change your name and the topic of today's brain dump. So you can use this over and over. It's ready for you. Everything Meredith knows about the water cycle. So they just throw that in there. This one is a collaborative. I had like everybody, I'm slide 2, you're slide 3, you're slide 4. You don't have to do it that way. You can have everybody have their own copy. Again, it's about differentiating and making what's right for you. But what's great about this dead space is not only do they not have to switch between slides, but I've got the timers right there. It's all on one space, and you can use that same hack. Although it does take a little more time up front to set up everything to be on one slide, because you have to think about it. It's easier to just type out directions on slide 1 and then leave it blank on slide 2. It takes a little more time up front, but it saves you time in the long run, because you don't have to get up from your small group table or stop conferring to retell the directions. So it saves you time and sanity in class, because your students have the instructions right there and they don't have to ask you the same questions over and over. So here's how you can do it. You're going to create the shape on the slide. Just because it's easier, you can create it off the slide, but I think it's easier to create the shape on the slide, move it off the canvas, write your instructions reminders, add video links if you want. You can even add a YouTube clip and move it off the slide, and it'll save you time during class. So here, just how I did this, I went to a shape, added the shape, moved it off the canvas, added the directions. And I just showed you a tip, a secret one with, it's not even in my presentation. If you've already set up a box like this, has a white background and a blue and it's thick, when I click on that and then go to shapes, every shape I do will have that formatting because I was clicked on that. So that's a little tip, side tip I didn't even include in this presentation. Okay, I know I've missed some questions, but if you want a copy of that brain dump, you can absolutely have it. Click there to make a copy of the brain dump, or like I said, go to that bit.ly link at the bottom and all the links are there. You can grab it later. You don't have to grab it right now. Here's another example of rank and justify. So this is using the dead space. So this is actually the middle of the slide, and these are all in the dead space on the outside of the slide that if I went into presentation mode, you couldn't see them because they're on the dead space. In this example for rank and justify, what we were doing a book study. We covered all these different ways to get kids engaged at the same time with your content. So like other things other than turn and talk, right? Turn and talk gets boring. So this is a bunch of different ways to get all kids engaged at the same time really fast and then back to you. So all of them are good. There's no right answer here, but we asked the staff participating, hey, rank, what are the top 3? And then say why, that's justification, and how you'll use it, that's application. Why did we do that? Because we want people thinking at high levels. Is there a right answer? No. Could you use this with your content? Could you say which math strategy of the 3 we taught are what order would they go in and why? Why are they better? You could, I've used, the water cycle a couple of times today. Is there one part of the water cycle that's more important than the others? No, but you could put all the parts and say, students, rank which parts of the water cycle are most important and why. Think about the conversations that would follow after that as they're like trying to defend using your content and your vocabulary. Like, no, evaporation is more important because there wouldn't be clouds without evaporation and it would be hot at recess. I don't know what they would say, but I think that you could, Roman Empire, which thing that we've studied was the most important in the downfall of the Roman Empire. You could use it with so many topics and there's no right answer. It's just getting your kids to think deeply about your content. Okay, I also have one that I made that's like prettier because recently, rainbow tie-dye has been popular in the world. So a pretty one if you want some rainbow tie-dye. If you want a copy of either of those, the links are there. You can have those, you can tweak those, or you can just make your own because you're learning all the tips right now. But to make sure everyone can see that dead space, sometimes kids might say, I can't see it. Tell the students to go to view, zoom 50%, or to go to zoom out so that they can see the outside content. The that way they see the dead space around there. So the setup hacks that I want you to remember are change those page dimensions so that you can have an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that you can print out if you need to. Go to the slide master, now known as slide theme builder, I'm sorry, so that you can change your fonts, your colors, make objects immovable in the background, and use that dead space hack for instructions, for timers, or for students to drag in answers. All right, that was set up hacks. Do I have any major questions that I've missed, Jamae, that I need to answer? Okay. I don't hear any.
Oh, hold on. I'm not
Okay.
ignoring you. Sorry, I was
Okay.
just trying to turn it on. Thank you, Meredith. I think there was a couple, Kelly right there. I think over at the top.
Okay, I have a question. When I add a passage as the background,
Yes.
the reader will not read the page. Is there a better way? I don't understand. Reader will not read the page.
Oh, I think it's like the immersion.
When I add a passage as the background. Oh, reader, like it won't read
Yes,
it out
like
loud.
the immersion reader, probably.
Yeah, I understand. It just took me a second. I don't know a solution for that. I guess you won't, at the moment, I guess you can't use reader with it in the, because it's, once it's in the background, slides views it as a picture, as an image.
Yeah.
So that stinks. I'm sorry. Do you add the image background in Theme Builder? You can, yes. That's where I do it. When I'm using Theme Builder, I go ahead and put all the images while I'm in Theme Builder. Great questions. All right, our next section is text tips. This is shadows and colors and fonts. Oh my. So I love to add beautiful text to my presentations, and you can do that in many different ways. One way is using drop shadows. That is very simple to use a drop shadow. You go to insert text box like you normally do, change the font, change the color, because you got to make it not Arial. And then you're going to highlight it or click on it so it has that blue box around it. And then you can just go to format options, drop shadow. And if you didn't know this, you can actually even change the color of the drop shadow, how transparent it is, because you can see over here, my drop shadow is kind of see-through-y, but over here, it's solid. Over here, it's a gray drop shadow. Over here, I changed the color, so it was just a slightly darker color. So you can change the angle, the blur radius, all of that to make some beautiful text. I wanted to demo, but I know I need to move on. I want you to know you can also use word art to make beautiful text. I bet most of you know about word art, but just in case, you simply go to insert word art, you type in your text in the little box that pops up, and then you can highlight it to change the font, change the fill, change the line color. What I love about word art is it does give you that outside outline, which makes me really happy. I just feel like it helps it pop, especially in a title, to have that black outline. So I use that a lot. You can change the line thickness as well. Here's a demo that I have an animation for. So you go to insert word art. This little strange little box pops up because it's not the same as font or just adding a text box, I mean. Then it defaults to Arial. There's no workaround for that yet. Then you can change your font like normal. You can go to the filling. Instead of the font color, you go to the filling, fill it in. And then the next thing is the border weight. That's the lines. And you can make it a thicker border on the outside. The neat thing about word art, in my opinion, is instead of having to go to the font size and try to guess, like, is it 63? No, too big. Is it 42? No, that's too small a font. You can just grab the corner and drag it, because Slides views word art kind of as clip art, like a picture, and you can just make it bigger or smaller by dragging, but that means you could get squishy or smushy. So if you want to make sure it stays proportionate, you're just going to hold down Shift when you're resizing with your mouse, and that way you'll avoid any squishing or smushing. It'll stay proportionate as you're doing that. Okay, you can also just do both. You make beautiful text by having word art and then going into format options and add that beautiful drop shadow as well. So you can do both. And then something else you can do is add a little text outline. I've seen this popping up a lot more and more and more in like TPT stores, of this like little white highlight on the edge. I'm like, how do you do that? So here's how I do it. I'm going to show you really quick. You're going to insert a word art. This is pretty. And then again, Arial. I don't have a workaround for that yet, but I'm going to change it to something fun. I don't know. I'm taking too long. I love me some fonts. Laundrina Solid. That's a good one. So that's Laundrina. I want, instead of going to change the font color, I'm going to go to the filling, because remember, it thinks of this like as a shape almost. So I'm going to change the filling to my favorite pink. I'm going to change the outline color to black. I'm going to make it a thick black border, but then I'm going to duplicate it. So I'm going to hit Control D. That's like copy and paste all in one, Control D. I'm going to take the second one I'm going to take the filling and make it transparent. So there's no filling anymore. I'm going to take the back one and take away the outline color. It's transparent. So now I've got them separate. I've got the outline separate from the inside. I'm going to line them up. Okay, they're on top of each other. And then sometimes when you try to move it, let me see if I can get them right on top. When you try to move it like one arrow over, it's too much. Like, look, that's too much. So if you hold down Shift while you push the arrow keys, it moves it literally 1 pixel at a time. So I can get it exactly how much, like just barely a little, or if I want a lot, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and have a ton. But I like to go like just a little white highlight. That's pretty. It's kind of fun. So use that tip if you like it, if you ever wondered how they did that. So I say standard fonts are boring and overused. So did you know you can get to 1 million different fonts in Google Fonts? You can go to Font, More Fonts, Show. And then what you want them to show, you can say, I want to see display fonts because I want a new title, or I want to see handwriting fonts because I want something cute, for my main body of my text. So that's how you can narrow down your search. Anything that I put the blue check mark next to will then appear next time I go to any slides presentation. You don't have to do this every time. Forever, it's added to your giant list of fonts. So I love that. And I'm too often going into more fonts there to try to add more fonts. You can also, like, if you're teaching on the Roman Empire and you want like a very Roman looking font, or you're teaching on the water cycle and you want it to look like it's dripping at the bottom or something, you can go to fonts.google.com. And what's really cool about this is it says right here, try out your text. So I could write in water cycle, and then it changes every font. It has every Google font listed, and you can just scroll through them. But now instead of saying try out your text with any font, it'll say water cycle. So I can just scroll through until I see one that looks really cool with drippy font, and then it tells me the title, so I can go back and grab that one. So I maybe hang out at fonts.google.com, every now and then. I also think it's really fun to pair a chunky, big, thick font with a light and thin font. And so here's some of my favorites. I have this graphic in, but I have a whole blog post about it because I am a little bit of a font nerd. So these are just some fun ones I like right here, some light ones I like, and then some ideas for pairing them together, like Ranchers with Architect's Daughter. That looks really pretty for a title and then a subtitle. So just a thought, hope that those are helpful to you. And I have a bunch more listed on my website as well. Those were my favorite text tips. All right, I'm gonna move on to time-saving tricks. Jamae, interrupt me if there's a question I need to answer. Time-saving tricks. Keyboard and mouse shortcuts to get your vision from your brain to the slide quickly, hopefully. So one of my favorite time-saving tricks is to click and drag across to select multiple objects. Here, I've inserted a text box, but it's not the right size that I want, but I already have 3. I can go above it and click and drag across to highlight all 3. And then when I move things, look, all 3 of those text boxes are moving proportionately because I have all 3 highlighted. So again, after you make some things, if you want to do the same thing to all 3 of them, or you just want to highlight a couple of things at the same time, you can go above and maybe like to the left and click and drag across until you kind of draw a box like I did right there over everything you want to highlight. And then you can adjust everything at the same time. That's a big time saver. Another big time saver is use the red guidelines. If you didn't know they were there, these red guidelines will pop up when you're in Google Slides. They are showing you this is the center of the slide, horizontally and vertically. I got those backwards. But also when you have more than one object, they'll start to show you like if they're lined up or not. Little blue or red guidelines will pop up. So look for those guidelines and use them. You can also format multiple objects at the same time. There I clicked and dragged across, but now at the same time, I can say all of you need a white filling. All of you need a pink outline. All of you need a thicker border so I can see it. And I didn't have to do it one at a time. Just by clicking and dragging across, now I can do all of it at the same time. Like, is that a time saver or what? Other ways to select multiple objects, you can, if, for example, all of those boxes in my previous slide were right next to each other. So that made it easy to click and drag across. But what if it's one thing here and one thing here and one thing here that you want to change, but you've got other stuff in the middle and you don't want everything to change? You can hold down Control. This is my first side of my slide. You can hold down Control and click on each object and it'll let you select like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can change everything. Another way to do it, if it's like, I only need to not have one of these. I need everything to be pink except one needs to be blue. You can click and drag across everything and then hold Control to deselect the one that you don't want to change. So I think I have an example of that here. So I'm going to click and drag to highlight across, and then I hit Control D to duplicate. Control D to duplicate again. I believe I do 9 boxes. There we go. And then I'm going to click and drag across all of it. Nope, I didn't. I selected the middle one and I'm changing that. I need just the middle one only to have a blue border and filling. And then I'm clicking and dragging across everything because I want to change everything, but not the blue. So I held control and unselected the middle and changed everything else to purple, but the middle stayed blue. So that's a way to do like, I want all of these, but it's like control is your but, not this one. That's a good time saver. You also could get one perfect first, and then I already told you control D, but that's a great one. It's like copy and paste all at once. So I could make something one time, make it absolutely perfect, get the font how I want it, get the colors how I want it, get the border how I want it. And then once that one is perfect, hit control D a bunch of times to make as many as I can. I'm even typing in, I think I was making a compliment card. So I think that's what it says is compliment card if I can spell. And once I put in compliment card and it's perfect and I love it, then I highlight it on the outside and I control D, line that up. See how I'm using those red guidelines? Line it up. Now I'm going to click and drag across to highlight all 3. Control D to duplicate all 3. Control D again. That way I've got the 9 I need, but they're already perfect. You can also, this is a quick one, instead of trying to get exactly perfect on the word you want, if you just want to highlight one word to change it, you can just double click. If you want to highlight the whole paragraph, you can triple click and it'll highlight your whole paragraph. So double click to get the word highlighted. If you just want to change, like maybe you want that word to be bold. Sometimes it's hard. Maybe it's just me that I have struggled with it, but sometimes it's hard to like get your mouse in the right place and, you know, like click and hold across to just highlight that one word. So it's a really quick time saver just to go double click. It highlighted the word anywhere in the word. Just get in the middle of a word and double click, done. Want the whole paragraph, triple click, whole paragraph's highlighted so you can change it. It's another time saver. So one more time saver that I want to talk about is I want to show you how I made this graphic right here. This was like my title screen. And you might be thinking, what the heck? You made all those individual tiles? That must have taken you a day to make that whole background. It took me like 3 minutes at the most. Actually, I'm going to show you. I think it's like more like 1 minute. So I'm going to show you. This is me making it. I made one brick, duplicate, 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 control D, highlight. Now I'm going to right click on it and say align at the top. So they're all aligned at the top. Then I unclicked and moved one all the way over to where I want my wall to end. Click and drag across everything. And this time I'm going to right click and say distribute horizontally. This makes them all exactly evenly spaced. They're all highlighted. So all I had to do is hit control D, move it over. So it's like a brick wall. Control D again. You know how bricks go back and forth. Control D, move it over. Control D, move it over. That took no time so far, right? Then I was like, you know, I don't want all the bricks to be the same color. Bricks have variation. So I'm going to click on one and go to the filling. And I'm going to choose custom because I want, this is the color it's on. I want a slightly darker. So I just moved to slightly darker and say, okay. Now I'm going to click on a different brick. And now that color lives in my custom colors. So I can go add a few more that are at the bottom. Your custom colors go to the bottom when you go to colors. So I just changed a few to that custom color. And then I wanted, after this one, I think I do, hey, I want a few that are a lighter color. So I'm going to go on a new custom again by clicking custom. And this time I'm going to click a little bit lighter. Okay, add a lighter, add a little bit lighter color, go back, add it again. I made it once. Once you make a custom color, it lives right at the bottom for your whole presentation. It doesn't live there forever, but it lives there for your whole presentation. And then I was done. Made a brick wall that fast. So here's what I did. I'm going to zoom out and do it slowly if you had not heard of those tips before. I duplicate, 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 duplicate. I highlighted all of them. And then I had, I did a line vertically to the top. So they moved all to the top. Oops, I accidentally grabbed one more thing. So I can undo because I accidentally grabbed this. Then I can align vertically to the top. Then I move one over all the way over here, how big I want my wall to be. And then I right click and say distribute horizontally so that they're all evenly spaced out. Looks like I made too many. So I would need to, you know, delete a couple and try again to make them distribute. It's good to see people make mistakes, right? We can make mistakes. So then they're distributed nicely. So then next up, I've got that brick wall. I can highlight all and then control D to duplicate and just kind of go back and forth to make my little pathway back and forth. I'm going fast, but you get the idea. Then you already saw me just do it. I choose a random brick. I go to my custom colors. I've got them all here, but I could go to custom to add a new color and just choose a lighter color, a darker color, and then it would change that. So I get that variation really quickly. And then the final step I didn't tell you yet is you can drag across all of these, because right now they're all individual bricks. And when I'm moving it around the page, I might mess everything up. So I want it to be one object now. So I can click and drag across everything and right click and choose the word group. Now this moves as one unit. Love that so much. I hope you do too. So that is how I made the wall. And then all I did was add word art. This is simply word art on top and 2 pieces of clip art on top, all grouped together. I taught you some tricks during that demo. And so I want to tell you a few of those tricks that I added. The align tool, again, just if you want to see it, was right here. I'm adding some X's in because I created a presentation that was a digital checklist for kids. And so here I'm duplicating. Then I'm going to, again, click and drag across all of them. I'm going to align horizontally and vertically. If I align vertically first, it's going to go straight to the top. They're in a big line. Then I'm going to align horizontally. Now they're all on top of each other. It looks like there's only one. This is kind of a cool thing because every time a kid drags one off, it looks like you have made infinite X's. So you look like a magician teacher when you do that. The distribute tool, highlight, right click, choose distribute, and then you do horizontally or vertically. So distribute horizontally, boom, it makes them all perfectly even. If you want more creating and slide shortcuts, I have a bunch more tips at this blog post. Also, all of the step-by-step directions with video or animations are there, so you can reference it later. I also love keyboard shortcuts. You heard me mention like Control D to copy and paste. That's one of my favorites. Look, there's a bunch more that I love. If you want to be able to, zoom into your screen fast, or some font shortcuts for increasing and decreasing font. Here's some of my favorites, but I'm going to keep going. After time-saving tricks, I'm going to pause for a minute because it is time for the attendance code. Jamae, you can take it away.
Okay, thank you. Oh my goodness, Ariel. No. Okay. We did have a few questions in there, so you could probably address it, and I'll give them about 60 seconds to go ahead and grab the code. Thank you so much. Okay, it should be sharing. Those of you out there, please remember to write down the code and have it ready for the end of the day so you can see it up on the screen. It should be appearing shortly. We do have that 30-second delay, so go ahead and feel free to write down the first hour code in room 4. Are you guys just amazed with Meredith stuff? I'm just like going crazy. And I know I've seen this one before, but it just jogged my memory with all the other stuff. And I go, oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. So thank you, Meredith, for your energy. You could probably see that in the chat and all the great tips. And you probably saw the one about the image thing. I think they were saying to do a screenshot if it's an image and then read and write. That's how they would be able to use that. That was one of the earlier questions that was asked.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad someone in the room knew, because I certainly didn't know.
Right, me too.
Awesome. All right. Can I answer a question while that code is up?
Absolutely. Thank you.
I saw that Courtney Kaminsky said, could you have control clicked some of the boxes, like to highlight multiple boxes and then change the color of several boxes at once? Yes, you can. You can even do a bunch. You can control click several text boxes and change the font all at the same time, or the color or the size. So when you are control clicking and you have multiple things highlighted, it lets you make several changes at once, which is super helpful and time saver. So you don't have to, as a teacher, every second counts. So yes, you can do more than one at once, which is super helpful. I also see a question. Are there any of these shortcuts changing with the new updates starting August 1st in Google Apps? My honest answer is I do not know. With these things that I've shared have been pretty consistent for many, many years. The only thing that I would anticipate changing, I don't think they're going to change keyboard shortcuts. I don't think they're going to change that you can click and drag across. Those are kind of standards. Things that could change is where something is hidden in the menus. I said you go to File, Insert Image. Well, it might be somewhere else. But I think for the most part, you are golden. You're golden with these tips.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. So I hope you were able to get the code. And I'm going to let Miss Meredith Akers resume. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamae. I hope everybody got the code. We are going to go on to our fourth section. So we've covered setup hacks, some text tips, because I like things to look pretty, some time-saving tricks. And I was just looking at the chat. I think some of you were like, yes, that is going to save me time. So I love it. Now I would love to share some hopefully inspiring examples. I don't claim to be the inspiration, but if it doesn't inspire you, hopefully if it doesn't inspire you, like this is something I could use, maybe it inspires you to make something better that you could share out with all of us, because that's what I feel like great educators do. We are here for all kids, right? And so that's why I share. So share back if you come up with something great, because we want to share with each other. So here's some hopefully inspiring examples to get the great ideas flowing. I shared this a few years back. This is a daily slide deck, and it's been super fun for me to walk around our district and see that it has gotten passed around and tweaked and made better. And so I know some of you are like maybe going, oh, I got this from my friend. I have one like it, but we changed this or that, and you made it your own. Excellent job. That's the whole point of this session. So that makes my heart so glad. This was created very simply. Obviously, this is a slide deck. And then I just made a big black rectangle. And instead of making the title like we normally do on a slide, like right here, I just did the title, the words right directly on the slide. I made a black box and made the words white, just so it looked different. And then this is just a white circle. So to make this look kind of cool and different, I drew a big black rectangle and then a little white circle. And then I did my titles different. You can see that I've used that tip or trick that I shared earlier with font pairings, that I've used a skinny font with a big fat chunky font, just because that looks nice together. I have this available to you. If you want the link, it's right there. Oh, I did see someone in the chat say, where can I get this slide deck so I can click on everything? Everything's located at that bit.ly link, bit.ly, it's at the bottom here, /MA Maker. Just make sure you're case sensitive. But that way you can click on it and grab this link and then obviously make it your own. Make it how you want to make it. There's also step-by-step instructions, and I even put a video tutorial to walk you through how I created it so you can make your own. Because sometimes, yes, it's helpful to get the template, but if you're like me, I like to make it myself because I want it in my colors. I want it in my style with my fonts. So I show you how I did it so that you can do it yourself if you want. Earlier, I showed you this blended learning checklist that I made. So I wanted to show you a bigger version. And if you're thinking, oh my gosh, how did she get those exactly perfectly spaced? You're not thinking that because I use the distribute tool, because you can also distribute vertically so that they're exactly perfectly spaced. You can also distribute text boxes. So after I put in these 4 text boxes, I highlighted over them and distributed them so that they're all perfectly spaced. And look at that. I'm following my own rules. I put some directions on the side. If you want a copy of that, if you're like, hey, I think I could use this with my kids would like a digital checklist that they can drag over. This is what I've accomplished. Hey, check it out. Also, this one's helpful. We used this at Rennell a little bit. We had, some kids, I don't know if you had this, just kidding. Some kids were online and some kids were face-to-face, and all the kids online had computers, but all the kids face-to-face didn't. Remember that? That was fun. So I set it up to be 8.5 by 11 so that you could hit print. And for the kids in person, they could print it and actually do a physical check. This is helpful. If you have a kid with a concussion, they're not supposed to be on electronics. You could hit print. Even if your kids are going to mostly use it through Schoology, it's helpful sometimes to set things up 8.5 by 11 because you could hit print for that kiddo that has an accommodation, that needs a paper copy, that's been on vacation and came back from Disneyland and didn't take you. How rude. You can help them out. Another fun example is this one is not in Google Slides. I know I've been singing slides praises today. This one is actually a blended learning checklist set up in Sheets. So that's like Excel, but that's the Google version. I like this one because it's color coded and that's fun for me. But also I like it because it has a self-assessment. There's a lot of research that if kids assess themselves on how well they're doing, not just how well they're doing on the academics, although self-assessing on how well they're doing on academics is very helpful for them because they're taking a moment to think about it. It actually helps them learn more. It's also very powerful, and research has shown when kids self-assess how well they worked, like how engaged they were. I was having a conversation this week with one of our teachers at Rennell, Michelle Birch, who last year started having her kids daily set like an intention. How engaged am I going to be today? And she had kind of a rubric for it. And then at the end, she would have them rate themselves, like, how well did you do? And she said that she had one student who let her know, hey, I didn't do very well on this assignment. And actually, when I look back at my engagement, I wasn't very engaged that day. And it was like for the first time, the student made that connection of like, if I don't work hard, I don't do as well. But you know what? I bet that's an elementary student. I bet some of your high schoolers, high school people out there, or middle school people out there, they might need to make that connection some days that like, oh, maybe I do better when I'm engaged. So adding that little self-assessment in there. That's just my little plug as a administrator out there to say, have that self-assessment in there. It's really helpful. And then it's also helpful to have something you pass out, see where you can add something like, hey, anything else you'd like to share? Maybe you'll have a student that's going to share like, hey, I'm going to the nationals for cheerleading. Like that's a cool thing that they want to share with you, but maybe they're a quieter student and they wouldn't have just blurted it out and told you. Or maybe you might have a student who writes in here something that they're upset about, something personal. Most of the time, most of your kids will probably write like, you're funny, I'm having a good day. But it's helpful to have that for the times that someone shares something meaningful that can help you build that relationship. And how hard is it for you to just have a place? Hey, is there anything you want to share with me that you can just check every once in a while when you check their checklist? So throwing that out there. If you want that checklist, either one of those, they're at this link. You can take those just to check them out and make your own better, because I'm sure that your class does not run like my made up example, because I'm a principal. I don't have a classroom right now. So these are made up examples. Please tweak it. Don't just use it. I believe in my heart of hearts that we got to get creative with ways to practice content that's not for a grade. Jamae mentioned in my lovely introduction that she gave that I just got my doctorate. So I just went through being a student again. And I will tell you, it is frustrating as a student when you're told something once and then tested over it. Like, let me have some time to like talk with someone about it or work with that content and like get it in my brain, put it in that long-term memory, right? Like that brain dump that I showed you that has retrieval practice. Well, I believe in giving students the ability to practice. So here's one little template that's fun to have kids practice and self-check on their own. In this example, it looks like magic that they get to self-check and it reveals the 8. Oh my goodness, how is the magnifying glass revealing the answer? Well, it's really that I've made the text of like 4 times 1 is 4. 4 is just green. It's the same color green as the background. And the magnifying glass is going in between. So it's showing up when it goes behind. So it's just like magic, but not really. So this is a great way. You could put any questions. It doesn't have to be math questions, any questions to have your content in there, and they can self-check. You could do it in Schoology. You could do it on your Promethean board, and kids could go up in pairs and have a super fun time and enjoy getting to use the Promethean board for what it was made to be used for, which is kids manipulating on it. Another example of that, oh, you can have it. I have the template for you and the directions. This is another example of kids dragging and dropping. This one, the answers are on the outside. The questions are here. So there's 4 questions. Directions are on the same slide. Imagine that. Now, when students do this, even if they do it on your Promethean board, you don't go into slideshow view. You leave it in editing view. So it has to be an editing view. That way they can see the dead space. And then they can go up to your Promethean board and go, I'm going to think this answer is 32. They would grab the 32, drag it on, drop it onto the answer. Then it says here in the bottom, go to slide 2 for the answer key. On slide 2, down here, it will say, number 1, the answer is blue, 32. Number 2, the answer is orange. And they can actually, because you can see your thumbnail, while they're on slide 2, they can see if they got it right or not because those colors stand out. I would love for you to check that out. Also, there's a rainbow unicorn on it. I mean, who wouldn't want to check that out? So check out the rainbow unicorn drag to solve if you're interested. And if you're like, I don't really want a rainbow unicorn because I'm an adult male teacher, then if that's not your thing and you don't think your high school kids, for example, might like it, change it. That's why I taught you all this stuff. Go see my video on how I made it and then change it. All right, so we got through setup hacks, we got through text tips, time-saving tricks, and inspiring examples. I would love to hear some feedback from you in the chat or at Meredith Akers. You can hit me up on Twitter, but I would love for you to share out what tips or tricks or hacks will help you with your content. I made you think about your content and objectives at the beginning. I wish we had an elbow partner. That's why I wrote that. So since we don't, would you put in the chat something you're excited to use, something, maybe there's a template that you're excited to tweak or try out. Would you please blow up the chat right now and hit me up on Twitter and tell me about what you are excited to use, what trick you hadn't heard before, or it was a light bulb moment for how you can do something. I hope we have some of those, but most importantly, I hope you have something that you can use in your classroom with your content this year. While you're doing that, I hope, I have additional resources available for you at meredithakers.com. I've got Master, the Slide Master. Remember, it used to be called Slide Master. Now it's Theme Builder. So all those tips and tricks are there for Theme Builder. Fun with fonts. If you're a font person like me, I got a bunch more for you there. A bunch of fun things there at that bit.ly link, bit.ly/MA Maker. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I had such a blast with you guys this morning.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Meredith. It was excellent as always. And you could just see the comments coming in on the chat. It's just amazing. And like I said, I just really appreciate you taking your time out with all the things you do. So again, thank you for being with us. First session in the morning. I think you got everybody pumped up for this whole day, because I don't even need coffee now, because somebody said you need to make an energy drink. And I'm like, wow, that would be so cool. So anyway, thank you guys again. I know that you might want to jump into your next session, and thank you again, Meredith. You have a good rest of the day. Love you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, in here for our 9 o'clock session. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and those of you who are out there, hold on. This is going to be another great session.
Thank you, Jemay. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, so we are talking about crafting the ultimate student experience when it comes to blended learning. I am the blended learning coordinator, but I also was recently named the director for planning and choice schools for my district. So I'm in a bit of a transition, which is fantastic with the district. So I'm very excited about that. As for our agenda today, I am going to talk to you a little bit just about blended learning, whether you're new to it or you've dipped your toes into it in the past. A student experience is a really great place to start so that as a teacher, your students know the processes and procedures that must take place during that very limited class time that I'm sure that you all probably have, so that you can get life done and students can grow where they need to grow in. And so as we walk through things together today, I would love for you to, throw any questions in the chat that you have about if you have a student experience or things that you find intriguing today. That would be lovely. So first of all, we'll just talk about what our student experience is. I'll show you what ECISD student experience looks like, and then we'll let you look and see how you can prepare for next year. I do have a bit.ly and a QR code, and so if you would like to take this bit.ly to follow along, I think I have most of the links or all of the links that I can have opened up for your viewing pleasure, up and ready to go. So feel free to type in bit.ly or bit.ly/ultimate SE, and it is on every slide for you. Just make sure that it is capitalized when it needs to be. So I do want to point out too that blended learning is a part of our strategic plan. And so about 5 years ago, we had a new superintendent come along, and he did some listening and learning along with our district leaders at the time, with a parent committee, with students, and they decided on a strategic plan. What did we need to have going forward in our district? And so the learning journey was born, and underneath that learning journey, we said that systematizing blended learning would be a part of that. So how we wrote that in there is just that we are going to promote every single student where they have choice in their learning, where we can personalize for every student so that they can grow and succeed no matter what. So what is our student experience? Well, we have a framework in our district, a curricular requirement framework in our district that just says, hey, teachers, here's what we need you to teach. It's not that this is exactly the words that you need to say, but it's a document that has our high quality instructional materials. I'm going to click on this so we can expand it just a little bit. There we go. And so it has a lot of information for teachers. That way it helps with their time, with their planning. You don't have to go to a million different resources to find ways to plan. Our curriculum instruction teams have worked very hard to help teachers concentrate on where to go with planning to make it a little bit easier. And so with the framework, I'm going to start with our K2 group. I see some of you are joining it. And so feel free, like I said, the links that are open and viewable to everyone, feel free to do so. But we have our RLA breakdown. We have 160 minutes in our district for our K2 students. And so our framework shows the teachers, this is how much time you should be spending for each one of our sections, our foundational skills, vocabulary, etc. We also point out that our RTI time is outside of this literacy framework to catch up for our students. And then LLI, we also have outside of that time. We have in this framework, our bilingual department also has contributed to the work. And what days, we have English days, we have Spanish days for our bilingual department for materials. But on here, we have the assessment calendar, the instructional model, backwards planning, everything teachers need in order to succeed with their students. And then all of the high quality instructional materials that we know students will get exactly what they need in order to grow. And so when we started developing our student experience, teachers were a little bit nervous because they said, Mandy, how am I going to get through all of the tier 1 instruction? Because tier 1 is, it's a hill I will die on. It is a requirement. But how are we going to get through all of that tier 1 instruction? And then I have to create 8 stations for my students in order to plan and get through everything. And I thought, well, that's a lot for a kindergartner, 8 stations for kindergartners to do. That's a lot to have to plan for. And so to help calm teachers down a little bit, we said during your station rotation time, we're going to concentrate on 3 stations. And I'll get into that here in just a second. So one of those stations, we called it the teacher table. The second one, we called it the adaptive learning station. And then the third station, we called it data-driven activities. Now, mind you, we had been doing guided reading and guided math in our district beforehand. And so we tried to make this something not new. What were teachers already doing? What did they already have in place so that this wasn't something brand new to them? And so if you are in the presentation, I have linked 3 different student experiences here. Our elementary RLA was recently updated, like I'm talking this week. And so we have those changes ready to go. The secondary RLA, we are just now stepping into a middle school experience. And so we have a lot of learning to do as we roll out with our middle school teachers. And then elementary math, we did start last year, 2 years ago actually, but it's time to revisit the experiences that we gave to students. So I'm going to click on our elementary RLA, and I'm just going to show you here how we approach our student experience. So basically, our student experience says, outside of tier 1 instruction, what are the expectations that our students need to do during that station rotation time? And so as we worked with a group, they're called the CA group. We were part of a blended learning grant through the Charles Butt Foundation. We went through an experience with them to help us develop our student experience. And so to help teachers, remember, who wanted to do 8 stations. We said, let's cut that back down. And so here was one experience or one example that they gave us that a school district was using. Again, we put the information in here on the framework for teachers, but we also put in a schedule. I know a schedule sometimes is not for everybody. I like a schedule. I like to know exactly how many minutes. Now, would I hold myself up, if I needed to do, 50 minutes, I could play with that time just a little bit. But here is where we said, okay, tier 1 instruction, that foundational skills, vocabulary, and reading workshop has to happen every single day. But when do we do blended learning? Well, blended learning happens during this structured small group or literacy center time. And so it works out for us. We have 50 minutes in our day, every single day for elementary RLA to do this. And then after that 50-minute literacy time is up, then we have writer's workshop that's also included in our time. However, some of our teachers also wanted students to work on writing during that literacy center time. And so as they moved throughout the year, they included a writing station or a writing center during that blended learning time. So here is what our K2 blended learning student experience looked like. And so again, every single day they had whole group instruction. They had that tier 1 instruction for those time frames. And then we broke into that 50-minute small group instruction. So at the small group teacher table, we wanted teachers to focus on a few things. Number 1, that small group. We needed teachers to pull students with like skills based on whatever data that we were using at the time. So we said we were using NWEA map data. We had weekly assessments through our textbook that we use. We use HMH. We could use our Saxon decodables. And so those were our data points. Is this something that you probably are already doing? Most likely, this was something our teachers were already doing. So this, as we go into the blended realm, it wasn't asking a whole lot of extra for teachers to do because it's something that we were already doing. Now, the thing that was a little bit extra in some cases was the one-on-one check-ins and the student-facing data trackers. Now, I will say that a lot of our teachers had student-facing, or they had folders like data trackers, but the teachers were the ones that were completing the data trackers. And so we worked with our teachers to figure out a way that students could become in control of their own data. And so after we took an assessment last year, we utilized iStation. And so how could we take iStation and then have the students look at that data and figure out what they need and talk about it with their teacher and set goals on that? And so it took a lot of practice over a few years to get our students comfortable with that and talking about how students could talk about what they needed with their data. So this was, for some, the only new part of what needs to happen at the teacher table. Now, some students were very low, and so they were required, they had to bust out the LLI kits, and so that way they could see, that way they could help their students when they needed to with that material. But we also wanted some teachers to have some ideas of what could they pull for activities at the structured small group table. So we could take a peek at NWA map data and using that student report, we could group our students together, looking at the student profile, we could get more TEAC specific on what they needed and go from there. We are utilizing iReady for both math and RLA this year. And so iReady has teacher guided lessons that we are going to use at the teacher table based on the skills that students need. Of course, stacks and decodables in practice. The short cycle assessments are our SCAs. Again, we use HMH, so those take and teach lessons. Those are just some of the, few ideas that teachers could use. Is this all of it? No. Teachers have the autonomy to use what they need in order to move the needle in a positive direction for the students. The second station we utilized is the adaptive software station. Now, this right here is blended learning literally in action. Put the students on technology that's going to help fill gaps without the teacher having to do any of the heavy lifting. And so last year, like I said, we utilized iStation. They took a monthly test, and then that test automatically gave them, activities to fill in their gaps. We will use iReady this year. And iReady has a diagnostic for 3 times a year that will give them activities that they can go and do. But then if teachers also need to go in, then they can add more activities for them. And so in our district, we have what we call outcomes-based contracting. And so we do put a 40-minute requirement on our students because we need them to complete at least 40 minutes of online content, digital content a week in order to fulfill our contractual obligations with iReady. The final one is data-driven activities. Now, this station could morph into a few different things, but it could always start as one. So I'll show you again in just a second, but remember that we started out with the framework. We have this thing called the first 21 days. And I don't know if you in your district utilize the first 21 days. But in our district, we utilize the first 21 days, and that's just getting ready to do these stations, setting up the expectations, how students can become problem solvers if they, if they run into issues, because you, as the teacher, don't need to be bothered. I know that sounds rude, but you have a job to do with your students that are at your table. You need your students to work independently outside in the groups, and so our first 21 days works to introduce this third station out here as well. And so this station can become a few different things. So first off, when you're getting started, it can be something independent where you started something from your tier 1 instruction that students need to finish during station rotation. That's on grade level practice that they could do. It can be a peer collaboration activity. And so we have task cards that students can work through. So thinking in a math classroom, even though I have RLA up, what if I have 2-digit by 2-digit multiplication that students are ready for, but some students are only ready for 1-digit by 1-digit multiplication? Well, those can be 2 different activities based on student needs that I can group them together for. We also talk to our teachers about playlists and choice boards being a part of this station. I'm sure you've heard of playlists. I'm sure you've heard of choice boards, but I feel the need to say this out loud anyway. Playlists and choice boards are just a little bit different from one another. So choice boards, they have the word choice in there. Students can do what they want to in any order they want to. It's their choice. But playlists are very specific. I have to do number 1, so then I can do number 2, so then I can do number 3. So they typically build upon one another. And so even if in my playlist, I can include the teacher table first off, and then my playlist, my second thing could be something I do over here. So that way I had time with the teacher. Now I'm working independently, and then I could do something else after that. So it builds on one another. And then even in the playlist, you could say, well, number 4, you could start on your adaptive software station. It could be something like that. Teaks bins are something that we have taken 3 years to develop. And I know that sounds like a long time, but they are just standards aligned activities for manipulatives that we have available for students. And so our teachers have these containers, these large drawers containers with 3 different colors in them. And so if a student, let's say, is working on comprehension, well, we can have an on grade level comprehension bucket, but then we can have something that stretches them for above grade level. And then we can have something that they might need for students who need some scaffolding that's below grade level. And so finding the TEKS bins and utilizing the materials that our curriculum instruction department have developed for us, like I said, it's taking a hot minute to really see, well, what do our students need, and create those TEKS bins based on that. Some other activities or ideas, our textbook offers some station ideas. Summit K-12, we use those for our language learners. Florida Center for Research. We utilize Schoology and Seesaw, iRead, Word Study Studio. But then our curriculum instruction department also did a session this summer on different examples for choice boards, TEKS bins, and playlists. And so if these feel free, if you clicked on these and you cannot see this stuff, definitely let me know and I'll make a copy and change my presentation so that you can see these. But these are just some different ideas that teachers in our district have been using, or what we have related to our our textbooks. So you can take the ideas that we've created and utilize your textbook in place of that. I want to open up a TEKS bin activity here just so you can see this. If you have never heard of Microsoft Teams Fluency for reading progress, this is something that is absolutely awesome because you can upload reading passages for your students and they can read, and then it will give you a running records result, and it is absolutely awesome. But here are some other examples. Here are the TEKS bins that I was talking about. And so the students work with the teacher during that one-on-one time so that they know what color of bin they're supposed to go to. And so when I say that students are, people ask me, are students embarrassed about their data or anything like that? No, they are not. They will tell you, I didn't do very well on this test because I played around and I know now that I need to do better for the next time. I love how they are owning that. And so that makes me feel absolutely amazing that the kids are already taking control of their own learning in that fashion. I do want to make this bigger here. And then finally, the personalized playlist. There we go. The personalized playlist, again, log into our textbook adoption, go to this Jamboard. Now, I know Jamboard is getting redone, it's going away. And so some of these things are going to have to be moved to other areas. But here are just some ideas that they have that our curriculum instruction team has already put in here. And so they do have some notes if you can see these, but please let me know, Jamae, if in the chat, if we can't see these.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So our 3rd through 5th grade is the same because we're setting a standard across our district. And so the 3rd through 5th grade is the same as well. The only thing for our whole group instruction, our tier 1 instruction, you can see from here that we have just a little bit different amount of time. It's not only foundational skills, we have communication in here as well, but then they have vocabulary readers workshop. But the small group instruction stays the same. The adaptive software stays the same, especially with the required amount of weekly minutes for our outcomes-based contracting. But they only have 45 minutes for small group instruction. And some of our 3 through 5 classrooms are departmentalized. And so they've asked, well, Mandy, what does this look like when we only have, I only have an hour every single week? Well, they have, an hour every single day. How am I supposed to do all of this and the small group instruction? And so how they've kind of tweaked their time is they front load Monday. They spend a little bit more time with the tier 1 instruction, and then a little bit of time on the station work. And then Tuesday they get, then Tuesday the foundation or the tier 1 instruction goes down. We get a little more time with stations. And so by Thursday, Friday, you typically have more station time, and less tier 1 instruction there. And so that's how our teachers are trying it. Is it the perfect answer? Probably not, but it's working for them. And so I say, try something that is going to work for you, and see how it goes. And then, if it doesn't work, try something else. And so that just really quickly is what our elementary looks like. Now, I will highlight very quickly our secondary experience is just a little bit different. We have 2 different versions for our 6th and 7th students. Some of our 6th and 7th students will have a 90-minute block for literacy. Some 6th and 7th students will have a 45 or 50-minute block for literacy. Our 8th graders only have a 50-minute block for literacy. So I hope that makes sense. Some 6th and 7th graders have a 90-minute block for literacy. Some 6th and 7th graders have a 45 or 50-minute block for literacy, and all 8th grade have a 50-minute block for literacy. So what does that look like for station rotation here? Well, Monday for our middle school students for 6th and 7th with that double block have more time. The majority of the time is with that tier 1 instruction with a very small dosage of just introducing the stations. And so on the screen here, you can see that I have, oh my gosh, I just lost my thought. For secondary, they don't consider the teacher table a station within what the students are doing, like it's an independent station on its own. So I'll say that. But here we still do the same thing at the guided comprehension small group teacher table. We'll still do iReady teacher lessons. We'll still do LOI. We'll still do data talks at the teacher table. And then you can see that they are pulling 2 groups of students a week. And so for 20 minutes. This is just how our time goes. I don't know if yours is something different. I would love to, have a conversation with you later on if that's the case. Their second station, or station 1 and station 2, you see that we might have a lot of students. We will have a lot of students. We had to do some cuts, of course, for budgets. So we will have many students in our classrooms. So if some students are here at station 1, which are TEAC spins, we're going to have 2 groups of students. But those ideas here, they can do comprehension on their level, vocabulary, word work, writing, everything on their level. So we'll basically have 4 student groups at doing the same kind of thing, comprehension, vocabulary, but it's going to be at their level. Station 3 is just that digital content. And so our students here are going to be required to get that 40 minutes per week for iReady. Now for our 45-minute period, so these are for our 6th through 8th kiddos that only have that single block. they are going to do stations 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so you can see that down here at the bottom, how our secondary RLA coordinator has that out. Again, the teacher table, small group instruction is not included in the station rotation. It is independent of that. But because we only have time for 2 stations, we have more groups that are within that station. So even though there's 3 groups, they're all doing something based on their needs. And then for our digital content, because we only have 45 minutes, these students are not part of our outcomes-based contracting. And so their digital content will still fill the needs that they have, but it is something different. So they will do Lexia Power Up instead of iReady. I'm just looking at the questions. Okay, cool. Yes, Jen, this should be clickable as well. So with about 10 minutes left of our time together, I know you're going to explore that, and I encourage you to do that. But I also want to get some notice and wonders for you as well. But I want to talk to you about learning labs. So something that I think helped us to move our blended learning quite far on the needle was conducting learning labs. And so at least once a month, we took our teachers during a PLC time and we went into other teachers' classrooms to see what they were doing. We were able to get ideas from other teachers. And this kind of made things like not a secret, and they were more comfortable with one another. Like, oh, well, so-and-so's trying this. Well, I'm going to see if that would work in my classroom with my kiddos. And so I just wanted to include that learning lab form here. But now it's how can you prepare? So for your teacher table, what data will you use? Do you use MAP? Do you have assessments like weekly assessments or short cycle assessments or something else that you can pull to the teacher table? Just think about how you'll differentiate for your groups. Do you have access to scripted lessons like through iStation or iReady? And data folders. Do you already have data folders in place? And how can students eventually take over leading that conversation for you? For your adaptive software program, do you already have something like that in place? How often do you assess? Is it actually adaptive, or do you have to go in and assign things? Do you have a required amount of minutes that your students have to get through? And then again, for the data folder piece, can students automatically add that data from the adaptive software into their own folders, or do they have to wait on you to do it? Just these are some of the questions that came up for us. And in some instances, our students had to wait for our teachers to give them the data. And then for the data-driven activities station, so do your textbooks offer stations for you? How often do you assess? We made it a point for our teachers to not get comfortable at the teacher table, because what if students were practicing it wrong in the moment? So as they were working at the teacher table, they got started with their students. And then when students could work independently for a hot second at the teacher table, they quickly got up and did an aggressive monitoring lab just to see how students were doing the stations around the room. Do you do choice boards or playlists? What independent activities do you have? What collaborative activities do you have? And then again, for the data folder piece, do students know why they're doing that activity? And then some other things to consider. When we started out with our blended learning, because we had been so used to doing guided reading and guided math, that the stations were so timed, like, okay, you have 20 minutes to do this, and then we're going to rotate. But as teachers got more comfortable and gave up some control in their rooms, they decided to let students kind of rotate at their own pace. And so how will you set that up? I saw earlier in the chat with classroom management. Classroom management is a huge, huge part of this. And if that isn't in place first, how can this even take place, right? And so you should have access to that first 21 days document. If not, please feel free to reach out and I will share that information with you and see if that will help. Differentiation. How is that going to work for you? What materials do you have a framework that your district already uses so that you can differentiate for your students? How long are your students going to have these stations available to do them? So some of our teachers said you have the week to do these stations. I want everything done by Friday. But then some of our teachers said, okay, here's the February calendar. You have all of February. Well, you know, February is not very long anyway, but you have all of February to do the activities that are here. And so how long will you do that? Data folders, when can you introduce these? We introduced ours about October because we finally had MAP out of the way in September. We had a few unit assessments from August, September that we could actually show students how to track their data. And so that's why we went with October. How can students eventually lead these talks with you as the teacher, with your parent, or with their parents? And can they answer the why behind why they're doing what they're doing? And so that is always the important part because sometimes I remember when we got started, I said, well, why are you doing something? Oh, my teacher told me I had to. But that's not why, you know, and so just ensuring that students know that they're doing this because this is where they lacked something and we're trying to help them grow. And then, like I said, consider the first 14 or 21 days to establish those routines. And then what does this look like? So as I coached teachers and went into classrooms, they said, well, what should you see when you come into our classrooms? So I said, cool, I'll let you know. So for teachers, when I walked into classrooms during that blended learning time, remember that 45 or 50-minute time, I said, I need to see small group instruction, or need to see you doing some one-on-one goal setting with students through their data folders. And so I explained it just a little more, you know, we went in a little more detail there. But what should our students be doing? Well, they shouldn't just be sitting on the computer getting all of the information, you know. They should be doing some sort of independent practice. Now, this could be paper, pencil. This could be through the computer. It could be a few things. Peer collaboration. The TEKS bins, once you're ready, don't hear me say that as soon as we log off of this call and you finish the DLC conference today that you're going to go and create all these TEKS bins. Like I said, it took us 3 years to really create what we needed based off of our data. And so give yourself some grace with that. And then lastly is the digital content. Now, of course, the iReady piece is our digital content, but teachers could also utilize Schoology and Seesaw to put practice materials on there for the students. So if you are in the if you're in the platform, in the presentation, I mean, there you should be able to click this very last slide, and it should open up into a Padlet just to hear your notices, like what catches your attention, what are you wondering about, what are your ideas or next steps? If the Padlet isn't working for you, feel free to throw it in the chat. And Jamae can definitely let me know. I'm going to check out the chat right now and see what I've missed.
Okay. I think most people are getting in, but also, Mandy, is it okay if I showed the code, or do you want to wait till after they've worked in it for a little bit?
Nope, I set my timer, Jamae. So if you want to share the code now, I have about 2 minutes left before I turned it over to you, but whatever you want to do, friend.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and share. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everyone out there, this is your moment to go ahead and grab the code for this session. So make sure you are jotting it down so that you could have it ready for the end of the day. So we'll leave it up for a few minutes. And if you want to ask Mandy any questions, I think she's looking at some of the ones that are still in the chat, and then she could continue talking about the Padlet as well. So thank you again for joining us on this awesome session as well. So I'll leave the code up for a little bit, and then I will take it down. Mandy, we really appreciate the resources that you're sharing, in this session. Some really good stuff.
You're very welcome. Well, thank you guys for your time today. I greatly appreciate it. I've thrown my contact information again up on the screen. I know you have the code up there, but again, if you have the presentation and you have a question that pops up, usually I have the memory of a gnat at times, and so it's like, oh, I meant to ask this, or what about that? Please feel free to email me. I love getting in touch with people and just thinking through things. And so any questions I love to answer. So thank you for your time today.
I'm going to stop sharing, and if there's anything else you want to share with them as well, please feel free. Her information is up now, so you guys could go ahead and grab that information with Mandy. And Mandy, we are so appreciative that you're here. I guess I should show my face too to tell you thank you. I hope you enjoyed doing our conference, but we really enjoyed having you, and I could tell just by the chat that people are really thanking you, and they're getting some really great ideas. So once again, thank you for being here for the 9 o'clock session, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, and feel free to join some other sessions as well. We'll be here for the rest of the day up until 4 o'clock. Presenter, her name is Wauna Johnson, and she is super excited to be here today. Hi, Wauna. How are you? I'm going to go ahead and tell you a little bit about Wauna. She is excited about being here. Number one, this is her your first year to present, right, for us? You have been completing your 7th consecutive year as an art teacher here in CFISD. You have currently served as the Fine Arts Department Chair at the home of the Awesome Panthers at Cy Springs High School. And you hold a bachelor degree in visual arts and graphic design from the University of Houston, and Houston Clear Lake, and a master degree in the Christian leadership from Liberty University. And you have been blessed with 3 amazing adult children. I'm going to have to stop. She's too young. There's no way. Anyway, but and she has 5 grandbabies. 5, y'all. And her art has always been one of her passion, along with technology. So that's a perfect mix. And due to the unlimited possibilities of creation and exploration. So taking that technology and her creativity, I'm just blown away. But anyway, without further ado, I just want to introduce you to Wauna Johnson. Thank you for being here for our 3rd session, and I'm going to just let you take it away. So those of you out there, please, if you have any questions, put in the chat. Wauna will be happy to answer any questions as she moves along her presentation. So once again, thank you guys for being here. Bye. Thank you, Wauna.
Thank you. Appreciate you so much, Jamae, for that introduction. Hello, wonderful people. Yes, I'm Wauna Johnson. I'm super excited to be here to share with you all some easy tips for using Chrome, desktop, email, and your calendar. And I'm hoping that you will use these throughout the year, find them to be useful, find them to help you save some time on your tasks throughout the year. Okay, I am going to share my desktop. So that we can get started. Okay. Can everybody see?
It looks like I see it on my end. I think they'll add in the
Okay.
chat if they don't. Thanks.
Are we good to go? Everyone can see the easy tech tips presentation screen, home screen? Okay, awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Okay, so for this session, we're going to be reviewing some desktop tips for Windows. I'm going to show you guys how to split your screen, how to see all your programs at once on your desktop, how to add Google Drive also to your desktop. It's a super sufficient way to navigate your files. And then we're going to move on to Google Web Browser, how to navigate tabs and menu functions there, how to create QR codes, some shortcut keys, and more things that will be helpful. And then we're going to explore email and calendar tips, creating groups, inserting GIFs in emails, and adding invites and calendar invites as well. Okay, desktop for Windows. Just disclosure here, I am on an HP Pavilion. I'm using Windows 11. So all the tips that I'll be showing you are going to be from these two platforms. All right, so here's a little snippet from the tech tip sheet that I'm going to be sharing at the end. So no worries if we move on and there's something that you need to take some more time on. You're going to have everything from the tip sheet available to you so that you can try these on your own again if you want to, or just have them as a ready resource when you're ready to use them. Okay, so we're going to explore how to split your screen, okay, using some shortcut keys, how to snip your screen, how to snip an image that is currently displaying on your screen so that you can copy and paste it somewhere else. And I'm going to show you how to use the desktop task view so you can view all of your programs at once and navigate to the one that you're needing. And then this nifty right-click menu, I'm going to show you how to use that. It's available for any platform that you have open. It just gives you additional resources for that system that you're currently on. And then how to select your desktop folders all at once, and also how to add Google Drive to your desktop. All righty. Okay, first up is split screen. So because the setup here, I tried to do the split screen so you wouldn't be able to see half of mine, but I wanted to give you the instructions for it because it is a really, really handy tool to know how to do. So to split your screen, it just means that you have two windows open at the same time so that you can use the information that you need from both without having to minimize one and open up the other. All right, so, and if you guys want to try this while we are going over the tips, please feel free to do this. Again, this is for Windows. It's for Windows 11, and I'm pretty sure all of these tips can be used on a Mac and a Chromebook. This one in particular, I did go ahead and put the instructions for a Chromebook because I know our students are on Chromebooks, and this one may prove pretty handy for your kids to know how to do. All right, so what you will do for this one, as you can see in the instructions, you'll hold down that Windows key. At the same time, you're going to hit the left and right key on the menu button at the same time. And then you should see your screen kind of navigate half of it to the right or left, and then there's going to be an empty space on the opposite side for you to select what other tab or screen you want open, okay? So if you want to go ahead and try that, you can. I have a little example right here, what it should look like. Now, if you don't see the menu or the 3 options or however many options on the side, you can actually just manually drag your tab. Now, you do need to have the tab open as well. So before you try this, you can open up another tab on your browser or a couple tabs and then see if it works. I think this is really good for kids. I use a lot of interactive programs like Pear Deck and Menti, and so all of them are chimed in on the live view for that. So if I have an assignment for them, let's say they had to turn in an assignment and post it in their Schoology, but I want them to share with the whole group in the interactive platform. Well, if they split their screen, they can read what they had turned in on their assignment and then put it into the live interactive platform that we're working with. And this is good, of course, for us, like if we're on a Zoom call and we're needing to provide some input, you know, for that Zoom call, instead of minimizing the Zoom call and opening up our other tab, we can have them both open and we can share that information, right? And does anybody have any other ideas of how you can use this split screen? Please feel free to put it in the chat to share along with everyone. Any questions about the split screen before we move on?
People are popping into this viewing. Of
Yeah, okay, Wauna, I think somebody was asking, and you know, once it's split, how do they get it back to where they're just at one screen?
Okay, so on your browser, you'll have that little square right at the top, okay, at the top. So you can hit that square and it's going to maximize that window. It's at the very top, the little square on the opposite side of the home key. You can see here's my screen, so it'll be on this side. It'll be a little square where you can maximize it again, okay? Did that answer your question? All right, everybody good? Okay.
I think so.
All right, awesome. All right, so now we are going to, before we get into Google Browser, I'm going to show you the rest of the tips here. Snipping screen, okay? So I'm going to exit this, I'm going to minimize it and show you how to split screen. So the shortcut keys are right there. So what you would do is for the snipping, you're going to hit your window key, the shift key, and the S at the same time. So it's window, your window key, your shift key, and S. Okay, and you should see this. Okay, this is going to pop up. And what you can do is you'll see this little plus here. Okay, this is the drag or the cursor for you to select what you want to snip. Okay, the image you want to snip. So I'll do this. Now, it put it on your, it copied it to like your clipboard, your little invisible clipboard. And so wherever you want to share that snippet, you can paste it there. So I have this little Google Doc already open. So if I go here to edit and paste, there it is. Okay. So that is the little nifty snipping tool. Right. The next one is our desktop task view. Now on my laptop, it's already available. The icon is right here at the bottom. It's these 2 squares. So when I hit it, I can see all the programs that I have open readily, and I can click on one and get to it immediately. Okay. And then when you want to exit out of it, you just hit it again and you exit out. Because you may have programs open that aren't on your Google browser, that it may be a program you're working in on your desktop, like Adobe Photoshop or something, and you need to get to it. Well, you can go to your desktop task view and click on it while the whole menu is open. So that's a little nifty tool for navigating. If you guys want to try these again, go ahead and try it as we are exploring these. And then next up is the right-click menu. I really like the right-click menu because it gives you a lot of more options for the platform that you're on than what's available. And you can use the right-click menu on pretty much any platform. So I'll go back to this Google Doc, and if I hit right-click, an additional menu will come up with more options. And it's the same if I was just on my desktop. If I click right-click, there's another menu that will pop up with some additional options for that platform. So the right-click menu, try that, explore that one with whatever platform you're on and see what options come up that may help you navigate what you're trying to do or give you more options for what you're trying to accomplish with the resource that you're using. Okay, selecting desktop folders. Selecting desktop folders. So this little yellow folder that's on your desktop has pretty much all of the documents that you use on your computer that you have saved on your computer. Now, let's say you're wanting to select all these and move them to another spot, maybe on your OneDrive. So a way to do that is Control A. You can click Control A and they will all be highlighted. And then you can move your mouse over one of them and it can go into whatever folder you have over here. Okay, Control A. And if you just click off to the side, it'll deselect them. Now, let's say you don't want all of them, you only want a few. So if you maneuver your mouse next to the first one that you want, you can slide it across and it'll start selecting the ones that you want. And you can do the same thing. You can move them to wherever others location you want to move. Okay, so that is how you select your documents on My Documents or on your desktop. Okay, adding Google Drive. This is like, this was a game changer for me, to be honest, because I use my Google Drive a lot as like a backup, especially to save important files that I don't really want on my desktop, and also to free up space on my desktop. So when I found out that our district had the Google Drive available for us to add on our desktop, I was really excited. So I wanted to share with you all how to do it. Now, if you're not in the district, there is a link right here that you're going to get this tip sheet. You can click on it and it will show you how to add the Google Drive to your desktop. Because before adding it to your desktop, you know, you have to open up another tab, you have to access the Google Drive, and then if you want to upload a folder or file to that, you have 3 or 4 more steps, right, to do that. So with it being readily available on your desktop, you can maneuver those files easily, right? So to do that, for those of you, well, this is not my district laptop, but you will have a little icon here that says Avanti. Okay, so when you click on that Avanti portal and go to applications, look up Google Drive, you'll see it there and it will automatically seamlessly download it on your computer. And you'll have the Google Drive on your computer and you'll know it's there because you will see the icon right here. Okay, you will see the icon right here. Okay. And then you can click on it. You can open it up and all your items are there. Okay. So that is how you download the Google Drive onto your desktop. And then you can maneuver those folders around, copy and paste, drag them to your documents. Very, very easy. Instead of going through the other steps of uploading them directly to Google Drive. And they're nice and neat. They're in order, just like your documents is. They're nice and neat. They're in order. Okay, so you'll be able to work with them a little bit better. Okay, so that is how you add Google Drive to your desktop. And you can transfer some of your documents over there too as well to free up some space on your hard drive. Okay. All right, and we did our split screen. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about Google Chrome, the Google Chrome browser. Now, there are other browsers out there. I chose the Google Chrome because that's the most common one that we use in the district. So the tips and techniques are going to be catered to the Google Chrome browser, okay? And this is just a list of some good to know terms. I found them very helpful for me, especially when I started to really get into technology, the website, trying to understand how to navigate things. Because when you know what something means, you'll know how to use it a little bit better. Okay, so www, we all know that's the World Wide Web, a hypermedia information storage system that links all the computer-based resources around the world. So when someone asks you or you're calling in for tech and you're like, and they want to know where you're at on your desktop, you can say you're on the web and not the browser, okay? Because there's a difference between the two. The browser is the platform, the software that gets you to the web. Like I mentioned, I'm using Google Chrome, but there's also Safari, there's also Firefox. Those browsers have slightly different functions. And you may run into a situation where they'll ask you, can you use a Safari browser or a Firefox? This program works best with this sort of browser. So then you would have to download those browsers on your device. But that is how you navigate, the internet. The Omnibox, this is a really nifty term I came across. It's your search bar, okay? It's the term used to describe that search bar, that address bar, where you type in things to navigate the internet. This is your Omnibar, the little search bar. Hyperlink. Hyperlink, we probably have all ran across these, right? Is when you click on a link and it leads you somewhere else. So it could be a text, image, or graphics that when you click on your mouse, it activates something with a keystroke. But it has to be connected to the internet. Okay, so you can't be on, let's say, a Microsoft Word document and trying to hyperlink a PowerPoint document, and they're all on your desktop. So to use the hyperlink, it has to be somewhere on the web, something accessible to the web, okay? All the Google platforms are. File types, okay, JPEG, you've probably heard of that one. That's the Joint Photographic Expert Group. It's an image file type. So at the end of documents, after you name a document or after the title of the document, there's a dot and then the three letters to say. So the JPEG is telling you that this file type is a photograph and it's made of tons of pixels, okay? So that's good for when you're transferring this across the internet. If you want your picture to be quality or if you're sharing a picture, the file extension should be a JPEG. Now, hyperlinks do not activate on JPEG because it's made with pixels and not data. So that's just something to be mindful of, especially when you, let's say you're trying to share a flyer or something like that, and it's a and it has a photograph on it and you want to hyperlink to it or a bit.ly. Well, when people click on it, it won't work, okay, because it's a JPEG file. PNG is also another type of graphic image file like the JPEG. The main difference between the two of these is that this one supports lossless data compression and it takes up less space on your computer, and you can have a transparent background with the PNG. And usually when you're given options to send in a file or share a file, PNG and JPEG usually are two of the options that come together if they're wanting a photograph. PDF, that's the most common one that we use. It's our portable document format created by Adobe to give us easy and reliable way to present and exchange documents. And hyperlinks work on these because it's data. So if you ever want to include a hyperlink on a file, PDF would be the best one to use, that file type, PDF. Okay, any questions? Pause for questions.
I'm looking on it and it looks really good. But, you know, no questions right now. They're loving your shortcuts, and I think they're gleaning some great ideas as for how they use some of your tips and tricks. So thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. All right. Again, this is going to be on the tip sheet. This is the second session here, second section on your tip sheet web browser. So we're going to go over all of these symbols and icons. I'm going to pull that up here momentarily, just so that you can be familiar with some of the Google icons and know what they are. And then I'm going to show you the menu that's on the Google browser that has these really cool functions that will probably prove really useful for you throughout the school year, like the translate language. You can totally translate your screen to a different language. So if you're working with the EL students or something like that, or if you have a special project, this will be really, really nifty to use. Zoom in and out. Of course, if you want to make your screen really, really large, I'll show you how to do that on the browser. Open and closing tabs, shortcut keys for that, the Shift and the T. And the QR code generator. This is a really, really good site, time saver. It's right there available on your Google browser that you can generate a QR code for one of your open tabs. Lock your screen, how to lock your screen in case you need to walk away for a moment. And clearing your browser data, which is always helpful for safety. Okay, show you how to do that. And finding and editing words. Okay, on the Google browser. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this for a moment so that we can peruse some of these. Okay, so here is, see if I can click on it. Yes, okay. So this is the Google fonts, okay? So these icons, some of these you should be familiar with, but when you're on the browser, you might run into some that you're not, okay? So I have included a Google font, the link to the Google fonts, so you'll know what they are. Okay, we already know what the home is, the menu is, settings. When someone says the gear bar, this is what they're talking about. Okay, it's your settings. This will close out a tab. This will open up one. You want to delete something, this is what it'll look like, a little trash can. Logging in and out, okay, canceling, arrow back. So all of these are icons that Google uses, icon fonts that Google uses to help you to understand what functions you can use, okay? So this is available to you as a resource on your tip sheet. All right, and zoom in and out. So we are going to navigate over to this right here. So on your home screen right here on your Google browser, you have your tabs here at the top. And right here at the end of the Omni bar, at the end of your search bar, there you should see these three little dots, okay? These three little dots will open up and give you an extended menu with more options for navigating the browser. And so I wanted to show you some of these, okay, that I think that you would find pretty nifty and hopefully you'll use them. And the first one is to translate language. So if you go down here, you'll see this little word here says translate. So if you click on that, you're going to get an additional small menu. So right now, Google, the browser is detecting that all of the fonts, all of the words that are on my screen right now are in English. So let's say I want to change that to another language. So if you click on the three dots that's in this menu, click down, it says choose another language. You can choose another language. And when that box comes up, go ahead and click on the drop down and you'll see all the other languages that are available for you to translate your screen to. Okay, I'm just gonna pick one of these. Okay, here's Greek. And then it says translate, you'll hit translate. And so if you look on my screen, everything's in Greek right now, for the most part. Everything, this is a photo, remember it's a JPEG, so it's not data. So it has to be something that's data, has data on it. And so you can see everything right here on this browser in Canva is all now translated to Greek, okay? If you click on another tab, you would have to do the same. Okay, you could go here and change it, and then all of this would be changed to green. Okay, and then here's that. And so to change it back, you would go to the same 3 dots, go down to translate, and then choose another language. Click on that drop down button, and then you would find English, translate, and then it translates it back to English. Okay. Really nifty little tool there to translate your entire screen to a different language. You guys want a moment to try it? You go ahead, you can try it if you want to. We'll give you a moment to try it. And if you have a special assignment for kids, you know, this is a good one to do. And if you want to know how to do it on the Chrome, this is available on the Chromebook too. You just have to look up how to do it on the Chromebook, but they can translate their screens also on a Chromebook. Okay. So
Red.
that, got a question?
Oh, sorry. We were just looking at some of the question 1 and 2, and I think Ms. Reyes was asking if you could move your face, but since we're in a stream, we can't. So I know it's covering up some stuff. So sorry about that.
Oh, if I can move what? I'm sorry.
You can't because it's controlled by YouTube. Like, you know, you're baked at the very top of the screen. So we can't move your image of yourself or the video of yourself. So I know that some of them were trying to look in the background, but maybe we could figure out which you would like to see that's behind you, because I think you're sharing some things live and it's being covered up when you click on something that's right there in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, so are they able to see the 3 dots on their Google browser?
Probably not, because
now.
now we see it, now we see it, but that's weird. When you talk, it doesn't, because it's showing you because you're the speaker. So
Oh, so can you see the menu now? No. Okay, so let's see if I do this.
you could drop it down.
And maybe drop it down a little
Yeah,
bit.
can you like scooch it down a little? I bet you could. You're so good. See,
Okay,
another trick.
Let's see. So I have the main menu up here that I'm needing to move around.
There you go.
Okay, let's see. What I'm trying to do is move this. Okay, can we see it now?
I can see the 3 dots. I don't know if
Okay.
Ms. Les can see it, but
You see
yeah.
3 dots now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Perfect.
Is that
Okay,
better?
thank you.
Yay! Okay.
Yay.
Okay. So what I was just showing you, that when you hit the 3 dots here, that translate is right here. It's right there in that drop down menu, and then you just click on it, and then it'll populate another menu, and you can change the language by choose another language. Okay. And then there's a ton of them. As you can see, there is a ton of languages. And then just select the one you want and translate, and it will translate your screen. Okay. You can see at the bottom now, everything's in Spanish down there, except the JPEG. Remember, the JPEG, if it's a JPEG image, it won't respond, but if it's anything with data, it will. And you can see too that the Canva here is now in Spanish. Okay. And to change it back, choose another language. And then you can change it back to your, ta-da, that's it. Okay, I'll try to keep the screen kind of like this so you guys can see. I'll stretch it out a little bit so you all can see me navigate this drop-down menu. Okay, all righty, so that was translate. So now let's look at the Zoom. That one's pretty straightforward. If you're needing to maximize your screen, just click in and out on the Zoom, and it will make it larger or smaller. Okay, the Zoom, and it's just for the Google browser screen. Okay, for whatever you have open. So all these functions are just for your browser. Okay. Let's see. Now I'm going to show you how to open and close a tab. So actually, if you just hit this button right here, your plus button, you can get a new tab. But if you're ever in a situation where your keyboard's not working for any reason, you can just hit Control-Shift-T, and that will open up a new tab as well, like that. It will open up a new tab, okay? The Control-Shift-T, that function right there. Okay. QR code generator. Okay, here's a really, really good time save. Before I discovered this one, I would go on my web browser, have to look up free QR code generator, right? And then have to copy and paste whatever link I wanted embedded in that QR code, download the QR code, right? And then share it out and copy and paste it. Well, here is a really, really easy way to do that. So on the same section here in that menu section here where we just had the translate in the Zoom, if you go down a little bit further to save and share, okay, it's going to extend an additional menu. And on that menu, if you go down, you'll see something that says create QR code, create QR code. So it's going to create the QR code for whatever tab you have open. Okay, so whatever you have open, it's going to generate a QR code for that. And there it is. It's that simple. Okay, and you can rename it whatever you want. You can copy it and share it right away. If you want, you can download it to your computer right away if you want. So really, really nifty tool, saves a lot of steps, right? For searching for a QR code generator, it's right here. It's available on your Google browser. QR code generator. If you guys want to try that, go ahead and give it a try. And then find and edit words. So this works in your Google spreadsheet and anything on Google. If you're looking for certain words on the platform that you're using, you just hit Control F and type it in. But it also works on your Google browser. So if you type Control F and you're looking for a certain word, it will highlight that word on the screen. So I just typed in sheet, and as you can see, here it is right here on my Canva that I'm using it and highlighted it. So it found it. So if you're needing to find or look up a word, just hit Control F on your Google browser, okay? And it will do that on websites too. If you're on a particular website, you can do the same thing, okay? So just hit Control plus the F key, okay? Any questions? Any questions before we move on?
It looks good right now. They're just complimenting, saying that they love the QR code generator right on the spot. And yeah, so good job. Keep going. They're loving it.
Okay. Before I move on, let me make sure I don't skip over everything. Lock screen. So if you're ever needing to lock your screen to walk away for something and come back, just hit your Windows key and L, and it will lock your screen, okay? And then you can come back in and log in. So it'll take you back to your login screen if you're ever needing to do that. And to clear your browser, just hold down Control, Shift, and Delete. It will clear the data history from your browser. And that's just a good safety tip, okay, that you'll want to implement. I recommend doing it at least once a month. What would you say, Jamae? At least once a month clearing your browser data?
Yes, I think at least once a month, if not every 2 weeks, just because updates are being generated and being pulled on the background. And then it clears your cache and it does all the stuff for them. So yes, at least, twice a week or at least once a month for sure.
Yes. Okay, awesome. So that's the way to do it right there. Hit the Control, Shift, and Delete key at the same time, and you can clear your browser data. Okay. All righty. So I'm just going to leave my setting like this so that everybody can see everything. Okay, so now we're going to peruse some email and calendar tips. This is Outlook, okay, not Gmail. Outlook is the one that we mostly use in the district, but I'm sure Gmail has some pretty cool tips as well. So I'm just going to be going over the email and calendar on our Outlook that we use. Okay. All righty. Okay. First thing we're going to do, I'm going to show you how to add attachments in your email. If you haven't done this already, I'm pretty sure everybody sent an email, and how to attach the file. Okay. And the difference between that and inserting a picture directly into the body of your email text. You can also insert GIFs. Okay. I'm going to show you how to do that. And how to insert a clickable link. Okay. A hypertext. I mean, we talked about that term. Okay. Because your email is on the website, it's on the internet, you can do that. And mark all read so that you will know how to do that if you haven't done that already. Mark all your emails read that you've read, or that maybe it was some other mail that you don't want to read. However, just so that you don't have like a lot of emails unread on your email account. And also, I'll show you how to create groups in your contacts, okay, so that you're not having to key in everybody's individual email when you want to send some correspondence out. And then the search bar filter, okay, how to use that to find a person or email that you sent relatively fast, okay? All right, so let's get into that. Okay, so this is, let's see here. This is not my main email. This is my testing email here. I'm going to see, let me know if you can see, if you can't see the notifications, I will, that column right there on the left, I'll go ahead and scoot it over when we get to that so that you all can see the notifications on the right here. Okay, so email tips, adding attachments. All right, so if you're wanting to add an attachment to a new email, you'll click on new email here, okay? You'll type in who you want the email to go to and your subject. And you'll need to click inside the body of the email. And once you click in the body of the email, you're going to see this menu generate. It's not available until you click in the body of the email, along with this second menu with more options for things that you can do once you're inside the email. Okay, so you will hit on insert, attach file, and then where the file is, you'll go there. Okay, so here's some that are directly on my download. So I'll go ahead and click that. Now it'll ask you, do you want to attach it as a file or connect it to your OneDrive? However you want to do it, it will attach it. Now, whoever's receiving the email will have to open it up and then do a separate step by clicking on the attachment. Now, let's say you want to embed an attachment directly into your email. You can do that too. It works best with pictures though, if you're wanting to embed a picture in there. So I'll go insert pictures and then click on the picture you want, and it will insert it into the body of your email. Okay, and then you can move it around however you want. Okay, that way the recipient doesn't have to do an extra step to access a document, unless it's a PDF, right? Because you want them to be able to do that. They might want to download it. Now, what if you want to insert a GIF? So GIFs are kind of read like pictures because they're moving pictures, like a JPEG, okay, with the pixels. So your email accounts read them as images or pictures. So you can insert a GIF inside of an email. I'm an art teacher, so you guys can see a little bit of art stuff. All right, so here's my GIF here that I just inserted directly into my email. Okay, so just remember that GIFs kind of read like images. Okay, whenever you want to insert or share a GIF in an email. Okay, hyperlink. Okay, let's say you want a hyperlink. You want to send a hyperlink in your email. You want people to click on it and go to another file somewhere that's on the internet. Okay, so what you would do is first type the word of whatever it is you wanting them to, the word of the file. Okay, so this will be tech tips. Okay, my tech tips. So then you highlight it. And then once you highlight it, you're going to see an additional menu pop up, a menu to adjust the font, the size, and then other attributes for the text. And right here, you'll see this little sideways paperclip. Okay, go ahead and click on that. And then this will pop up. So here's the text that you typed in. Here is the second link where it wants you to insert the web address or URL. So I'm going to go here to this tech tip sheet here. I'm going to highlight in the Omni box here the address to get to this. I'm going to copy it. Okay. I'm going to go back to my email and I'm going to right click. Okay, right click. Remember that little nifty menu? Paste and click OK. And you know that it worked because the font should change colors. Okay? So when you send this email out, whoever receives it will be able to click on that hypertext link and access the file that's attached to it. Okay, so that is hypertext links in the email. All righty. So we go back to home, your inbox. You do have to here, your focus and your other. Outlook tends to separate these for you. Your focus ones are probably from people that they think you know, or websites or emails that you may be familiar with. And other, they kind of put in that category for things that they think may not be as important for you to look at. That's what I kind of figured out that it was. Like when I get a lot of notifications from my students from Schoology, all those notifications I find are right here. Okay, because I do want to know when kids are responding to assignments. So, but because there's so many of them, they go over here to email. Okay, and then there's other options, of course, on your email that you can use. Okay, I don't have many on this email because this was just my tester email. But if you had a lot of emails down here, then you could do a little bit more options. But I do want to show you some of these, some more of these. Okay, creating groups and contacts. So let's say that you have a specific group of staff that you're working with, colleagues that you're working with, that you email quite often, and you don't want to type their names in every single time you're sending an email out. Well, if you go to this menu here on the left side, okay, the one that has the icons that has more than two heads together, okay, that's your groups. Okay, and it's really, really easy to do. It's pretty straightforward. You just click on that, create the group, name the group. Okay. And if you want to put a description in there about it, okay, you can do that. About who they are. Oh, I have my caps on. Keep it like that. Okay. About who they are. Okay. Whatever your team, okay, that you are wanting to connect to, and then hit create. And then after this, it's going to ask you to start adding people basically to the group. My computer's running a little bit slow. Okay. And so once you get all of them added, the group will be created. And so this is really, really nifty. again, especially when you want to save time and not have to email everybody individually. And because you created a group, you can always go back in and edit this. Okay. Let's say if you want to add people to the group, you can do that as well. Oh, I think it already, this is my tester email. Okay. So I do have a group right here that I did. Okay. And so if you want to add people, you can add people to the group. Okay. Members right here. Okay. You can add members. Okay. And then more and more of them will be down here. So when you're ready to send an email, and you'll have to go back here to email, you go to new email. So if you look up, if you just start typing the title of the group, it'll populate for you right there. So everybody that's in this group will get that email. Okay. So that is how you create groups on your Outlook account. Okay. You guys should try that as well. Okay. The search bar, if you go up here to the search bar and let's say you are looking for a particular email from a particular person on a particular time and you key in their name and you just can't find it. Well, if you click on the search bar right here at the end, there's another option for you called filters. Okay. So if you click on filters and you know who it's from, okay, and you kind of know the subject, you can click on that and then it will search through all your emails. It's just kind of more like a more specific way to find a certain email. Okay, so that's available for you too. You might find that quite nifty too if you're looking for something in particular and you can't find it by just searching up the person's name in your email. Okay, any questions about email tips?
Told her something like, hi, Wauna, there are a few questions and they're great questions. And I know we're getting close to almost being finished and I am going to share the code in a minute. Would this be a good time or do you want to, stay in, where you are so you don't lose track of what you're doing?
This would be a great time. If you want to
Okay.
share.
And then that way we could look over the questions that's coming in. So at this point, y'all out there, we're going to go ahead and share the code for Wauna's session. She's doing a great job. So the code should be showing. So please make sure that you jot this down for attendance at the end of the day. And then in about 60 seconds, I'm going to let her resume. But Wauna, there's some great questions about the signature, like how to create that signature in Outlook. That was one of the questions that I just saw.
Signature. Okay, let's see. Well, what we have at our campus, we have a template actually that we use. It's in Google Draw. And so it allows us to embed our campus logo in it, our our social media sites, our phone numbers, and our title and everything in it. So once we have that set, then we go into here to set it up. I don't have the specific instructions on me, but if you email me, I will get those to you if you want to learn how to embed a personalized signature into your email. Okay, I will share that template with you and the steps.
Okay. All right. Just a moment. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. I hope everyone was able to get the code. I really appreciate you guys' patience with this as well. And I think Miss Kelly, my YouTuber, said she would be more than happy to walk through with the signature if you don't mind driving so that they could see it. It's really not too hard. So if she tells you where to go, Wauna, would that be okay? Or do you want to just complete your presentation?
Oh, that would be great.
Okay, Kelly. I'm going to let Kelly talk and you just drive.
Hey guys, so in order to do a signature, if you're on the desktop version, you have to upload your signature there. If you're using the online version, you also have to do it there. It doesn't always cross over. So make sure you check both platforms if you're using your signature that's new each year. So to get there on your left-hand side, you're gonna go down to your options menu. Wauna, can you show them where the options menu is on the left-hand side of your screen?
Are you able to see it? Are you able to see the options menu?
All the way to the.
All the way to your left,
Yeah, all the way to the left
where
where
you
there's
have
the
your open
icons.
envelope icon, you have your calendar icon,
Yes.
and go all the way down to the very bottom. It looks like almost like a stove griddle, like all the way to the very bottom. It's underneath your PowerPoint icon.
Let's
And
see.
you may not be seeing because you have probably a couple windows open.
Yeah.
That happens to
Yeah.
me a lot.
That
So,
might be it.
yeah. So maybe we can
Okay.
share that later because we don't want to throw you off. We'll share that, but I know that, I believe Catherine Tubbs actually, had put some tips in there or some steps in there. So I was looking up at the chat as well, but we'll share that with y'all later, but that's a really good tip. So we're
Yes,
gonna
it
let
is.
you get back and finish your presentation. Thank you, Wauna.
Okay, yes. I mean, we're all here learning. That's actually how I learned a lot of these things, attending the DLC conferences, PDs, and just out of curiosity, like, how do you do this, you know? And so, yeah, thank you all for that. I really appreciate that. All right, calendar. Okay, we're gonna go over the calendar. So on your email here, you have another icon here for calendar. If you click on that, it will pull up your calendar and you can keep track of events that are coming up just for yourself. If you want to just add a note in there for yourself. If you want to add an event on your calendar for other people to join you for something or a special event, so you will just find the date. Let's see if I can open that up a little bit. Find the date, click on the date, and then you just fill in the fields. Okay, so this is DLC. Say I want DLC, and that's the title. And if I want to invite some people, you'll need to know their email addresses. And so here you can key in each one. Again, if it's a group, you can key in the group as well. And then set your date and your time parameters. And you can even add an attachment to your calendar invites. Okay. And then once you click save, it will populate on your calendar for that day. Okay, you probably have received calendar invites as well from others. And when you receive it and you click yes, it will automatically post to your calendar. Okay, and over to your right, I want to see this right here. If you have anything upcoming on the calendar, you can look at it like a quick reference by clicking on this icon right here with the calendar and the check. Okay, so all the tasks for that day will populate for you, and you can kind of have that open. Also, notifications will send you a notification. If something is upcoming, you'll get a notification for that day. Okay, anything that's scheduled on your calendar. All right, any questions about calendar invites? All righty.
It looks good. I think we're pretty good. I mean, you have such a wealth of information. Also, the YouTube person was asking if we could share your email if people have specific questions, if that's okay, if they actually email you.
That is absolutely fine. Can you all see the screen here now with the QR code in my email? Can everybody see that?
Oh, okay. So you're right there. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
so if you generate the if you access this QR code, it will give you the link to the tips. And then there's my email, wauna.johnson@cfisd.net. And I am at Cypress Springs High School.
Yay. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. It was a great presentation and we know that you're going to be on for the next hour. So we're going to kind of give you a small little break so that you can catch up and get a sip of water or something and refresh yourself. And then also we'll be waiting for some other participants to come in for your next one. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting with art and tech resources for the creatives. So I'm excited about that, and Wauna, thank you again for presenting for us for this session here. So those of you, I know that you'll probably be leaving, but if you want to stay and listen to Wauna again, please stay on. She's going to come right back. So we're going to close for now and give her a little break. But again, thank you, Wauna, and we'll see you in a few minutes. And she has 5 grandbabies, so I am sure she's loving on them when she gets a chance. Also, art has always been one of her passions, along with technology, due to the unlimited possibilities with being creative and all the exploration with that. So welcome, Wauna. We are so excited that you're here. And I'm not going to keep talking because I know you have a lot of things to share with us. So I am going to turn the video and the mic to you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jermaine. I really appreciate that and everything that you do as well for the district. Welcome, wonderful people. I'm super excited to be able to share with you guys some resources in the art world. And even if you're not an art teacher and you want to kind of explore some cross-curricular, so you can actually use some of the resources that I'll be sharing as well. Okay. So I am going to share my screen here so that we can get started. Okay, can everybody see? Okay. Are we good to go?
You are on my end. It's going to take a 30-second delay, so people will see you in a moment.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And I hope everybody's enjoying their summer break, because we're getting ready to launch into another school year here, an exciting new school year. Okay. Just let me know when we're ready. We can go ahead and jump right in. And I'll maximize the screen until we get to some of the demonstrations. Okay. All righty. Again, my name is Wauna Johnson, and this is Art and Tech Resources for the Creatives. Right, so here is our table of contents, what we're going to be exploring today. So I have some free interactive art websites that I want to share with you all. So the interactive websites are free, and they can be used for early finishers, lesson icebreakers, substitute assignments, and more, however you want to use them. And then we're going to explore some traditional assignments. We're going to share with you guys some transitional assignments from like one subject to the next, or one content when you're ready to move on to the next. So these are great resources for transitioning new or prior art lesson concepts, warm-ups. They can be weekly informal checks and more. And the good stuff, I have some gems I want to share with you all, full lesson plans, all right, that you all can implement. They're free, some from myself, some from retired teachers, current teachers, art professionals. You can modify these, embed these, teach them as you wish in your classrooms. And then lastly, we're going to go over some techie tips. I just finished the tech session, but I wanted to share a little bit of those with you all as well. I know we're mostly hands-on, the art crew, but we still have technology right in our classrooms that we use, okay, and that our kids use. So hopefully you'll find these tips useful as well. All righty, so let's go ahead and get started. And at the end of the session, you are going to get a link to the table of contents right here. And the table of contents will have hyperlinks for each of these topics here that will lead you to a Google Drive with all of the resources. Okay, so you will definitely have those at the end of the session. So no worries there. All right, so let's begin with our free interactive websites. And I'm going to minimize the screen here a little bit so that we can go into this. Okay, so when you click on the table of contents Google Doc that I'll be sharing with you. You're going to come to this Google slide, which has 6 interactive free online art sites that you can use with your kids. Again, as icebreakers, substitute assignments, early finishers. So these are just really fun platforms that your kids can explore. If you want to attach an assignment to it, you can, but they are digital. Okay, so these are all like digital platforms, but they can be creative and they can make art using these platforms. Okay, so I do want to show you all of them. Okay, this is the Light Bright digital sketch. So if you click on that link, how many of you remember the Light Bright? Do you remember the old Light Bright, right? The toy that you got? I don't know. Maybe I'm the oldest one here, but that was my favorite toy. The Light Bright. You just put the pegs in there and design a little picture. I don't know if they still sell those or not, but here's the digital version of it. Okay, so kids can create a design, any type of design that they're wanting to create using the little pegs. So they would pick the color and they can just go at it and design whatever they want to design. So if you're teaching them line, shape, color, or anything, any new concept, they can use it. And this is good for elementary, middle school, and high school. And by the way, I do have those broken down because I know there may be a plethora of content subjects on the line. So in the Google Drive, you'll see a folder for elementary, a folder for middle school, and a folder for high school. But the interactive websites, I believe all the content areas, subject areas, grade levels, I mean, can use these, okay? So here's a fun one. Can use that one. The next one here is the Jackson Pollock paint drip, okay? The Jackson Pollock paint drip. So it's just what it is. You can just go in here and create some really nice abstract designs. You can have the kids just kind of explore it with their mouse. Okay, so just kind of replicates his style of the dripping paint. Okay, really fun to do. Again, you can have them explore, or you can give them a specific assignment that you want them to do while they're on these interactive sites. Okay, pretty fun. Okay, and the next one here, close that one out, is Make Art and Explore Games website. Okay, so there's a lot of options on this one. Okay, when you get to this one, there's games and quizzes, there's more to explore, and there's Make. Okay, so they can design a future city, they can make geometric art, they can do a continuous line drawing, and other ways to paint. Okay, and then there's some ideas for some hands-on as well, okay, on here that you can use. Okay, this is mostly for the hands-on are mostly for the elementary, but high school, middle school, you can kind of jazz it up a little bit. If you want to add a little bit of rigor to it, feel free to do that. Okay, so this is the Take Kids interactive website. Okay, the next one is the Quick Draw with Google. Quick Draw with Google. Uh-oh, did I do that? Okay, I might have to, my little link's not working. Go ahead and paste it in a website. Oops. Get that little X out of there. Okay, this one's pretty fun. This is a drawing one, okay? So and I'll fix that hyperlink, so don't worry about that. Click on Let's Draw, and it gives the kids like a time limit, right, to draw, and it tells them what they can draw. And then they just click on it, and then the cursor here, it kind of serves as okay, pretty cool, right? So they can explore that, helps them with their drawing skills, right? Freehand drawing skills. And this one, again, all grade levels can use that, okay? And then we have the Artsology, okay? Let's go on to that Artsology here. Okay, this is an interactive drawing game as well, okay? Kids can go on here and they can create these really, really nice abstract line drawings, Okay, they can explore this. Okay, so you can see everywhere the mouse moves, it creates a really unique flowing lines, visual movement here. Okay, and you can change the colors on that too. Okay, right, so that's Artsology. And then we have our spiral. Okay, these are just really nice abstract designs that they can make with spirals. So over to the left here is a menu of the different types of spirals that the kids can use and go in and design. Okay, with this one. Okay, and they can explore it and create whatever they want to with that. Okay, so there you have it. Really, really nifty, interactive online art sites. Okay, so feel free to use those however you choose. Okay, so those are our interactive art websites. Next up is transitional assignments. Okay, so these are going to be some really, really good resources to use in between assignments. Okay, you can use these as warm-ups, informal weekly checks. Okay, if you want to check in on the kids and you want to do like to see how they're learning on a concept. Now, these aren't hands-on. Okay, these are digital assignments, except for the second one here. The other two, you can embed them in your Schoology for Kids. Okay, so let's go to the first one here. So this is like an artist's book here, like a Facebook page. Okay, so it's editable, so you can change the photograph of the artist. Okay, just click on it and hit edit. Okay, and I am going to change this to copy here, so you can make a copy so that you'll be able to use this however you want to use it. And you want to do that too when you're sharing it with kids. If you go up here and the last word here, you're going to change it to copy instead of edit, and it'll force a copy. And then that way you can download it and save it into your Schoology for Kids. This could be a great group assignment too. Okay, this is Michelangelo here. Okay, so they can go in and look up some stuff for him and like create a Facebook page. Okay, for him, Twitter page or wherever, mostly like Facebook. Okay, so they can do that. It's called Artist Book. All right, so that's that one, and you can edit it however you want. And the next one is one pagers. I call these one pagers. Okay, these are assignments they can do in their sketchbooks. Okay, you can plug this into Schoology. You can just have it on your Promethean board for the kids to do however you want. So there's quite a few of these right here. So here's a gesture drawing if you wanted to practice a quick loose sketch of a hand or some other type of object, they can do that in their sketchbooks. Here's an observational warm-up if you have some Christmas lights around the house that you want to bring in. This really helps the kids, of course, with shadow and light and contrast, okay, when they're working with their drawing and the observation skills. So here's a really neat one that you can add in as a warm-up in their sketchbooks. And here's another one, line drawing showing rhythm. Okay, elementary kids can do this one. You can try the hand one, the gesture one. That the lights might be a little bit challenging, but we never know. We have some really smart kids in our district, so you all know your kids, or will know your kids to see what they are capable of doing as far as using these one pagers. And this is a fun one. My kids like this. So if you have some little nifty objects around the room or on your back counter, you can bring some in. Just have them in their sketchbooks to kind of trace this shadow of the image. Okay, in there helps them to understand perspective and space. Okay? And then the art critique, right? 4 steps to critiquing art. So this is kind of a simplified version of it. But it's really good if you want to introduce them to a new artist. Okay, these are the things they do when they go to museums, right? They analyze, the artwork, and these are the steps. Most of you that are art teachers are very familiar with these: describe, analyze, interpret, and judge. So this one, this slide can be changed. So if you want to change that picture right there, you can put any artist or artwork that you want your kids to critique in on that slide. Okay. So you have permission to do that. So these are our one pagers. And then I use this a lot with my AP art kids, but this can be used with any art class. Okay, so this is another way to get kids learning more about artists and artworks, okay, especially historical artworks. So it's a graphic organizer, it's what we call it. This can be assigned individually or as a group, okay, however you want to do it. So the fields around it, the boxes around it would stay the same. Okay, kids would go in and respond to the questions based on the picture that you place in the middle. And then you can change that too. As soon as you click on it, you're going to get the edit button, and then the drawing box will click up, and then you can switch and change the image. Okay, so you can do this as many times as you want, but it's just really good to getting them to know about art, especially in your drawing and painting classes. If you don't have a lot of time, or if you don't have a unit on just studying artists, this is a good one that you can plug in, okay, when you're teaching them or about to launch into a new project, and there's an artist that of inspiration you want the kids to glean from. This is a good kind of starter assignment that you can use. Okay. All right. Let me pause too and ask if they.
Hi, Wauna. I'm just looking at some of the chat information, and I think a lot of people are kind of answering the questions as we move along, but I could tell they're very excited and they have some really good questions in regard to editing some of the stuff that you mentioned. And I like how you mentioned forcing a copy so that then they could actually put it into Schoology as well, so the students could have their own copy as well. So great tips. Kelly, do we have any other questions for Wauna? No, I think we're great. Okay, I think we're good.
We're good to go. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so those are our transitional assignments that you guys can implement in your classrooms. Okay. So we have some more good stuff. Okay, so this is going to be the lesson share. Who doesn't like lesson shares, right? So when you get to this folder in the Google Drive, you're going to see that it is broken down by grade level. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the elementary one first, and then we're going to go over the first lesson share here. So this is the Gamma Graph Kinetic Optical Art assignment that I did this with my art once, but I think elementary kids can do this as well. Okay, it's mostly contrast here. And you can share with them what contrast is, the principle of design that illustrates how different elements are used together to highlight their differences, okay, similar to emphasis. And then here's an artist to look up, right, with an art critique here, MC Esker. And then a little bit about him, all right, so kids can get an understanding, right, of the artist and the concept that they're about to explore. And so here's what it is, the Gamma Graph. They are creating sculptural art with optical kinetics. So what the kids will be doing is 2 separate artworks, but I really like and putting them together on one. Kind of looks like a fan, if you tell them it's like a fan. But one thing I like about this project, it does implement a little bit of math, okay, because they have to measure out the length of each artwork so that the strands can, when they cut them, can flow nicely, okay? And then here's a definition of a gamma graph that the kids can learn about and know what that means, and some examples of artists that have used the gamma graph. okay? And of course, materials, you always want to tell the kids what you're going to be using, when it's due. And all of this can be rearranged and restructured, and you can put it in your Schoology, okay? So that however your teaching style is, I know we all have a different teaching style. So this is just a basic blueprint, okay, of the assignment that you can kind of build on, okay? And there's an example right here. And then here are the steps, okay? And when I did this assignment, I had the kids do opposites. Okay, so they had to draw one picture of one thing, and then the other picture had to be the exact opposite. And so when they put them together on the gamma graph, it kind of looked really neat when you looked at it at different angles. Okay, so they'll need, of course, glue, scissors for this one, paper. Okay, and that's how it kind of looks as far as the process. So looking at it from different angles, you can see the outcomes here. And here are some examples from some of my students. I want to share with you guys. It is a really cool piece. You'd have to figure out how to hang it up though, but there's some ways to get it hung up. But kids really get excited about this because they think it's really neat. Okay, so this is the gamma graph kinetic optical art lesson. Feel free to use it. Feel free to use these slides. You can use them as is if you like. Completely up to you. Okay. Any questions about this lesson before we move on? We're good to go?
I think we're good to go. And I see that some pre-K teachers are chiming in saying they would definitely try it with them. So you're really hitting the gamut across the board. So this is wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. And next up under lesson share plans are our art choice boards. Art choice boards. We kind of did something similar to this when we hit COVID, right? We gave the kids some choices of assignments that they can do. I use these a lot also for substitute assignments as well. But each of these slides, it's almost like a little mini lesson for each one. So it will have a quote from an artist, an art term, okay, picture of an artist, and an example of the art, and the materials they will be using and what to produce. Okay, so there's quite a few of them. You can peruse through all of these. Okay, elementary teachers, you can see which ones you think you can use for your kids. Okay, which ones you think that they would be easy for them, like the hue, another word for color. That's a pretty simple primary colors. Anything with the colors, right, would be really good for the little kids. Middle school and high school, of course, you know, with the rigor and the skill set, they can definitely do these. Their outcomes would be a little bit more advanced. Okay, right. So there are 6 of them here. Okay, you can present them as full lessons, however you want to do it, but feel free to use these. You can give kids a choice or just assign them one at a time. It's completely up to you. Okay, so those are our choice boards. And then we have our neographic art, which most of us are familiar with, right? We have seen this assignment, but if you're new to the district and new to teaching art, you may have missed it when this was initially introduced. So I wanted to plug this in so that you can kind of get an idea of what it is. So I did create a whole lesson from it for my kids to use. So it just explains what neographic art is, how to use it. So this also has a lot to do with line variation, cross-curricular. You could definitely add in something with, you could go into the science with the brain, because that's what neurographic is. If you want to talk about it like that, you could do that. And here are some really wonderful examples of it. It's very, very intuitive. So elementary kids can definitely use this, as well as high school can use this. They're just free flowing with the line design and going back into it and developing variation with the lines. Okay. You can use watercolor, marker color pencils on the design. Kids can go back in if they see an image that's recognizable, like you see the eyes right there, they can go in and add that. So this is a neurographic art assignment. Okay, here's similar examples. And I have my kids use watercolor with theirs, so it's completely up to you. Again, everything that I'm sharing is for you to tweak. You can change and add anything you want to these, okay? So this is neographic art, okay? Elementary kids. All right, and so let's go into our middle school folder. So I have a copy of the Agama graph there as well. And everything that's in elementary, you all have it as well. Only thing you would need to do is just add a little rigor to it. So it'll be the same thing, okay? Now, when I share the high school, middle school, you might find some of these. What happened to my? There you go. You might find some of these, especially this last one that I'm about to share, you might find it helpful or something that you can implement because we have a lot of talented middle school as well. So even though they're broken down into grade levels like this, you guys can feel free to share what you want. So for high school, I have all the other stuff plus this additional resource. So this is Juliana Kostler. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of her, but she has offered her a full-blown, like, yearly web lesson plan on the internet for us art teachers to use. She has a lot of creative projects in here for Art 1, mostly Art 1 and Art 2. But it's really easy to navigate, and these are full lesson plans. So full lesson plans. So the kids can learn art, color theory, texture, it's drawing and painting. There's digital art on this side and a little bit of 3D. So what you just have to do is just click on a subject here. And then you'll see a lesson, okay? And up here you can kind of peruse her menu. And then what's really nice about this, she also gives worksheets to kind of give you an idea to kind of supplement the lesson, okay? So here's the one with all the classes on it. This is a site you just have to take some time and look through and kind of see, but these are really, really great. I have used a couple of these actually in my classroom to supplement some lesson plans, okay? And then she also gives her students samples, okay? So you can kind of see the outcome, right, of the end project, what the end project should look like, all right? So there's so many. Like I said, it's like almost a year's worth of art lessons in here, okay? Definitely good for high school, middle school. You can definitely peruse this too and see if there's something that you can add in your lessons as well, okay? Especially the level ones, all right? So yeah, please feel free to do that. And these are easily downloadable, and also give her credit too. Like if you do use something from her site, you definitely want to give her credit, okay? And she has some self-guided resources as well in here for studios. If you want to purchase, you can, okay? You don't really have to, but the free stuff, okay, is what we're focusing on, is all of the free stuff here that she offers, okay? There's art vocabulary. I mean, she's an art teacher, so she's coming from that approach with these lessons, okay? So she knows what it's like to work with kids. So all of her lessons are just really, really great and tailored to that. So we have Art 1, Art 2, drawing and painting, how kids can make a portfolio. There's Ceramics 1, Ceramics 2, sculpture and jewelry. There's a little bit of art history, special needs, visual literacy, computer graphics, and advanced computer graphics, okay? So the link to this is available for you all to use. And I just highly recommend that you take some time to look at each one and see if there's something that you can use here or there in your lessons, okay? Okay, any questions about this resource?
I think that there aren't any really good questions, but there's really good ideas that how people are going to implement it. I saw one on ELAR with the protagonist and antagonist, one of the things that you shared. And then I just see people being so excited about you sharing all these resources. So we really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, and please feel free to share in the chat how you could use any of these so that we can all kind of benefit from your input. Okay, that would be super, super helpful for you all. Again, even though it's art, right? Like I said, if you're a math teacher on here or English teacher on here, you can snag some of these things. Okay, as you can see, that art does implement quite a few cross-curricular concepts into it. Okay, so you can just pick one of the basic ones, or maybe if you want to start with the elementary folder and pick one of those. And if you want to switch up things and give your kids some hands-on assignments, right? Then they can definitely you can definitely use those. Not saying that you don't do hands-on assignments in math and other things, because I know you guys are great, but if you just want to switch it up a little bit and still kind of stay in your vein or your subject that you teach, feel free to use any of these, okay? All righty. All right, so those are our lesson shares here for full lesson shares here. Okay. And now I want to go ahead and go over some techie tips. I know I did share one with you all with the copy and edit on the Google Doc, but that is like really, really a good tip to know, especially for kids sharing things with you and translating information on Google Docs. You definitely want them to do that so that they all are not all writing on the same doc. Now, Cami is good for them all collaborating on the same document. I know we were given that resource as well, but for the Google Docs, you'll want to go ahead and force the copy. Okay, techie tips. I want to go ahead and take some time to show you guys some of these.
Wauna,
Oh,
would
great.
this be
Yes.
a good time to do
Yes.
the code real quick while you transition over to that?
Awesome.
Okay, so those of you who are out there, get ready to write down the next code for this session. So the 11 o'clock session code is now being broadcasted. So Wauna's going to get a chance to kind of take a couple breaths before she starts with the tips. So Wauna, I just think this is wonderful, and I do see the cross-curricular of things. So I just love all the things and the resources. And remember, guys, this video will still be out on our website if you need to go back and see some things that she's sharing. And she is going to be sharing all of the resources with you as well. So just let us know. And if you have any specific questions, I know earlier she had told me that you could email her directly. So it's so nice to have a Cypher person that's presenting and that can share some of these wonderful ideas with us. And again, if you guys do have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat and we'll answer them accordingly. But the attendance code is now up, so please make sure you have written it down so that you can turn it in at the end of the day and have it ready to go. So we're hoping that y'all are all getting some great ideas. And if you're here snacking and eating while watching this, how wonderful this is to be able to learn some new things. I'm learning new things. I learn things every day. I think your grandbabies are pretty lucky to have you because I'm pretty sure you do some great craft stuff with them.
Yeah, they're really, really smart too. They catch them.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing and I'm going to let you take it away again. Thank you again for your patience.
Yes, awesome. Okay, thank you all. All right, so I didn't want to leave you guys out if you weren't able to attend the other session. So I shared with that group my Techie Tips resource sheet, and I'm sharing it with you as well. So it will be on the Google Drive link that I'll be sharing at the end of the session. So you'll see this document right here. Okay. Some of these I do want to go over with you, like the QR code generator. I think that is something that we will be useful for us because we do create flyers and we share a lot of things. So learning how to do that will be beneficial, and the translate to for our ELL students that we may have in our class, which we often do. Split screen, that was in my other presentation, but the directions are going to be right here. So this is what was shared, but some of these I'm going to do live. You'll have access to this tip sheet again for your reference at the end. And so I'm going to show you how to do that QR code. I'll show you how to do the translate here in a moment. And if you don't or haven't added your Google Drive to your desktop, I definitely want to show you how to do that. I think that would be very, very beneficial to what we do. And also inserting pictures in your email. I think, do I have my email? I'll have to pull it back up. How to do that with the GIFs if you don't know how to do that, okay? So I'm going to go show you guys how to do just a few of these things, and then you'll have the tip sheet that you can reference later. Okay, so disclosure though, I am going to be using the Google browser because that's what our district uses the most, and I am on a Windows device, okay? Some of the tips can be used on the Chromebook and a Mac, but the functions are different, or the keystrokes are going to be a little bit different. So you might have to research how to do it. But if you like the tip, okay, then I highly recommend that you do that, okay? All right, so let's start with the translate the language. So right here on your settings right here, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure everybody can see this. Okay, right here on your browser settings, you have your tabs at the top, and then you have your search bar. Okay, right at the end, hopefully you see this button. Mine says finish update, but it's the 3 dots that we're interested in. Okay, so if you can locate that on your Google browser, click on it, and it's going to give you a full range of other options and things that you can do on your web browser. Okay, so this is for, again, presenting materials using the web browser. So this tip right here, this menu, is only tailored to the Google web browser, your Google Chrome web browser, okay? So if you were on Microsoft document, you could still do like a translate, but it will be a totally different menu, okay? So I just want to show you what's on Google browser. So let's say you want to change the language of your screen to a different language for whatever reason. You may be teaching bilingual kids and you want to show them something. So if you go right here, if you click on that drop-down menu, go down to translate, okay? Another menu will populate, okay? So this is on the browser. It's telling you right now that we're using English, okay? We have English is the language that the screen is showing. So click on the translate options button right here, the second set right here that you see of 3 dots, and then choose another language. Go to choose another language, and there's another drop-down menu, and you can pretty much select from a plethora of languages to translate your screen to. Okay, so I'll pick Spanish. We'll go down to Spanish, and then click translate. And as you can see, everything right here on my Google Drive because that's what's open. That's the tab that's open that I'm wanting to translate has changed to Spanish. Okay, so just think about how you could possibly use that in your classroom some kind of way. Even if you want to teach the kids a different, let's say you're introducing them to a new artist and they're not an American artist, and there's some content that share. How would that look? Okay, how would the writing look? Okay, how would the artist reflection or their story be read, you know, in their time? If you want to show them the language, it's completely up to you. So that's what this does. Okay, it changes your whole screen to a different language. And to get it back, all you have to do is go back to your buttons here on that mini menu, choose another language, go to the drop down and change it back to English. Okay, and then translate. And then there you have it, it's back to English. Okay, really, really nifty tool to use. Okay, and then the next thing I want to show you guys, because I know we generate a lot of QR codes. And before I found out about this one, I was doing it the old-fashioned way, opening up a tab, searching up how to generate a QR code, free QR code generators, right? And then you would have to copy the link of your URL into that site, download, wait for it to generate, right? Download it, and then copy and paste it again to where you wanted to share it out. Where if you go right here, again, on this drop-down menu, go down, it's right under the translate that we just explored, go to save and share, okay? And then you'll see another menu pop up. Go ahead and go down under the share section to create QR code. And if you click on it, it's going to generate a QR code for the tab that you have open. Just for the tab that you have open, the web tab. And then you can click copy and paste it and share it with relative ease. Right? So it's a really nifty way to do that. And again, like I know we share a lot in art for things, for little different things. So that's a really fast way to create a QR code. Okay, in art. All right. And there was something else I wanted to share with you all over here. The clearing your browser history, that's just a really, really good tip. Okay, if you hit control, let's see, if you hit control, I have it on my little tip sheet, excuse me. Little tip sheet here. For clearing your browser, in your browser tab, you hit Control Shift Delete, it will clear your browser data. And that's just really good for keeping your information safe. Okay, and it was recommended 2 weeks, okay, 2 weeks to do that. So I did want to share that with you all. It doesn't mess up anything, okay, it just keeps your information safe, okay, on the website. So every 2 weeks to a month or so, you want to clear your browser data, okay? Click on Control, Shift, and Delete. Control, Shift, and Delete. Okay. And then the snipping tool, definitely want to show you guys the snipping tool. Okay, because we share a lot of images. Okay, I know we share a ton of images in art. So to access this one, you want to press on your window key, shift key, and S at the same time. Okay, so it's your window key, shift, and S at the same time. So the screen, you'll see this top, I hope you guys can see it. You'll see this little small snipping menu. It just access your snipping tool basically on your computer. And then your cursor now becomes a plus sign. It's ready for you to select what you want to capture and share. Okay, so I'll just do this little small portion like this, okay? So now it's taken that snippet and it's added it to the little invisible clipboard that we have. And so it's ready to share somewhere. So I have this little sheet right here. Okay, so let's say I want to plug it into this document here, my Google document. So you go to edit, you go to paste, and there it is. Okay, and you shared it. Okay, that way. So I know this is really can be a really useful tool for us art teachers, and we're sharing images across different platforms. Okay, so that is the snipping screen tool. Okay, and then I want to share with you how to add your Google Drive, if you haven't already, to your desktop folders. Okay, so we have a portal called Avanti. You guys should be familiar with the Avanti portal. Okay, when you access the Avanti portal, the menu will come up, go to applications, and you should see the Google Drive icon. Okay, the Google Drive icon is that little triangular icon. Okay. When you see that icon, click on it, and then it will automatically download Google Drive to your desktop. Okay, so you'll see it like down here. Okay, and all your folders that you would have in your Google Drive. Okay, so now instead of having to open up a separate tab, right, go down to the little tab, open up your Google Drive. So instead of going to do all that and having to upload a file in here, now it's right here. It's readily available on your desktop. Okay, and then you can easily transfer files from your documents to your Google Drive. You can easily upload documents directly to the Google Drive from your desktop. And we know the benefits of having the Google Drive is saved on the internet, on the cloud, right? So it doesn't take up space on your desktop. And we save a lot of images, right? Student artworks, pictures of student artworks, just all kinds of stuff, right? That the files can be pretty large because they're mostly JPEG files. So if you have your Google Drive right there readily available to you on your desktop, it's easier for you to upload your images there and work with those images right there on your device. Okay. All right, and then there's a couple more here that I wanted to share with you. Some of you, I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with sharing your emails and things. Let's see, with sharing pictures on your emails is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I think I got out of my office here. Let me make sure here. I wanted to log back in. This is this kind of extra, guys. This is this kind of extra. It's taking me to my Lindenwood, but I can go over this with you because y'all are pretty smart. GIFs. When you want to insert a GIF inside of an email, you're going to click on the new email and go inside the email box. And where the picture is, where it says insert picture, you can insert a GIF right directly into the body of the email. So a GIF kind of reads like a photograph. Okay, it kind of reads like a photograph because it's moving pictures. So that's how the web perceives it, or the internet perceives it. So you can share GIFs directly into your email. Okay, just make sure you are in the email, in the body of the email, then click pictures and you can share it that way. Okay, and then the rest is pretty self-explanatory. Creating calendar invites, you guys know how to do that, at least some of you do, because we get a lot of them, right? We get a lot of calendar invites for events, and so those sort of things. So you know how to at least accept it, but the same method that you use to accept it, there's an icon on the left that you can use to actually create one. Okay, so are there any questions about anything? This is the time to ask. If there's something we want to go back over, I can certainly do that. Here is the QR code to all of the resources that I have shared. It's going to take you to a Google Drive link. And the Google Drive link is kind of what you saw me sharing a little bit. We'll have sections for each of these items that we went over today. Okay, we have a few minutes left. So if you guys have questions, if you want me to go back over and show something or share something additional, this is the time.
Wauna, you did such an excellent job. I feel like that they are just like processing all the information you had shared. So that is such a good thing. And I even saw a compliment saying that Lee should have you present for art. So kudos to you. Thank you so much for all your knowledge. We really, really appreciate it. We know that you had done 2 sessions in a row, and that's a lot. So thank you for your expertise. We are like beyond thrilled that you came and shared with the DLC, and you're one of our own. So once again, thank you. And like I'm looking up at the chat, and it looks like you covered a lot of bases, and I know that people are excited that they could go back and listen again, what you shared with us during this hour. So we just want you to enjoy the rest of your summer as well, and your summer break. And thanks again for taking the time and presenting for us at, DLC. That means a lot. So Hart is an experienced classroom teacher. He is a former school administrator, and he authored the book, Chromebook Classroom. And he's the founder of Google Certification Academy. John inspires educators to use technology to connect with and challenge students. Schools around the world have invited John to come and share with them, and you can connect with him with his blog. It's chromebook.com, but there is no O in Chromebook. It's CHRMBOOK.com. And you can follow him on X, and it's at JR Sowash. And I'm sure he'll probably share that as well. But thank you for being here, John. I'm going to go ahead and pass over the video to you. So thank you for being here.
Oops, let me see here. Jamae, it says I can't share audio and microphone. Is that normal? I'll turn it off for now. There we go. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Great to be back at the Cypress Fairbanks virtual conference. I think this is my third year being here. Always a good way to mark the summer. I hope you're all doing well. And if you are here to learn about Chromebooks, you are in the right spot, because that's what we are going to be talking about today. Like Jamae said, you can connect with me outside of the conference, a variety of different places, over on Twitter, X, Instagram, and then I actually really enjoy my Facebook page. You have a lot of good conversations surrounding teaching with Chromebooks over there as well. So whichever of these options strikes your fancy, love to connect with you. I'm a former high school science teacher, taught outside of Detroit, Michigan. I am from the Midwest, from the Great Lakes state. Like I said, taught high school science for quite a while. And when I first started teaching, I had no devices in the classroom. And then I got a couple, then we got a computer lab. And then a few years down the road, eventually we went 1-to-1, and every student was carrying a device around with them. And that was fun for the first couple of days, first week. And then you realize, wow, I have to actually do things with these devices every day. And that began a journey for me of figuring out, how can I, as a teacher, best utilize the technology at my disposal to help my students learn whatever I happened to be teaching at the time. Taught science, taught health, PE, did yearbook, language arts. I've done a bunch of different things, and that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. But looking specifically at Chromebooks. Chromebooks are a great device, very flexible, easy to manage. Cypress Fairbanks, you guys have lots of Chromebooks. So I thought we'd take a look, give you some tips and ideas for using them in your classroom. Now, Chromebooks have a reputation, rightly so, of being simple, low cost, easy to manage devices. And that is certainly true. The fact that you can get a Chromebook inexpensively means that you can get a lot of them and give one to everybody, which was not always the case. But I want to dispel the myth that Chromebooks are really only good for web browsing, consumption tasks, writing an email, Google Docs, flashcards, things like that. Chromebooks can do so much more than just those basics. So we're going to look at some lesson ideas, and I am going to spend some time talking about each subject area: language arts, math, science, and so on. It's a few Chromebook tips for each of them. Before we get to subject-specific things, I want to talk about a couple of unique features of Chromebooks. And if you have a Chromebook with you right now or nearby, you'll be able to demo these and test these out. But these are some things you may not have realized that you could do with the Chromebook. Keyboard shortcuts are unique to every device, and the basic ones work like you'd expect: copy, paste, print, save, things like that. But Chromebooks have some special keys that you're not going to find other places. If you have a Chromebook in front of you, if you look at the very top row, you'll see these keys. Probably one of the most cryptic ones is this one right here, the window switcher key. And this is typically right above like the number 6 on most Chromebooks. And this does a lot of things. We'll actually talk about this quite a bit. I'm going to go ahead and press the window switcher key. And that is going to give me window overview mode. So you can see, what different things I have open. Up at the top of my screen, I've got a virtual desk. That's a unique Chromebook feature. I can move the windows between these desks if I want to. And it's just a way of organizing your various windows and tabs. Some of you have a very serious condition. You are a tabaholic. And Chrome can help you manage those a little more effectively with tab groups and virtual desks, like we looked at. So that's one of the first keys that's in there. If you want to confuse a student, ask them to find the caps lock key on a Chromebook. There is none. Google eliminated the caps lock key and replaced it with the search button. So I'm going to go ahead and press the search key on my Chromebook right now. And this is going to do a bunch of things for you. It's going to open up the search key is technically called the everything button. So where you're going to see your apps, if you have any installed, and then I can just search. I can search for web results. It'll pop those up. It'll search my Google Drive account. It'll search my email. So if I actually search for Cypress, CFISD, it'll search through my documents, websites, emails, everything for whatever it is I'm looking for. So it's just a convenient way to search. You don't have to open a new tab. You don't have to go to Google. Just hit that search button and type away. A couple other buttons that are good to know about. You don't use them as often. Are full screen, screen brightness, and then your audio options. Now, I personally don't really use the full screen button, but if you teach elementary students, they will frequently push that button and get stuck because all their tabs and navigation disappear. And it's easy correction. Just push it again and all their navigation buttons will reappear. Same thing with screen brightness. This is difficult to demo over a virtual meeting, but there's two buttons that look like a little sunshine. And if you press the dim button, so the top one there, it will reduce the brightness of your Chromebook screen. Now, one of two things can happen. A lot of students will dim their screen all the way to the lowest possible level. And you come over and you're like, what is going on? Like, can you even see what you're doing? And they're like, oh, the screen, it hurts my eyes. If a student has their screen brightness that low, it's typically because they don't want you to know what they're doing. And when the screen is that dim, it's very difficult to see the content of the screen from an angle. So that's one just thing to be aware of. The other thing they find to be funny is if you press the screen brightness, reduce the brightness enough, eventually it turns off the screen entirely. So if you press this one, and sometimes kids, someone will get up and go to the bathroom and their friend will dim the screen, turn it off. And then the poor kid comes back and is panicking. They think they broke their Chromebook. The screen is broken, but it's not. You just have to hit the increase brightness button to turn it back on. So before you send a Chromebook to the tech department with a broken screen, just hit that increase brightness button a couple times to see if that'll fix it. It might. And then finally, we got your audio controls, mute, volume up, volume down. Those are just handy to have. Teach your students how to use those so they can quickly make adjustments. Those are some keyboard special keys. I'll talk about a couple of essential shortcuts. Dorothy, thanks for your comment in the chat. Love to know those shortcuts. Yep, if you don't have a mouse. It's just a faster way to navigate. I do have the YouTube chat open. I'm just kind of monitoring that. So if there is anything you want me to repeat, if you have any insights or things you want to share, feel free to drop that in the chat. And I'll do my best to monitor that. And Jamay's helping me as well. So let's talk about some keyboard shortcuts for Chromebooks. We already mentioned that there's no caps lock key. Google replaced it with that search button. You can actually enable and disable caps lock by pressing Alt and then the search button. And when you do that, you are going to get a little notification that will pop up, usually down at the bottom. That'll say, oh, caps lock is on. And you can turn that off just by pressing, again, Alt and search. So if you get a paper, if you get a discussion prompt that is written in all caps, it probably becomes some poor kid turned it on and forgot how to turn it off. Another one, my favorite keyboard shortcut that I use all the time is split screen. And let me see, we have this. So split screen is great if you press the Alt key on your Chromebook and then the left and right bracket key. Those are kind of under backspace. It will split your screen in half and you can slide it to the left, slide it to the right. This is great for multitasking. So if you want students to watch a video and take notes, have your instructions open and their presentation or whatever activity they're working on, split screen is great. So again, I'll put that back up. Press Alt, and then you're going to do the left bracket. That'll slide it to the left. And then if you use the right bracket, that'll slide it to the right. We talked about search already. Let me talk about copy and paste. So Control C, copy, Control V, paste, will work. But there's actually a better one. I love this. This is reason to switch to Chromebooks by itself. So let's say I copy this, and then I copy this, copy a bunch of things. Normally, you can only copy one thing at a time. But if on a Chromebook, you can copy multiple things. And then if I press the search key and V, I don't know why V is paste. I think P is print. So search V, you're going to see the last 5 things that you copied. So you can see each of them here. Then I can select the one that I want to use. That is a huge time saver. I do this a lot when I'm moving data from one place into another thing. I'll copy 5 things, go to my other source, paste all 5, do 5 more. Wonderful. So search V is as a little bonus. All right, one final one I'm going to mention. I will be talking about some various Chromebook extensions here today, but I know that there's some restrictions and limitations about which extensions you're able to install. They have to be approved for security and data privacy, which I get. That makes sense. And so I don't believe that the emoji extension that I typically recommend, I don't believe that is on your approved list, but I want to show you, you actually can access emojis on your Chromebook without any extension. All you do is press Shift, Search, Space, And there it is. So this is the built-in Chromebook emoji picker. So click in any text field, email, Google Classroom, doesn't matter, Google Docs, whatever it is, shift search space, and you'll get all the standard emojis that you would expect. There you go. I'll be talking a lot about built-in features. There's a lot of Chrome extensions that I've used and but if it's built in, it just makes your life a lot easier. Just one less thing you have to worry about, install, and deal with. Now, I'm more than happy to give you guys access to this presentation. I'll post a link at the end. I do have a resource that hopefully will be helpful for you. I'll put this in the chat. This is a free classroom poster that I created with all of the shortcuts I just mentioned and a whole bunch more. There's several different versions of it. There's a single page printable one. There's a big one for like classroom posters. So if this is something that would be helpful, you can download that, print it out, have it in your classroom. It's got all the shortcuts for Chromebooks, the ones I mentioned, and a bunch of others. All right, let's move on to another topic. And again, if you have any questions, anything you want to add or suggestions you want to make, feel free to drop those in the chat, and I'll pause every once in a while and answer those. I want to talk about screen recording and capture on your Chromebook. The ability to take screen casts, screenshots is something that is incredibly important. I mean, you can see in this presentation alone, I mean, every single page has some kind of a screenshot on it. This can be very helpful for students as well. I'll talk about some lesson strategies related to this also. A lot of great simple ways you can incorporate this into the classroom. My understanding, I believe that you guys have access to Screencastify, which is a great tool. Love Screencastify. I've been using it for many years. And if that's working for you, by all means, continue. But screen capture and recording is actually built in to your device. We're going to go back to that Windows switcher key again. We're going to talk about it several times. If you press Control-Shift switcher key together, you will get this. This is the window capture interface. You have a bunch of options. You can select between a video and a still image. You can capture the whole screen, part of the screen, just a little bit of the window. You got all kinds of different options in here. This is how I'm using capturing my screenshot. So, I mean, everything you see on my screen for this presentation, I used on a Chromebook using this exact very thing. They've added a bunch of additional features and new capabilities here. You even can record animated GIFs now, which is new. You'll see all those options if you click on the little gear here. Now, how could you use this in the classroom? I'm going to link a couple things together. So let's pretend that you're a math teacher and you are studying triangles, teaching students about acute, obtuse, right triangles, and they're having trouble understanding it, identifying them. You could send them to a Google image search or any place with a bunch of images and say, I want you to look for architectural images, pictures of buildings and architecture. And I want you to pay attention to triangles. A lot of triangles in architecture. It's a very strategic, structural decision. Take a screenshot of a building, and then I want you to identify the triangles and identify if they're, a right triangle, obtuse, acute, and so on. So when you take a screenshot, a little notification appears, looks like this. And in the bottom right corner is a little edit button. And that would allow you to do this. So here's a building. There's a triangle there. We can edit that screenshot, draw out that triangle. That is, in fact, a right triangle. And there you go. This would be an incredibly simple thing that you could do. Doesn't require any special tools, any extensions or logins or anything. It's all just built in to the device itself. Take a screenshot, hit the edit button, and start annotating. Now, this certainly is a little bit easier if you have a touchscreen Chromebook. I'm using a touchscreen right now, but you certainly can do this without touchscreen as well. You just have to draw with the trackpad. We're not looking for the Mona Lisa here, just a quick sketch. I'm actually using a digital pen right now. This did not come with my Chromebook. I purchased this separately. I don't think you guys have touchscreen Chromebooks. Most of the districts I work with do not, but this strategy here will work just fine. There's lots of great tools. I mean, you've got Screencastify, you've got Cami, there's Doc Hub. I mean, there's a bunch of things. And if you want to use those, you can. I'm always about simple, quick, and easy. With what I just demoed, everything is built into the device and it's ready to go. Now, if you want to take this to the next level, this is very new. Google worked on this for several years. This is called Screencast. Not to be confused with Screencastify. This is Screencast by Google. This application comes pre-installed with all Chromebooks. You can find it. Click the search button. That'll open up your apps and just search for Screencast. You should see this little green icon here. Again, this isn't something you have to install. It just comes with the device. Screencast is a pretty impressive little tool. Let me open up a demo that I created. I'll kind of narrate and show you what's going on here. So this allows you to record instructional videos, but it does a couple of very unique things. So I started by opening up the Screencast app and recording. And we can play the video, very similar to Screencastify or ScreenPal or Loom or any of the other ones. The unique things that this does is, first of all, it provides a transcript. So it automatically created this transcript of my video, and you're not going to hear the audio, but you'll be able to see what I'm saying by looking at the text. It highlights it. The interesting thing is that the transcript is available to your students as well. So if I record a lecture using Screencast, direct instruction, they can review it, they can read it, they can listen to it, watch it. But if a student needs to review something, this works great for like math. It's like, oh, there's that one type of problem I'm struggling with. I need to review that. They can scroll the transcript and just click right on a section of text, and it will automatically move the video to that part. So it makes it really easy to skip around to a very specific section. That's amazing. This also makes your life a lot easier. And if you've ever recorded a video for your students, for some reason, and you get, 10 minutes in and one of your kids interrupts you, the dog barks, the mailman knocks on the door, it just messes your whole video up. Check this out. As the editor of this video, I have the ability to actually remove a section, not just from the transcript, but also from the video timeline. So now I'm looking at this as the editor. I just click on a section. If I'm like out or shorten this, I just right click and remove the edit button, remove this section from the video. And it just skips right over that section. It's still there later on. If I change my mind, I can come back and I can stick it back in. But it's unbelievable in terms of, like, if you ever did flipped classroom, if you're recording a video for sub plans or something like that, the Screencast app is absolutely amazing. You can use this to record lessons, and your students, if you ever want them to present something, share their knowledge. This is a great extension activity for students who have mastered something. You could say, can you create a short video teaching other students how to do this math problem or solve this genetic combination or whatever you're studying? This is a great tool. So that's the Screencast app, relatively new. Check out your Chromebooks. This is only available for Chromebook. So you're not going to, even if you're using the Chrome browser, you're not going to see this on your Mac or PC. You can watch the videos on a Mac or PC, but you cannot create them. Now, normally at this time, I would talk a little bit about accessibility. I'm actually going to skip that for now because I'm doing an entire accessibility session right after this one. So if you're interested in exploring the accessibility features of Chromebooks from 2 to 3, that's what we're going to be focused on. And I'm going to go much more in depth than I typically have time for. So feel free to hang out with me 2 to 3 if you want to learn more about accessibility on Chromebooks. Now, eventually, you probably are going to want to be able to do something on your Chromebook that it wasn't built to do. Doesn't have that feature or capability. And that is where Chrome extensions come in. Chrome extensions are utilities that add additional features and capabilities to the Chrome browser. And extensions, you can install them for Chrome for Mac, for PC, and also for Chromebooks. Now, as I already mentioned, your ability to install Chrome extensions is under the review of the IT department. And so there are some extensions that are available for teachers, and then there's a smaller set of extensions that are available for students. Now, hopefully, we've done our homework correctly, and I believe that everything that I'm about to share is approved. Cypress Fairbanks has a list of approved extensions, and I believe I've taken out everything that wasn't approved, so we should be good to go. One super simple example is a URL shortener. So this is an example where you've got a long, nasty link like this. Putting that in an email, in a document, in a remind note to parents is going to be gross. So we have this URL shortener. I simply click the extension and it copies that extension or that URL and makes it a nice short link. That would be an example of possibly the most simple extension that you can imagine. One extension that I introduced the tech department to a while ago, which I think is really cool, is called Unclutter. I believe this one is approved for teachers. I don't know if it's approved for students, but honestly, it's fine. This is more of a teacher-focused extension anyways. Now, all Chrome extensions are installed from the Chrome Web Store. So if you just do a Google search for Chrome Web Store, you need to go here. And if you're interested in any of the extensions that I've mentioned, you can just search for them. So this one is called Unclutter, and I'm going to go to one of the news websites. I'm going to pick ESPN just for fun. Use your imagination here. Okay, so I don't really care about the 49ers, but let's pretend. So here's an article on the 49ers. A video, a bunch of stuff. Now, if you go to any of these websites, whether it's Yahoo, CNN, ABC, Fox, ESPN, the number of ads on this thing are absurd. Like, you can't even find the article. There's so much junk. That's why you need Unclutter. I mean, look at this. This page is still loading. There are so many advertisements. Unclutter is going to remove all of the junk and give me a nice, clean reading experience. No ads, no weird videos or those, related stories that are not really that related. So I'll let the page load. Here's the Unclutter extension up in the toolbar. It's a little yellow book looking thing. I'm going to click on that. It'll take a couple seconds. It looks for the article content, identifies all the advertisements and other junk. You got to be patient, and gives me a beautiful reading experience. Anytime I need to go to one of these websites and read something, Unclutter is my friend. The more ads there are, the better it is. So here we go. Here's the cleaned up version, still loading. Look at that. Nice and simple. No garbage. Beautiful. Unclutter has a couple of nice additional features. It actually does save your articles, so you can refer back to them. And then it gives you the ability to adjust the text font size, dark mode, adjust the margins, and things like that. It's really nice. It's a great tool. One of the reasons or ways that I use this as a teacher, so I'll find an article, and then I want to print that article for my students. And so I'll use Unclutter, get rid of all the garbage, and then just Control P. And this is going to be way better, way shorter, less paper than the original one was. This is great. So check that one out. It's really good when you're displaying things in front of your class. If you got a smart board, projector, last thing you need is a Coors Light commercial to be, prominently displayed on the screen to your third graders. That's always the time when your school administrator decides to walk through as well. Unclutter will get rid of that. We talked about this briefly. You guys have access to Screencastify, a wonderful extension. This is another way of recording videos. So I just talked about the screencast tool that's built into Chromebooks. Screencastify would be a similar tool. Allows you to record your screen, your voice, your audio. And you guys have access, I believe students do as well, which is great. So if you want to do quick videos, I don't know if any of you were utilizing Flip. Microsoft just announced recently that they're essentially rolling Flip into their paid Microsoft Teams product. So we can't use it anymore, not easily anyways. A lot of teachers are switching over to Screencastify. Slightly different, but allows every kid to record a video and then share it with others. There's a few other ones. I don't know if these are approved or not. Some of these are familiar. Bitmoji. Some of you are into the Bitmoji classroom. That's a fun way to add digital stickers to student assignments. Emoji Keyboard is the extension that I use. If this one's not approved, you can always just do the Alt Search Space extension or a shortcut that we talked about, and you have your own emoji picker in right inside your Chromebook. Now, if you love Chrome extensions like me, eventually you may have a problem. I like to say that extensions are kind of like prescription drugs. You don't want to take too many. They're very powerful. And if you run too many Chrome extensions, it can cause issues. So I have an extension to manage my extensions because I have probably 25, 30 extensions installed. And if I were to use all of them simultaneously, I would be in big trouble. So this one, there's several of these out there. This one's called Custom Chrome, and it just it gives me a toggle switch, just turn on, turn off my extension. You can see I've got a gazillion of them. So whatever workshop I'm doing, whatever type of teacher I'm working with, I'll just enable the ones that I need. Not everybody will need one like this. If you're not installing a bunch of extensions, this might be overkill. I want to shift now for the remainder of our time together. We've got about 15-ish minutes and talk about some lesson ideas for specific subject areas. So we'll start off, kick things off with language arts. So some specific tools and teaching tips for my ELA teachers. One extension that I believe is approved is Grammarly. I'm a big fan of letting students check their own work. It makes my life as a teacher easier that I don't have to check all the grammar and spelling. Certainly not perfect, but it's a good way to assist. So that's an extension I'm sure many of you have heard of, and I personally use as well. Let me talk about a couple of places to get nonfiction articles. These are not extensions. These are just websites. There's several of them out there. This is where I would go as a teacher to find an article so that my students can read it, discuss it. We can have class discussions. Maybe we're going to use this and write a persuasive essay, or just talk about misinformation or how to verify information, citations, things like that. So a couple different options here. For older students, I like Dogo News. This is good for middle and high school, up higher reading levels. Many of you have heard of Newsella, which again has kid-friendly articles. And both Dogo News and Newsella offer Lexile adjustments. So I can select an article, and then I can adjust the reading level of that article for different students in my class. So the same content can be given to a student at a 3rd, a 5th, a 7th grade reading level. And both of these offer that. These are good options as well. They tend to be a little better for the younger grades, elementary and middle school. Reading Vine, Smithsonian, Tween, Tribune, and Wonderopolis. So great place if you're doing close reading of informational text. These 5 sites should provide some good content for you. And again, I'll provide you guys with a link to this presentation so that you can access all of these. You don't have to remember everything here. All right, this is an interesting one. Love to hear your thoughts on this. When you are writing your instructions or giving students a writing assignment, there is a special font called Lexend that research studies indicate that by using this font, you can increase reading comprehension by 20%. Now, I'll let you be the judge. I am not a reading fluency expert by any means, but I've looked through this. And this is nothing to do with like reading disability. This is for anybody. If you read at 80 words a minute, by using Lexend, they say that you'll read at 100 words a minute. So this font is in Google Docs, slide sheets, and so on. And there's several versions of it. If you don't see it, let me show you. So this font right here, this is the Lexend font. That's what it looks like. So if I highlight this, here's my font. If you do not see Lexend in here, you just have to go to more fonts and search for it. So, I mean, heck, 20% just by using a font, worth a try. Why not? A couple other tools for language arts teachers, and we'll move on to a couple other subject areas. This one is interesting. I have used this personally several times. This is called the Hemingway Editor. It's not an extension. It's just a website. If you're familiar with Ernest Hemingway, he had a very recognizable writing style. Absolutely to the point, sparse, simple. Never use 3 words when 1 word can do. And so you copy and paste your whatever you've written into the Hemingway editor, and it will show you how to simplify the language and make it more readable. And you can see, different things. It shows you the reading level. So this is a tool to help you improve your writing. It's free. It's quite fascinating, especially if you're learning, if you're reading Old Man and the Sea or something. See if your students can write in the style of Hemingway, one of the great American authors. So this is at HemingwayApp.com. Again, you don't have to download anything. You don't have to log in. You just visit. I think this is the last one for language arts. This is a very good one, especially right now in the age of AI. So if you open up a student document and you're like, this is really good. I've never heard this student write something so eloquently and fluently before. I'm a little suspicious. This is a Chrome extension called Draftback. Only the teacher needs it. That will turn the revision history of a student document into a time-lapse video. And you can kind of see what it looks like there. This makes it easy to identify passages that were copied and pasted, which would suggest potentially the use of AI. So check this one out. There's also another one called Brisk that does something very similar. Both Brisk and Draftback are great resources to help you combat students using AI to cheat on assignments. Let's talk about math for a little bit. Shout out to all the math teachers. For younger students, elementary, there's a bunch of great resources from the Math Learning Center. They have about a dozen apps. I'm saying apps very loosely. They're really just websites that you open up, and they have all of your kind of classic math manipulatives, coins for teaching, counting back change, number lines, tanagram, geoboard, base 10 sets. They have manipulatives for all of that. So a lot of fun for those classic math resources. For my high school teachers, I would strongly encourage you to check out Desmos. This has become, some would argue, the new version of the TI-83 calculator. So it is a web-based graphing calculator that can do a whole bunch of stuff, does all your kind of graphing calculator stuff, but you can also design interactive lessons, and it teaches math through the process. This is a Chrome extension. It's just a website. You do need to sign up and register. There's a free version and a paid version. It's very cool. I'd love to see what a math teacher could do with this. Let's see. I'm looking through the chat, making sure I don't miss anything. I see Little Horizons was asking, can Draftback be used on slides? Not Draftback, but I do believe that Brisk teaching, I believe, will work on slides. So I would look at that one. I don't know if Brisk is on the approved Cypress extension list. It's a very new tool, so I'm not 100% sure. For math teachers, GeoGebra is another good option. Desmos and GeoGebra are similar. Teachers tend to gravitate towards one or the other. So try them both, and then whichever one you feel is better suited for what you teach, use it. If you are frustrated by the equation editor in Google Docs, Equatio might be the tool for you. So Equatio is free for teachers and makes it a lot easier to insert math symbols and full equations into Google Docs, slide sheets, forms, and so on. Works very well. They have a really cool feature called speech to math. So you can actually speak your math equation, like 3x minus 12 square root of 49, and it actually will type out what it hears, which is kind of fun. So check out Equatio, free for teachers. The district would have to purchase a license if students need to use it, but most teachers use this to just insert equations into their lessons. One more for math. Honestly, this could be useful for everybody. This is an AI-powered tool. This is Conquer, And this is a way to use AI to generate assessments. Conquer is freemium. I think you can use it like 5 or 10 times per month for free, and then you have to purchase it. But you can use Conquer to generate quizzes and assessments. What I like about Conquer is there's a button that lets you export the quizzes from Conquer into Google Forms, which is awesome because for me, I want to be able to post my quizzes and forms. I use Google Classroom. And so that just makes it really easy. So there's lots of AI tools that can create assessments, but this is the only one that actually pushes those into forms, which I think is cool. All right, social studies teachers, you're next. Let's look at some humanities features. Cetera is an interesting one. This is kind of like a geography quiz site. So they have quizzes for states, capitals, countries, geography, everything you can imagine. There's a free version, there's a paid version. The free version is just kind of like practice. If you pay for it, then you can get your data and track your student progress. But it's a great tool if you're just like, we need to learn all the countries in Africa. Cetera has a quiz for it. Quizlet, it's an oldie but a goodie. Quizlet's a great tool for any type of flashcard related things. One of the great things about Quizlet is there's a good chance that someone has already created it. So you can go to Quizlet, search for, genetics vocabulary, and somebody's already got a study set there. You can make a copy, modify it as needed. And there's a ton of ways that you can practice, from traditional flashcards to matching to games. There's Quizlet Live, which is kind of like a Kahoot style thing. Free version, paid version. So use it as much as you feel you need to. Flippity has a lot of similarities to Quizlet. I'm not going to talk much about Flippity because actually my third session today, so this would be we got 3 to 4, is going to be on Google Sheets, and I'm going to talk at length about Flippity. This is another tool for creating flashcards. So if you want to explore Flippity, see it in action, join me at the end of the day. I think that session's called Art, Math, and Logic with Google Sheets. I remember using this resource when I was a kid. This is the CIA World Fact Book. The CIA keeps a very detailed database of every country in the world. Primary exports, gross domestic product, population, everything you can imagine. So this is a great resource when you're doing any kind of country reports, research reports. The World Fact Book is where to go. Just a website. Check it out. All right, we're going to wrap up with this. Saved the last session for my science teachers. These are my people. Some of these tools I really wish had been available when I was teaching. Would have really made my life easier. This one's really interesting. This would be for younger students. This is called Scale of the Universe. And I'll give you the link so you can check this out. Scale of the Universe is interesting because it allows you to zoom in and out to see essentially the relative size of things. Let me see if this will open quickly. So you can zoom into all the way down to like atoms and molecules, or all the way out to galaxies and solar systems. And it just really gives a lot of perspective to how big and small things are. It's very simple. It's just a website, but you scroll in and out and it'll zoom in. It'll take a few seconds to load here. You'll have to check it out and play with it. This is the tool I really wish I had access to. This is Biodigital Human. And this is, if you've ever played with Google Earth, this is Google Earth for the human body. So it allows you to explore every part of the body, from muscles and bones and organs and brain cells and everything. This is a very sophisticated tool. It is designed for use by medical students. It's free and it's amazing. So I taught anatomy and physiology. I didn't have this, but I wish I did. You can do 3D design on your Chromebook. Tinkercad is a 3D modeling tool. I don't know if you guys have access to 3D printers, but the designs that are built in Tinkercad can be exported for printing, which is great. I've had some fun playing around with Tinkercad. Here's an interesting one. It's got a super weird name. Not really sure. So this is officially called, this is a Chrome extension, the Guillotined Chemist Handbook. And this is a reference tool for chemistry students that will provide them with easy access to the periodic table, atomic models, elements charts, mole conversions, and things like that. So this for high school chemistry teacher students would be a really interesting resource. There's a variety of periodic table ones. The one at the top is really cool. This would be great for younger students. This is the periodic table in pictures. And so every single element is represented by a common household object. You're like, I had no idea that beryllium was inside of a flashlight or whatnot. And you click on it and it'll teach you about that particular element. So that one's kind of fun. That's just the website. And then down below, you've got a more classic periodic table. It's a good one. You can bookmark that. If you can't get the access to the extension, you can go to the website. All right, last resource I'll share with you are the science simulations. There's two different places that you can check out for this. One is PhET, and the other is Lab Exchange. And these are both databases that just have animations, short videos on every possible scientific thing you can imagine. If you need to demonstrate diffusion or osmosis, or I have no idea, there's something there. Science, I learned as a teacher that science is very abstract, and anytime I can show my students a video or an illustration, an image, even better yet, some kind of animation, it helps them understand what that process looks like. Those animations exist, but they're kind of all over the place. These two places have pulled them all together into a searchable database that hopefully will be helpful. Well, my time is coming to an end here. Jamae is going to join me. She has the attendance code that you're all eager to receive. And I'll be back in a little bit with session number 2. Hi, Jamae.
Excited to have you again. Thanks, John.
Hi, everybody. Just ran downstairs to get a bite to eat. Lunch. Excited to be back with you. And in this session, we're going to be talking about Chromebook accessibility. There's so many important things to talk about with accessibility to make sure that every student can be successful in the classroom, regardless of some of the challenges that they might face. Chromebooks offer a very wide and robust range of accessibility tools, but if you don't use a Chromebook on a regular basis, you might not be aware of them. So that's why we're going to check them out and explore them today. Like Jamae said, you're welcome to connect with me all over the web, on Twitter, X, JR Sowash, same on Instagram and YouTube, and then over on Facebook, it's Chromebook Classroom. That's my Facebook page. We have a lot of good conversations about teaching with Chrome. So if you're so inclined, we can connect over there. Like Jamae said, I'm a former teacher, school admin, taught with no technology, taught with lots of technology and everything in between. I'm not a special ed teacher, but over the years, I've had many students with various learning needs and IEPs. And so I was forced to figure it out. How can I best support students? And there are some common ones. If you're, I'm not sure who we have here. I'd love to know in the chat if you are a special education teacher, or if you're a gen ed teacher who's just looking to increase your knowledge of the accessibility features that are available. Let me know in the chat. That'd be great. Great to have you here. And I'll share this slide deck with you and a bunch of other resources at the end of the session. Now, my primary goal here today is to talk about the accessibility features that are built into the device. Now, there's lots of extensions and other things you can add on and install, and we might get to those. We'll see if we have time, but I really want to just talk about the built-in features to give you some instruction and knowledge about how to do that. The most important thing that I can teach you here today is how to access those accessibility features. They are not on by default. And so if you are looking around your Chromebook, you might be thinking, where are the accessibility features? I cannot find them. So this is something that you should be familiar with. Students who would benefit from the various accessibility features are going to need to complete these steps. The good news is very easy. You just have to do it once. But if you don't know, it can be tough to figure it out. So I'm on a Chromebook right now. And so I'm going to click on the time down in the bottom right corner of my screen. That shows a bunch of options. I need to click on the gear to get into the settings for my Chromebook. And then from here, you can either search for accessibility up here at the top, or you can just look down here. There's a whole section for it. So either way, the good news is there's just one thing that we need to do. The only thing you need to do is make sure that this switch is on. This is the show accessibility options in quick settings. Turn that on and you're good. You only have to do this once. So for students, again, who would benefit from some of these special ed tools, toggle that on and you're done. Now, what did we accomplish? What did we do? When I click on the time, now I'm going to see a new option. We just enabled this section right here. That was not there before. Now it is. And this makes it very easy to toggle on and off the various accessibility features. Now, if you're not on a Chromebook, you're on a Mac, you're on a PC, every device has these various accessibility options, but you need to be familiar with the options on the device that your students typically use. Now, we are going to talk about many of these. There's a lot of them. You can see there's quite a list, but there are 4 that I want to pay particular attention to. In my opinion, these are the most useful of the accessibility features. A lot of the accessibility is very situation specific. So if you don't have, if you're not colorblind, the color inversion feature is not going to be very helpful for you. But these 4, I think, can be useful for everyone, regardless of whether you have an IEP or not. Honestly, I use these. Select to speak, dictation, full screen magnifier, highlight mouse cursor. These are the 4 that we're going to talk about in greater depth. And then depending on how much time we have, we'll take a look at some other options. The first thing you need to do is toggle each of these features on or off. And we already kind of looked at how that works. If you want to try, we'll do select to speak first. You need to click on your accessibility menu and find select to speak and make sure, as you can see here, that it's toggled on. The ones that are on will appear at the top for easy access. Now, select to speak is a text to speech feature. And this is probably one of the most common accessibility, common accommodations that I see, especially in IEPs. Student needs to have things read aloud to them, tests, assignments, and so on. Now, if I could sit next to the student and read aloud everything to them, that would be great, but I have other responsibilities that I have to do. This can help bridge the gap. Let's go, well, I'll just do it right from here. Okay, so how does this work? Very simple. It's all in the name. We're going to select, and it's going to speak. Now, I don't know if this works or not. All right, let me try this. I'm going to stop my screen share. I need to be able to share my system audio. Let's see if I can. All right. Try one more time. Unfortunately, I can't share my audio, so you can't hear me and my computer at the same time. So you're going to have to take my word for it. All right. So select and then speak. So down at the bottom of my Chromebook on it's called the shelf, I've got some new icons. This is the one that is now appearing because we turned on select to speak. So I need to click that icon and then select the text I wish to hear. Now you're not going to hear it. I'm not sharing my internal audio over Zoom, but I can hear it. It's reading it to me. It's a little slow. I can speed it up, slow it down. There's a bunch of stuff that I can do to it. And that's it. The nice thing about select to speak is it works everywhere. It will work on websites. I'm hearing Google Slides, Google Docs, Google Classroom, email, forms. If there is text on the screen, it will work. To prove that to you, here is a PDF. Classic story of the tortoise and the hare. Student needs to have this read aloud to them. Same process. Click the select speak icon. Highlight as much or as little as you want. And it works absolutely great. The voice, you guys can't hear it, unfortunately, but it's very fluid, very human-like. It's great. Now, if you want to get into the details, you might want to do this for students. If I go back to my settings, there are tons of options for select to speak. If I want to customize it, including some translation-related options. So I'm in the accessibility menu. Here is our select to speak options. And so I can select my primary language. There's a gazillion voices you can select from. You want to hear someone reading an Australian accent? Go for it. It's there. So this one is interesting. This is helpful for bilingual students. So if I have a website in Spanish and I use select to speak, if I toggle this on, it's going to read it in Spanish. If it's in English, it'll read it in English. So this is not a translate feature, but it's going to just respect the language that it sees. This feature does support a lot of languages. I think there's 20 or 30 different languages in here. This is not a translation feature. That feature does exist. We'll talk about it. It's called live transcription, but it is a premium feature that Cypress Fairbanks would have to purchase. I don't know if they've upgraded your Google Workspace domain. Definitely worth taking some time to explore select to speak, the different voices, the fluidness of the reading. So take that into consideration. You definitely will need to teach your students how to utilize it, how to click the button and toggle it on. You can also use a keyboard shortcut. If I highlight some text, the shortcut is the search key, so a little magnifying glass key, and S for select to speak. That will toggle it as well. The keyboard shortcut is important. I don't know if anybody's using the locked quiz mode feature for Google Forms. If you're doing assessments, when you're using the locked quiz mode, you lose access to all of your menus. And so your students won't see the little select to speak icon. And so it works. They just have to know the keyboard shortcut of search S to toggle it on. Jen was asking in the chat, I see about a reference sheet for accessibility features. Kind of. I do have a keyboard shortcut guide that I am going to share here in just a second that you can print out so they remember what the options are. The nice thing is, typically at the beginning of the year, I will walk my students through all of them. I'll teach all of my students how to enable the accessibility features because they're very useful. Once we do that, we're good to go. Now, I don't want to get myself in trouble, but it is possible for the IT department to turn these on for everybody. So in the Google admin console, they have the capability of doing this for you. So I'm not sure what the process is. Someone would have to, review and approve this change. But this is what it would look like. They can just automatically show those accessibility options for all students, which personally I think is a great idea. I think it reduces, the stigma. It's like, oh, I have the accessibility features on. Well, no, everybody does. And I use them. All right, let's look at the second tool that I think is very useful, which is dictation. Now, this is one that I personally use a lot. It works just like your cell phone. You get the little microphone and you start talking. This is great for elementary students as well. If your students are not typing proficiently, dictation is a great way for them to get their thoughts on the digital paper. If you're not teaching keyboarding class, it's like, we just got to get our thoughts down. And this will work in any text field, email, Google Classroom, Google Forms, Google Docs, literally anywhere. So let's do it right here in Google Slides. Just add a new text box, stick that somewhere. And just like we did with select to speak, first we need to make sure it is on. So I'll go to my accessibility menu, make sure dictation is toggled on. We're good. We're going to see a microphone icon on the shelf right next to select to speak. Click in whatever text box you want that text to appear. Hit the microphone. You're going to hear a little chirp and begin talking. This is a demonstration of dictation for Chromebooks! Exclamation point. Everything that I say is quickly and accurately transcribed into text, period. I click the dictation icon when I'm done, and there we go. Looks pretty good. Everything looks great. So it also does punctuation. You can say new line, new paragraph, period, comma, and we'll do that as well. I remember distinctly learning about and utilizing this feature during the peak of the COVID pandemic, where everything was done on a computer. No face-to-face learning. Everything was remote. I was so incredibly tired of pounding the keyboard for 8 hours a day, leaving feedback and comments and suggestions and lessons. So I just started dictating. I use Google Classroom, open up Classroom, go to my instruction box, click dictation, and just start talking. it's very accurate, and go back and clean it up, but save me a lot of work. Again, I think every student can potentially benefit from dictation. One challenge that you will run into if you have 30 kids and everybody is trying to dictate simultaneously, it does get a little crazy. It's actually better than you would think, even in a loud classroom, but it's definitely improved if every student brings in, just a cheap set of earbuds. So these are the ones that have the little microphone on it. I think I got this pair. I think there's like a 5-pack on Amazon for like $5. They're cheap, but they work. So just this will improve the success of your dictation. Here are the keyboard shortcuts for these first two accessibility features: select, speak, and dictation. The screenshot that will eventually, there it goes, show up. So search S, we talked about that. Search D for dictation, makes sense. These are all part of my Chromebook shortcut poster set. And I'm happy to share this in the chat. Let's see, Jemay and Sarah, if you guys don't mind posting that in the YouTube chat, that would be
Okay.
so free poster sets, PDF download, other ones in addition to the accessibility shortcuts, but you can print out the page you want and remind students of it. All right, let's go to number 3. So we've got select to speak, we've got dictation. But actually, I use this one as teacher. This one is great. I've actually used it several times here today. The full screen magnifier is what allows me to open up a lesson, a document, and zoom in. So if I want to look at a photo or the kids in the back are having a hard time seeing, I can zoom in on it. So this is a very good teaching feature in addition to being a good accessibility feature. This one takes a little bit of time to get used to. First, we need to turn it on. So we'll go to full screen magnifier. Now, when you turn this on, initially, it usually kind of like zooms in really quick. So don't panic. If you are zoomed in, it's like this. If you press Control-0, that's going to reset to 100%. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't see anything. Control-0 will get you back to normal. That's a good thing for you to know. If a kid accidentally zooms in, I've seen kids before, they're like, I can't see anything. Control-0, you're back. The way you do this, there's a couple different ways. The easiest option is I put my mouse on top of or next to the thing I want to zoom in on. And then what you can't see in my finger. So I'm on a Chromebook with a trackpad, just like you would on Google Maps. I'm going to pinch and zoom. So if I want to zoom in on the turtle, I put my mouse on the turtle and then I pinch and it zooms in on the turtle. Squeeze my fingers together and it zooms back out. And this works pretty much anywhere. You're in a Google slide presentation, pinch, and it's going to zoom in, pinch together, it's going to zoom back out. If a student has low vision, this can be very useful. So they can enlarge things. I use it all the time. You got an image or something that's just too small to see, you can zoom in on it. It's great. I just leave this one on all the time, and then just remember Control-0 if you ever get yourself zoomed in. The last one I wanted to focus on is highlight mouse cursor. And this, again, is a good teaching tool, especially if you do a lot of demos using technology. So I'm, showing kids how to use a tool or something, and they're trying to follow my mouse cursor. I can put a red circle on it. Actually, I try to remember to turn this on when I'm doing virtual presentations as well, like this. Go to my accessibility menu, scroll down to highlight mouse cursor, and there you go. There's another one you can actually use is large mouse cursor, so that'll actually make it even bigger. So I don't know what you think. I'll leave it on, but you should have an easier time just following my movements on the screen, even here in Zoom. Let's see, look through the chat here. Safira says the Chromebook shortcut link is not working. Shortcut, let me make sure.
We'll resend it. Thank you, John.
Yep. And that's the short link. Sometimes, Safira, if you're in a school using your school Wi-Fi, sometimes it doesn't like my URL shortener. So here's the full link. Thanks everybody. You guys are on top of it. So it'll take you to this page, and then you'll see a button to download the PDFs. So that's the fourth one, the highlight mouse cursor. And you guys let me know if you think it's easier to follow again my movements here in the webinar. But that's great, especially for elementary students. Anytime you're demoing something up on the smartboard. Those are the four that I wanted to focus on, but let's talk about some of the additional settings. Some of these are pretty cool and relatively new. These are all great. They just all have a very specific application. So if you are visually impaired, there's a selection of accessibility options for you. One that causes a lot of issues is color inversion, where it inverts the colors and makes it very high contrast. Helpful if you are low vision, not so helpful if you're not, and kids will turn it on purpose just to mess around. Docked magnifier is similar to what we just looked at, except that it kind of splits your screen and you can see the normal version on the top and the docked version down at the bottom. Again, for someone who has very low vision, maybe you're only seeing 10, 20% of what a normal person would. A new one, this one is actually pretty slick. I don't know how well this will show up via Zoom. So in accessibility, they just added this one. This is called color correction. And this is for people who are colorblind. I'm not colorblind, so when I turn that on, I can see, again, I don't know how it comes through on Zoom, the color, it added yellow. So this went from kind of a dark green, kind of more of a hunter green, to a little more of a teal color. Let me turn it off and see if we can tell. Color correction. Yeah, so you can kind of see, I can anyways, the color variation. I'm going to go back into my accessibility settings. And this time I'm going to look at my color correction options, which is here. I am not an expert in this. So I don't know enough to talk knowledgeably about it, but this is where I can select the type of color blindness that I have. So again, I'm not really 100% sure what all these things mean. Protomally, tritonally, grayscale. So, these are different adjustments based on the type of color that I have a hard time seeing. But that's pretty cool. And that can be a big deal. You know, a lot of times I will color code my lessons. I'll say in the red box, type this, in the blue box, type this. Well, that's not great if you can't see those colors. So this can adjust it, makes it more vibrant so that they're able to correctly identify which colors those are. That one's kind of cool. Now, that's a recent one. Now, I want to spend a minute talking about Chromebook. Okay, this one confuses people a lot. They're trying to get dictation, and instead they get Chromebook, which annoys the heck out of them. Chromebook is for people who are completely blind. They cannot see anything. When you turn on the Chromebook feature, it reads everything to you to a point where you think that your computer is yelling at you. It will drive you nuts. Now, again, you're not going to hear the audio, unfortunately, over Zoom. But when I turn this on, everywhere that I put my mouse, it's going to read it to me. And so if I were completely blind, I would be able to move my mouse across the screen and hear the features that I'm pointing at. Unless you are fully blind, Chromebook is probably not the feature you want. And a lot of students will accidentally turn it on and they have to mute their audio because it keeps talking to them. They don't want it to. So just go into the settings, turn off Chromebook. Most of the time, dictation is what you want it to get. Then we have a bunch of tools for motor control support. So if you know, an individual does not have the use of their hands, so they cannot use the mouse, or they can't navigate smoothly using a mouse or a trackpad, these would support them. So automatic clicks means I can move my mouse, and then if I leave my mouse on a button, after a 2-second delay, it clicks for me. So this would be people who use potentially like an eye tracker. So they're actually using their mouse with their eyes. They can't click, so they just pause and it clicks for them. Switch support. A switch is a external device you would connect to your Chromebook that would give you different keys and functions to be able to navigate, type, things like that. Think like Stephen Hawking, the great famous physicist. He would communicate through switch support. Sticky keys, again, maybe you have one hand, and so you can't press. We talked about keyboard shortcuts. I can't press the shift key and the S key simultaneously. So I can press the first key, press the second key, and it recognizes them as being connected together. And then final category here is auditory support. So this is for people who cannot hear or have some kind of a hearing deficiency. So mono audio is interesting and certainly something you need to think about. A lot of times music, YouTube videos, and various recordings are recorded in separate tracks. And it will play like the one track will play out of the left ear or the left speaker, and then the voice will play out of the other speaker. Well, if I'm deaf in one ear, I'm only going to get 50% of whatever's being played. So by going and turning on mono audio, it combines all the tracks together and plays everything out of both speakers, both headphones, etc. Most of the time, if a student had that type of a disability, they'd probably be aware of it. You just need to show them, how to turn on, mono audio, for example. If I turn it on, I can't really tell the difference. I can just hear both things. All right, last one here we'll talk about is live captions. This is a new one. And it's pretty cool. So let me turn it on. Live captions. And this is transcription. So if I play a YouTube video or have any audio coming out of my computer, my Chromebook will automatically recognize that content and caption it at the bottom of my screen. And so any student that would benefit from being able to read something, so here's my latest video, place for counseling. Now, YouTube is kind of a silly example because YouTube has its own captioning. So it's muted right now, but we can see exactly what she's saying. So that is built in at the operating system level. So this would work with any audio coming out of the computer from any site, even if it's not YouTube, it would work. There you go. Now I got a Wix ad on your webinar here. I think those are the big built-in accessibility features for the Chromebook. Let me know if there are any that you'd like me to dive into further. If you have any examples of how you have seen students benefit from some of these settings, I would love to know. I've talked with a few teachers, and there's some situation, it brings tears to your eyes when you realize how useful these features can be for a student, and how simple things like having captioning or color inversion can really make learning more accessible to a student. These are the built-in accessibility options. Now, there's lots of extensions and there's other things that I think we'll have a few minutes I can share. But these work most effectively because they're built in at the operating system level. Let me actually take a second to share an interesting one. I don't know if this one is approved for Cypress Fairbanks, so forgive me if you get excited about this. I'll pull it up. So this is a Chrome extension called Funkify. And it can be difficult at times to fully understand and appreciate what it's like to have a learning disability if you don't have one. Funkify is a Chrome extension that mimics or simulates common disabilities so that you can experience what that's like for a few minutes. So this is a Chrome extension. And if you just Google Funkify, it's funkify.org. Chrome extension. And there's just a few different simulators that I can demo. So there's a dyslexia simulator that simulates what that feels like. A vision simulator where things can be blurry, contrast, you can't see well with the contrast. So you can try those. So yeah, blurry. I don't know how well these will, this will show up over Zoom. So right now my screen looks blurry. Now, can I read it? Yes. But would I want to read this all day long? Probably not. That's what it would look like. And so screen zoom might be a feature that would assist students. The dyslexia one is interesting. Let's turn that one on. So I don't know, again, if this will. Yeah, I see Brenda's mentioning in the chat, Funkify is disabled. Yeah, I knew this might be a challenge. You can certainly try this, on your personal computer. This isn't something that you're going to use on a regular basis. This is kind of like doing a special workshop. Let's feel what this is like. So I don't know how well this shows up, but this is what it would feel like if you had a form of dyslexia. Can you read it? Kind of, but you can tell there's a lot of additional cognitive load that's added when all those words are jumping around like that. I want to wrap things up by talking about some features inside of Google Drive. So we've looked at some unique things with Chromebooks, and all those things will work in Google Drive, but there are a couple of additional accessibility options to consider when you're working in docs, slides, sheets, forms, and so on. One interesting one, and I did share this in the previous session on Chromebooks if you attended that, is a special font. So you can read about this. This is Lexend.com. Lexend is a font that was specifically designed to increase reading comprehension. Not reading comprehension for people with learning disabilities, everybody. Supposedly, based on research that's been conducted, simply by using this font, you will increase reading comprehension by 20%. Now, this whole page is in the Lexend font. So this text right here, that is Lexend. Now, it is not the most beautiful font. Those of you who are font people, you like picking the right font for the right situation, you're probably not gonna love it. This is about comprehension, not beauty. This font is available in Google Docs, slide sheets, all the places, but you may have to add it. So if I go to some text, here's my font list. It's not installed by default, so you may need to go to more fonts. This is the Google font library, and there are thousands of fonts in here. Some of you are going to have a lot of fun this afternoon. Just search for Lexend. There's a bunch of them. It is the spacing between the letters that separates these. And then just click them, and that'll add them to your font list. So just something simple like that can improve reading comprehension. We talked about dictation. I do want to mention that Google Docs specifically does have a built-in dictation tool called voice typing. It works pretty much the same way as dictation. This one's a little more user-friendly. It's a little bit easier to change the language. So if you go to the tools menu in a Google document or slide presentation, you'll see dictation or voice typing works the same way. So for younger students, this might be a little bit easier than having to walk them through all the steps to enable dictation. You can easily translate your documents to another language. I've worked with a lot of teachers who do this for parents who do not speak English. So you just create your document as you normally would. Go to the File menu. You'll see Translate as an option, and then you select your language. It's going to make a copy of your original translated into that language. I've talked with some, Spanish language speakers, and they're like, I can tell that it was done by a computer, but it's not bad. Certainly I could understand it. So I don't speak Spanish. I have a parent that does. I need to communicate with them. This is a quick and easy way to do that. I think someone mentioned this in the chat, and I think Cypress Fairbanks, you guys have access to this one. This is Read and Write for Google. This is a Chrome extension that adds a bunch of accessibility features, dictionaries, word predictions, pictorial dictionaries. It also offers a text-to-speech option. So that's another good one. It's definitely overlaps and complements the features that we've talked about. The problem with Read and Write for Google is it only works in Google Drive. So this will work well in docs, slides, sheets. It's not going to work on websites. It's not going to work on PDFs, which is one of the reasons I like the accessibility options. If there's any questions, about those accessibility options, let me know. But thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. I know that you guys are very eager for the code. So I'll invite Jemay to rejoin us, share that code with you. I'm going to go ahead and post a link to this presentation in the chat. So if you want to download these slides, take a closer look at them, you're welcome to do so. And yeah, if you're interested, you can join me next hour. We're going to be talking about art, math, and logic with Google Sheets. Start a little bit. So, Jemay, you got a code for us?
I sure do. Thank you so much. And thanks for giving us some additional things to look at. I really think that's really good stuff that I haven't even noticed, like the new things. And that colorblind thing really threw me off because I didn't realize that there were names for the different colorblinds.
I had no idea.
But yes, thank you. And one more thing, our Chromebooks are touchscreen, so we're really lucky to have that ability to have the kids be able to touch as well in Sci-Fair. So
oh man, it gives you all kinds of options.
I know, right? And it even does the yoga bins. So anyway, the code is up. So those of you who've been waiting, we have the code up, and we're going to have it up for a few seconds. So please make sure that you're jotting this down. And then I believe at 3, it's going to open up and you can start putting in your codes for day 2, and you could do it all the way up till midnight. So make sure you get that in and make sure you have the right credentials, because I know it could get confusing. And I'll share that in the last session after John speaks. I'll go back and look at the website so that I could help run some of you through the attendance if you still need help on that. So once again, the code is up. And John, he's already shared his information with you, and he will be back for the last hour. So how exciting is that to have him come back and be with us again in room 4. So again, the code is up, and I'm going to probably stop sharing in a second. And the link is in the chat, right? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop sharing. Hopefully y'all were able to get the code. And John, I'll let you go ahead and close.
He said he was going to share. I don't have it yet.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for the thing. Hold on. Okay, so John, are we finished? I was just making sure because I didn't want to close if you were coming back on for a minute after the code.
I'm good to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
And introduce John Sowash. He is an experienced classroom teacher, a former school administrator, and he's the author of the book called The Chromebook Classroom. He's also the founder of the Google Certification Academy. He inspires educators like us, of course, to use technology to connect with and challenge students. He's also been at schools around the world where he's been invited to come and share with them. That's really cool. You should expound on that. And also you can connect with him through his blog. He has a blog, which is chromebook.com. The only difference is there's no O in the Chrome, but if it's CHRMBOOK.com, or you can connect with him on X, and he's at JR Sowash. So once again, let's welcome our last presenter of the day. We're so excited, and thank you guys out there that stuck with us till the end of the day. So we're going to end with a bang with John Sowash. And so without further ado, John, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Jemay. Great to be back. And yeah, thanks everybody for joining me all the way to the bitter end. Day 2 of the conference. I've enjoyed participating this year. I think this is my at least 2nd year, and then I did actually get to visit Cypress Fairbanks a couple years ago, and when there was an in-person conference. So happy to be here and share some things with you. I'm actually going to share a document in the chat and invite you to export with me if you wish. This session is all about creative ways to use Google Sheets in the classroom. And you might be thinking, Google Sheets for elementary, Google Sheets for middle school. Yes, there's so many interesting ways that we can use Google Sheets. And I've got lots of templates for you. So I'm going to invite you to follow along. And I'm going to post this so that, Jamae, I'm going to ask you to put this in the chat. Because for some reason, when I put links in the YouTube chat, it doesn't work, or you guys can't see it. So if you feel like it, join me here. There's a lot of resources. We probably won't get to all of them, but you can save this document to your Google Drive account and refer back to it in the future if you need to. It's Google Sheets. So most people, there's
Hello,
two
John,
types
sorry
of people in the
for
world.
interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize, but there's some crackling sound, and at first I thought it was on my side. I'm not really sure where it's coming from.
I'll try. See if I've got. Is that any better? Is it consistent or just when I talk?
Hold on, talk again.
Try now. Is it better? I can try to move my mic a little bit farther out of the way. I may have bumped it earlier. Still happening?
When you speak, the audio is breaking up.
Okay, let me turn down my volume a little bit. I'm getting so excited. Maybe that's
I know, me too.
That's the reason. All right, you tell me if that's any better. I can adjust it here too.
No, not yet.
Output. I'm going to pull that down. Is that any better? I don't want to get too excited about Google Sheets and
I know, right?
break everything up. Let me try. Hold on. I'm going to just reset my mic.
Okay, we'll wait. Thank you for doing this.
Plug it back in. Let
Mm.
me check my. I'm just looking at my settings here in Zoom. I know we had a good run there for a while.
I know.
Input. Still nothing? Still not good?
Yeah, it's still crackling, and we see it on the chat that people hear it.
Okay, all right, won't be as good, but let me switch mics. Road.
Nope. It says
That's my different mic. It's gonna be my.
Yes.
Probably won't sound as good. Is it still crackling?
Hold on, keep talking for a moment.
Okay, I switched to my webcam mic, and if it's
I
still
think that's
giving us
better.
issues, I can. Okay, can you hear all right? I know it's probably a little more echoey.
Yeah,
that
it's well, when you move, that's when we notice the stat. We hear the static.
If that's better,
Yeah.
we'll go with that.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody. Didn't mean to freak you out.
Okay. It may be just a pinch, but it's a lot better. Hopefully the people out there will be okay.
All right, you guys let me know if you want me to try something new. I got more mics.
Oh, bless your heart. And we are putting out the link, so yes.
Push this out of the way.
And it's nothing.
I'll keep an eye on the chat, Jamae. If you need me to make a change, have to do that.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. So if you want to join me and explore some of these resources, we just put the link back in the chat. And you can open that up. Again, you can click the save button up here if you want to save this for future reference. But let's talk about Google Sheets. Now, there are two types of people in the world: people who like spreadsheets and people who don't. I am definitely not a spreadsheet person. I'm an English major by training, but I have come to appreciate the logic, the organization, the capabilities of spreadsheets. So if you don't consider yourself a spreadsheet person, that's okay. I'm not either. And if I can do this, so can you. So the first thing I want to show you is just a fun way to introduce your students to Google Sheets. Now, we can do all kinds of interesting things with Sheets, but none of it's going to work if your students don't know some basic things like rows, columns, cells, formulas, things like that. One really fun way to teach your students about spreadsheets, and you can do this all the way down at the elementary level, is by inviting them to play battle sheets. This is a resource created by my good friend Eric Kurtz. I'm sure that some of you are familiar with Eric. And if you've ever played Battleship, it's the same process, except here in Google Sheets. So there's two tabs at the bottom. You've got player one, you've got player two. We're going to take a turn placing our ships. So my aircraft carrier, AAA, need 5, and then I'll put my battleship, B, something like that. And then we take turns. So player 2 would go over here, drop their bomb. That's a miss. But if I drop one there, oh, I got a hit. So this will teach your students the simple exercise of rows, column, coordinates, understanding that there's some cells that you can't edit, how you type something in makes a difference. It's really fun. I've done this with students and they absolutely love it. You don't need to know how to set this up, how to configure it. Just make a copy of Eric's template and introduce it to your students. Good old Battleship. This template here has a lot of interesting things in play that we'll kind of touch on. I don't want to get too spreadsheet nerdy, but we're still looking at conditional formatting, if-then statements in here. But again, you don't have to know about any of that. It just works. You just set it up and you're good to go. Now, I used to use Google Sheets quite a bit as a science teacher. I taught high school science in the Detroit, Michigan area. That's where I live. I distinctly remember my first few years as a teacher, we were doing all of this either on graph paper, or eventually we had a few laptops, so we would do it in Microsoft Excel. But it took a long time to manage and organize everything. And so one of the things that I started to do was to convert everything into Google Forms and Google Sheets. Let me see if I can switch this one. Okay. And yep. Kelly and Jamae, if you have any tips on the audio, let me know. I can refresh or do anything. I don't think it's me because I use different mics, but yeah, let me know if you need me to do anything, and can fix it
We've
up.
called our audio people into the room and they're double checking. All we can think is that maybe could be weather interference, but our side seems clear, so we're not sure exactly where the connection is falling, but you're welcome to keep going and we'll try and get it fixed as soon as we can. We appreciate everybody hanging on.
Well, since you guys are having a hard time, let me do the #1 tech solution that I tell everybody, which is to refresh the page. So let's see, Kelly and Jamae, if you don't mind, I'm just going to do a quick Zoom refresh here. I don't know if it'll work, but we'll see. You'll probably have to invite me back into the room. So stand by. This shouldn't take more than a second here.
Yeah,
We'll
go ahead.
see what happens. All right, I'm back.
You're
Y'all have
clear.
to tell me if the
Yes.
audio is any better.
You are way better. Okay, I even went to go get the tech person on this side. Okay, sorry about that, everyone.
When in doubt, refresh.
Yes, perfect. I'm gonna go.
Good deal. Should first. Tell the tech department to stand down. We've solved our issue. So, thanks for your patience, everybody. All right, hopefully now you can actually hear what's going on. All right, we're talking about lab data. So this is fun. So I transferred all of my lab assignments from pencil and paper or Excel into Google Forms and Google Sheets. And it not only sped up the process, but it taught my students a lot about how to use spreadsheets and collecting data and data analysis and things like that. I've got a whole blog post on this, but I'll show you just a couple of the highlights. There's a really fun lab activity that you can do. It's a great thing to do in the fall, right around Halloween, because you need M&Ms. So this teaches the process of the scientific method. So I've got this spreadsheet here, and we've got different colors, red, green, blue, and so on. And then you give each student a mini bag of M&Ms, and you have them open it, separate them by color, and plot the number of M&Ms that they received in their bag. And you do this with a group of 20, 30 students. It's quite fascinating at the variety of results you get, even within one class. The more data you have, the more interesting the aggregate data becomes. But this is the scientific method. You know, can you predict how many of each color are going to be in your bag? You form a hypothesis. Your experiment is to open it up and look at it, record your data, and then you analyze the information. Now, the interesting thing about this is some statistician with way too much free time actually did a statistical analysis on the distribution of color on plain M&Ms. Now, this is way above the math capabilities of my 9th grade students, but he actually historically plots this out from the 70s all the way up to mid 2000s, which is kind of interesting. So students can compare their results with this statistical analysis to see how close that they get. And there's a whole psychology here of why it's not an even mix. 28, it was 24% blue, 20% orange, green, etc. It's a very psychological reason that they mix the colors the way that they do. So this simple activity can be used for science, psychology. You can set this up if you're teaching students how to work with spreadsheets or doing like a business class. It's a lot of fun. You get to eat candy, which is a bonus, and you're learning a lot of skills in the process. If you like activities like this that are engaging, they're fun, and students are learning real world skills at the same time, then I think you'll love Google's Applied Digital Skills curriculum. And I would love to know in the chat if anybody has used this. Google has an entire curriculum to help teach students how to use Google Docs, slides, sheets, and so on. It's all free, and it's incredibly engaging and fun, and has lots of interesting tools in it. The title of this session is Art, Math, and Logic with Google Sheets. And so let's talk about the art aspect for a minute. One of my favorite lessons in the Applied Digital Skills curriculum is called Make Art with Google Sheets. And this is a pixel art activity. Teaches a bunch of spreadsheet skills at the same time as you're making art. Pixel art, you've probably seen it. I'll do a kind of the Minecraft 8-bit style artwork. It looks something like this. You can do super fancy stuff. But most of the time it's just, simple ones kind of like that. So each cell is a pixel and you change the color and whatnot. So this activity from the Applied Digital Skills curriculum will teach your students how to do this. Now, there are dozens of lessons like this. I've done this one with students before. They really enjoy it. This is what it would look like. So students would get access to exactly what you see on the screen here. There's introduction, create, and it walks them through step by step. There's a little video. I'm not going to show the video, but very well done. You watch the video, you hit next. It's going to walk you through the process of creating a spreadsheet, creating your grids. This one is going to teach you about conditional formatting, so that when you put the number 1 inside of a cell, it turns blue, number 2 turns pink, and so on. So there's a video, walks them through how to do that. Then it instructs them to make an image, got an emoji. And then we'll wrap it up by removing the grid lines and the numbers so that it looks from that to something like this. There you go. This is a really well done curriculum. Again, this is the Applied Digital Skills. I mean, there are, I think, several hundred different lessons in here, and you can sort them by grade level, subject area, or tool. So if you want to learn about Google Sheets, a whole bunch for that. And they're adding stuff all the time. So this is great if you've got, in the Midwest, we have snow days. If you need a remote learning lesson, if you're going to be out of the classroom unexpectedly, these make great standalone lessons that require minimal prep. So let's go to Tool, go to Sheets. This curriculum is ideal for middle and high school. There are a few lessons that could be appropriate for elementary. The pixel art one could be modified for younger students, but definitely geared more towards the middle and high school. So budgets, understanding your digital footprints, here's some math activities. It's really great. If you like the idea of the pixel art activity I just looked at, but you're not interested, maybe you teach younger students and you're not interested in going through the whole lesson of setting it up. There's a couple of teachers who have ready to go templates that you might look at. And if you're following along in my little document here, this is number 4. So Eric Kurtz, he's the same guy who did the Battleship resource, created a template where everything is set up and ready to go. All you have to do is enter the numbers. So he's got this set up so each letter corresponds to a color. And so here, this example, whatever you type, this is just kind of a mess around page. You can see the key up top. But Eric was smart because he is comparing this to fractions. So this is a sneaky way to teach students about fractions. So in this little grid, there are 64 squares. Students can draw whatever they want, but as they do so, it will automatically calculate the percentage of squares that are a particular color. And then students have to go in and simplify that fraction teaching them that skill. So we've got an 8x8 grid, 10x10 grid down below, 12x12, and we can even talk about area. So pixel art is fun because everybody loves creating artwork, being creative, but it also is a sneaky way to teach some math skills at the same time. Another great teacher, Erin Flanagan. She has a lot of great resources. She modified this whole pixel art idea into the hidden picture activity. This is just a way to motivate students as they practice their skills. So in this example, she has a series of multiplication problems listed in her spreadsheet that students need to solve. I'll go ahead and play this video. As students enter the correct answer, it reveals a hidden picture. Now, Erin, the teacher who created this, she designed these images and set this up. She has some free templates that you can utilize, and then she has a whole bunch on her TPT store that you can use as well. This blog post walks you through the process of setting this up. So if you want to create your own, you've got everything you need here to do so. So these are her seasonal ones. Play that through. And this doesn't have to be math. It can also be vocabulary. So you can write in a definition. Students have to type in the correct term. If they get it correct, it reveals a portion of the hidden picture. All these links are in that document that was shared in the chat earlier. So we've got the pixel art template from Eric Kurtz, and then the hidden picture option by Erin Flanagan. So that's one way that I wanted to bring in the art aspect into Google Sheets. Think about numbers, typically, budgets. We talk about spreadsheets, but there's a lot of creative ways that you can use spreadsheets that make it feel not like a spreadsheet. I want to introduce you to a tremendous resource. This one's been around a long time. Some of you may be familiar with this. This is called Flippity. This is a website. If you go to flippity.net, you can kind of begin exploring. This is a free, I don't even know what to call it, resource, curriculum, tool, application. It's a free resource to help you engage your students. Learning new vocabulary words, practicing your multiplication tables, learning your states and capitals, president, all those things. It's not terribly fun. You just got to do it. Flippity makes it a little more enjoyable. So as you scroll through here, you're going to see a ton of options. You've got your classic flashcard. We've got the Jeopardy game, breakout rooms, bingo, Connect Four, matching, Wordmaster. I mean, that's kind of like Wordle. There's a ton of different options. Believe it or not, every single one of these is based off of a basic spreadsheet. It's pretty slick. Now, I've already gone through and done some of the work for you to make this a little bit faster. So if you want to see this in action, you can click on the biology terminology flashcard. This is one that I set up earlier. Now, I taught biology, so I was like, do something that I know. So actually, let me take you here first. When you go to Flippity, if you're like, yes, I'd like to do this, I want to make a flashcard or something like that, you are going to make a copy of the spreadsheet that is provided. It looks like this. It's very simple. side 1 of your flashcard, side 2 of your flashcard. That's all you need. So I did biology vocabulary. So I've got my definitions here and my terms over here. There's a bunch of additional options. We'll talk about those later. You fill this out. Now, actually, let me show you how you can make this even easier. I'm not sure what the discussion is in Cypress Fairbanks about AI. This is how I created my list of terminology. You can go to ChatGPT or Google Gemini, whichever you pick. I'm a Google guy, so I typically go to Gemini. Both are good. I just went to Gemini and I said, make a list of 50 vocabulary words with definitions for a 9th grade biology class. Something like that. You say, give me a list of sight words for 3rd graders. Okay, here we go. All right, so we got this. Fair enough. Now, this is where Google is a little bit better than ChatGPT, because we can get this list, but how am I going to get this into the spreadsheet? I got to copy and paste, and it's going to be a mess. Gemini is integrated with Docs, Slides, Sheets, Gmail, etc. So I'm going to follow up and say, this is great. Can you turn this list into a spreadsheet? There we go. And then this is the brilliant part. We have a button, export to sheets. And so now I can just copy and paste. So I'm going to just copy and paste from this list here, stick it into my flippity list. Obviously, remove any terms that, aren't relevant and so on. Put everything in here. We're good to go. Now, how do we turn this simple spreadsheet into all the things? If you look down at the bottom, it says get link here. Okay. And it'll give you the instructions. The first thing I need to do is publish this. Okay. Now, this is a little different than sharing. I don't have to share it. I need to go to the file menu, go to share, and then say publish to the web. Just leave everything like it is. Make sure it's set to automatically republish. And close. That's all I have to do. Once I do that, then this link will work. If you click on this link before you publish, nothing will happen. Here is what we get. Through Google Sheet Black Magic. I don't even pretend to know how this works. Flippity takes my list of terms and definitions and puts it into these flashcards. So I can click, it will show me the difference. I can flip through. You can put images. So what's that an image of? I click DNA. You can actually do videos. So what is a mutation? And here's a video that goes along with it. Can reset. This actually has text to speech with it. So if you click this, it'll actually say the words, which is actually quite useful for science because a lot of kids would not know how to say this word, and it pronounces it quite well. It's a difficult word. These nothing fancy. I mean, if you've used like Quizlet, very similar. I mean, this is fine, but this isn't gonna, blow your mind. What will blow your mind is that once you have this list, once you have this spreadsheet made up the way you need it, you can turn it into any of the games that we just looked at. Right now, we're looking at flashcards. I can go here, and any of the other ones that we looked at, I can use. I want to do a crossword puzzle. So let me send the terms. I'm going to take my terms, put them in a crossword puzzle. Here's the definition. I have to figure out how to type that in. I mean, that was amazing. I mean, I just clicked one button and it did that for me. I was playing with this one earlier. This one's new. Those of you who grew up in the 80s will recognize this. This one's kind of hard. Send site 2. Remember Space Invaders? Click start. So it's going to give me a physical characteristics. I should have done multiple choice. Much. It's easier to do multiple choice. That way you can just click A, B, C, D. But it's kind of fun. I mean, these are just creative, different ways of learning, practicing, exploring content. That honestly isn't terribly fun, but you got to learn. Check out Flippity. This will work very well with Google Classroom, Canvas, Schoology, whatever learning management system you need. Your students don't have to do anything. You can just share this URL with them and they're good to go. And amazingly, it's all free. Thank you, Mr. Flippity. All right, let's move on to a couple other ideas. Again, these are just creative ways you can use Google Sheets to learn various things. I don't know if you've ever heard of Google My Maps. It's a variation of Google Maps, which we've all used to go places. My Maps allows you to add your own data layer on top of Google Maps. This past winter, back in February, my family, we took a trip to Europe and explored England, France, and Italy. And as part of our planning, because there was a lot to coordinate, where we're staying, where we're going, I decided to plot all of our stops on My Maps. And so I have a spreadsheet where all of this data exists, where we're staying, different attractions that we wanted to see, and it plots them for me. So if I zoom out to see all of Europe, a little bit more, you can see our areas where we went in London, and then here in France, and then if we scroll over more, you'll see the Italian visits as well. It went all the way down the boot. We did a lot of driving in Italy. All you need is a spreadsheet. Now, you may not have known this, but My Maps is actually part of Google Drive. It's been there all along. You may just have missed it. So if you just open up your Google Drive account, click on New, and it's not cool enough to make the first page. You have to go down to More. You'll see My Maps listed. Thinking about it, there it is. So here's My Maps. It looks a lot like Google Maps, but one of the things that you can do is upload a spreadsheet. So if you have a spreadsheet that contains any type of geographic data, zip codes, latitudes and longitudes, cities, countries, addresses, anything like that, that can be plotted on My Maps. And there's a ton of stuff that you can do. You can change the push pins. I don't remember what we did, but here. So the place we were staying, I made the push pin look like a little hotel icon. Places we wanted to go, we'll go if we have extra time. You can customize that. You can click on any item and customize the description. So I could put pictures and text in here. It's really an interesting tool. It's definitely more technical. So this would be for maybe like 8th grade and older. Certainly at high school level, this could be very interesting for survey results and things like that. I got a couple of resources you can check out. Our family trip is on there if you want to see what it looks like. And then I am giving you just a spreadsheet with some location data on it, and that you can just use to practice importing data. So here in our map, I would just click Add Layer and then Import. You can import a CSV, spreadsheet, Excel document, or pick from Google Drive. And it'll walk you through the process of identifying, which column has the location data, how do you want to display this on the map, and so on. Now, if you want to increase your spreadsheet skills, I've got a couple of resources for you. I have a few videos that you can check out on creating graphs and charts, formulas, conditional formatting, things like that. Again, I do not consider myself to be a Google Sheet genius. Far from it. I know enough to be dangerous, but I can introduce you to a certified Google Spreadsheet genius. One of my favorite resources to learn about Google Sheets is Ben Collins. I should say favorite people. This is Ben Collins. He is a certified spreadsheet genius. Ben has an email newsletter every week. He sends out a Google Sheet tip, which is very good. But I would encourage you to check out his video courses. Several of them are paid, but he also has several very good free courses. And I will put this link in the chat because this one is not on my document. This one is very good, and this one's free. Advanced 30-day formulas, advanced formulas. That one's excellent. I've done that one before. And then I recently took this course from Ben and learned a ton. So this is how to use ChatGPT, Google Gemini to enhance your ability to use spreadsheets. These are not for students. Applied digital skills is great for students. This is more for you as a teacher to increase your spreadsheet knowledge. Armed with that information and skills, you can start to do some interesting things. So some of these are pretty simple. Some are a little more complex. So this is the last section of my document here. Number 7 is just some various lesson templates. You can make copies of all of these. They're all in Google Sheets. This is a very simple one. This is my skip counting template. So again, elementary students, they need to learn how to skip count to prepare them to be successful with multiplication and division. I was looking for a new way to let them practice this, and this is what I came up with. So we have a spreadsheet here, partially filled out, and you can make this harder or easier by filling in more or less squares. Obviously, the ones would be the easy one, 9, 10, 11, 12. As I enter and fill these in, the color should go from very light to increasingly dark as the number goes up. Now, if I were to put a 12 here, you would be able to tell that the number does not match. Like it doesn't fall in sequence. And so this is kind of a way for students to do a self-check to say, does it make sense? So maybe every day I'd say pick 2 columns and fill them in. Obviously, they're going to do the easy ones first, but then eventually they're going to have to get to 9s, and it gets harder and harder as they go up. This utilizes conditional formatting, a gradient. So it just is set to, the bigger the number, the darker the color becomes. Now, this is could be a whole session in and of itself, but let me end with this demonstration. This is my curriculum mapping template. This I created for a school that was looking for a way to track and organize their curriculum, and specifically to make sure that everything is getting covered that needs to be. So I came up with this for them. Now, the good news is they had already mapped the curriculum. They knew what they needed to cover. They just needed a way for teachers to track it. And so teachers go to this tab here, lesson planning, and once a week, once a quarter, however often they want, they go in, they select the standard they taught, indicate the mastery level, put the date in there, and it does a bunch of stuff. Automatically, puts in the description and whatnot, and that ultimately gets reported back to our cover page, where it displays what percentage of each standard has been met. And then Google Sheets has a really cool feature called a timeline. As long as a row has a date field, so there's some kind of a date listed, it will plot the data on this timeline. And you can do it by year, by month, by quarter. So you can kind of see what's been covered. A lot of this, it took a while to figure out what we were trying to do, but it's not like super fancy stuff. I used a lot of ChatGPT to get here to write some of the formulas for this, but honestly, it's pretty straightforward. So you can check that out. You might find a use for it, or to modify that in a way that's useful. Well, I'm going to invite Jamae to come on and share the code for this session. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll answer any that are remaining. Yep, there's a link for Ben Collins. You can check out his stuff. He's great.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and post the attendance code. So go ahead and make sure you're jotting this down. This is for the 3 o'clock session in room 4. So the number is up, the code number is up. So I'm going to let it show for a little bit, but thank you, John. And we did go ahead and post the bin resource. And I think, I don't see any other questions at this point in time, but
everybody's probably exhausted by a full day of learning.
It's a full day of learning, yes, but really good stuff. And I like how you were mentioning you use ChatGPT to help you with the formulas and stuff. I've used that, and I'm not a formula person, but it's so nice to be able to stick that in there and go, wow, and it creates that for you.
Absolutely. Are you a spreadsheet person, Jamae?
Nope. I am not. I'm going to admit it.
I just pretend.
I'm learning a lot. I pretend, but I've been using it because have you heard of Glide? The Glide app? Yeah,
a little
I had
bit.
to learn a lot. And but maybe that's where I need to gravitate towards and really understand all that conditional formatting and all the things, because we have a person on our team that's wonderful. And I mean, that's where her mindset is. And she just goes, oh, you just need to go dude. And can't whatever, I can't even say something. Can't
concatenate, yes.
That's the word. And I go,
I always have to
okay,
look that one up.
I know that. So anyway, I'm trying. I'm trying, John, but you have some great resources, and I know that there are probably some really experts out there that are into Excel and Google Sheets. So thank you for all that information. I think I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. I hope you, oh, we have a question. I want to learn more about the curriculum charting spreadsheet. Is that on the presentation handout?
Yes, at the very bottom, number 7, it says more lesson templates. That is in there. Let me go ahead and add to the link my blog post. So I wrote a blog post on how I put this together, which will give you some other things to think about. So I will add that right now. So as long as you have the link to that document, you'll get everything.
Okay, you'll just refresh it and go ahead. And they could just.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Are there any other questions out there? I know that y'all are saturated with all the great presentations today, but I was really happy to have John Sowash be in our room and teach us so many different things. So thank you again, John. I know you had a long afternoon 3 times. So once again, thank you again. And I guess I'm going to close, but I'm going to stay on for a hot minute so that my participants understands the attendance. And if they already know, then that's fine. And I'll answer questions based on our attendance code and information like that. So thank you, John, for coming. We really appreciate you.
My pleasure. Jemay, thanks for facilitating my room. Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Thank you. Oh, everyone's saying bye. Thank you, John. All right. Those of you who are still on with me, let's see. I'm going to try to share. I'm going to share my screen, but let's go over here. I think right here. All right. So let me share my screen. And you guys, most of you know how to get to the DLC website. And if you don't, at the top, you can see in the browser, I have cfisd.net/DLC. And then the page will come up. And when you look over on the left-hand navigation bar, there's where it says the attendance submission link. You click that and you can see it's now ready to go. And based on whether or not you're an employee and that's by your last name, go ahead and click on the right alphabet. So if you are an employee, if you're brand new, go to new to site there. And then when you click on it, you can see the form. And as you can see, it has, since I am logged in Google, it already knows me. So you may have to go ahead and add your email here and then answer the question so that it could collect that information and so that you will get credit and that it will be actually put in our CFPGS so that you'll also have that credit when you do whenever you need that information as well. So we just wanted to make sure if y'all have any questions, are there any questions in the chat? I'll give you a moment. So, and also remember it is open and it closes at midnight. So if you can't do it right away, just remember, hopefully you have all of your codes on a sheet of paper and you'll be able to submit that by midnight tonight. So that should give you a little time. I hope you guys were safe wherever you are without all that rain. And Kelly said you need to do it now, but that's okay. Before we forget. I forget all the time, but you guys, thank you guys for being a great audience. I'm a face-to-face person, so I always look for reaction. So I've been trying to read, but I just want to thank you guys as the audience out there and coming on and being part of our DLC conference for over how many years? Have we been doing it virtually? If you were some of the early people that were in the rooms, there were some questions on our whole DLC and how we have been conducting it. We used to do face-to-face, then we've been virtual. Was it 5 years? I don't know.
Now it's 14 total.
Yeah, 14 total, but 5 virtual. But anyway, we are just so excited and I'll stop talking. And but like I said, if you guys have any questions, feel free to email us. And I guess that's it. Because I don't see any other questions, but thank you. And I hope you guys have a good rest of the day. It's been too long, it was a full 2 days of great sessions. And I have to go back and watch them too. So thank you again. And I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to stop sharing. You guys have a great rest of the afternoon. Bye.